Chapter 21. I stare at the scarf in my hands. My mind whirs with possibilities, trying to find an alternative explanation. An explanation that doesn't involve my husband cheating on me. Perhaps Sarah dropped it when she was in the house on the day we cleared out the pond. Perhaps it got dirty at work, and Matt offered to take it home and wash it for her. Perhaps it's not Sarah's at all. Perhaps Pamela had a similar one. Perhaps it's a local design that everyone has round here. Without thinking, I lift the scarf to my nose and sniff it. Sarah's perfume. A strangled cry escapes me, and I drop it. I look up and realise that both Olivia and Ruth are watching me. I wonder if Ruth knows the significance of what's just happened. Sarah must have been here with Matt. In my bed. But when? I feel sick as it dawns on me. It must have been the day I found my hairbrush wedged down the side of the bed. I thought it had been Ruth who'd been in our bedroom. It must have been Sarah. With Matt. Everything fits together. All the time they spend together at work, their cosy drink at the pub. What's wrong? Ruth asks. If she does know the scarf belongs to Sarah, then she's very good at hiding it. For a moment, I feel illogically embarrassed. I don't want Ruth to know I've been humiliated, to know what's been going on behind my back. Nothing, I reply, trying to stop my face flushing. Just something else for the charity shop. I stuff the scarf into one of Ruth's bin bags. Can you watch Olivia for a moment? I say quickly, and leave the room before my tears start rolling. Back downstairs, I can't sit still. I pace up and down, not sure what to do with myself. This can't be happening to me. It just can't be. Matt wouldn't do that to me, he wouldn't. But then I think about how secretive he's been lately. All the things he hasn't told me, all the late nights. I'm not confident about anything I thought I knew about him. When I mentioned that someone had been in our bedroom to Matt, he'd tried to convince me I'd imagined it. But he must have been there himself, with Sarah. Sarah must have swept my personal things off the bedside table, wanting to remove the traces of me from our bedroom while she slept with my husband, taking my place. I wonder if she meant to put them back, or if she'd left them hidden deliberately. Has Matt told her about all the things I've been forgetting? Did she plan it so I'd think I was going mad? I think of all the ways I've felt uncomfortable in my own house. Has Sarah been watching me, waiting for the perfect moment to steal Matt from me? I remember her in my room, touching my photos. Had she dropped the scarf then? No, she can't have. She was wearing it later that day. Olivia was grabbing at it, just before she fell into the pond. My thoughts are spiralling out of control. I'm not sure if this is really happening, or it's just the paranoia talking. Matt wouldn't cheat on me, would he? I'm going round in circles, not thinking straight. Hello? Ruth is at the living room door, holding Olivia. I've no idea how long she's been standing there, or how long I've been downstairs. I wipe my red-rimmed eyes with the back of my hand. Claire! She pauses mid-sentence, seeing my tears. Are you all right? Yes, I say. I can't tell her what Matt's done to me. I can't face it myself. I manage a half smile. It's just emotional, that's all, seeing you clear out your mother's things. The excuse seems feeble, and I know Ruth sees right through it. She pauses for a moment, as if carefully considering what to say next. Do you want me to take Olivia for a bit? Give you a break? I'm too shattered to worry that she thinks I can't cope. I need some time alone to work out what I'm going to do. Oh, yes, please, that would be great. Okay, well, I'll bring her back in a couple of hours. You get some rest. It looks like you need it. The door shuts behind Ruth, and the house is eerily silent. I don't know what to do now. I should confront Matt, chuck him out. But what if it's all in my head? What if the scarf doesn't belong to Sarah at all, and there's a reasonable explanation? I wish I could talk to my mother about this. She would have calmed me down, made me think rationally. For a second, I wonder if I could call Miriam. We supported each other through so many difficult breakups. I know she'd understand. I'm getting ahead of myself. Why am I even thinking about breaking up? But I need to talk to someone. I pick up my phone and ring Emma. She'll understand, after everything she went through with Dan. I pace the room as her mobile rings. Maybe I'm wrong about this whole thing. Maybe it's all a silly misunderstanding, and Matt and I will laugh about it this evening. Or maybe not. I look at the unopened boxes that surround me. I should have unpacked them. But how soon will I be packing them back up again? If Matt and I split up, will Ruth and Jack even let me stay in the house? I don't mean anything to Ruth without her precious son. Emma finally picks up, and I jump. Claire, is everything all right? I'm so sorry, I didn't know who to call. Don't be silly. What's wrong? It's Matt. I think he's been cheating. When I say the words out loud, the weight of what's happening sinks in. I start sobbing down the phone. Are you at home? Yes. I manage to splutter. Stay where you are. I'm coming over. By the time Emma arrives, I have once again convinced myself that there must be some kind of reasonable explanation. When I open the door, she throws her arms around me and presents me with a box of chocolates and some flowers. I'm so sorry, she says. I thought we could share these. She hands me the chocolates. And the flowers will brighten up the house. They smell nice, too. I always like the scent of lilies. This type, anyway. They really cheer me up. Oh, you know you shouldn't have, I say, as she walks through the doorway. I suddenly feel embarrassed. What if I've made a fuss about nothing? She looks at me, concerned. You're not allergic, are you? No, it's not that. It's just such a kind gesture, that's all. Thank you. I take the lilies from her, run water into the sink, and then cut off the bottom of the stalks. We have our own vase somewhere in a box waiting to be unpacked, but I settle for one of Pamela's and arrange the flowers. The room looks brighter already, Emma says. Now, can I make you a cup of tea? I think I might prefer some neat whiskey right now, but I know that's not an option, so I nod. Emma pulls out some mugs as I switch on the kettle. She's at the house so often that she doesn't need to ask where anything is anymore. Emma pours the tea and carries it through to the living room. So, she says, taking a sip. What happened? I explain how I found the scarf. Maybe there's another explanation, I say, looking at her hopefully. I want her to say it can't be true, that I'm missing something obvious. But instead, she sighs. I need to tell you something, Claire. I should have told you weeks ago. What? I ask, my heart sinking. I was browsing the shops in Oxford the other day, and I saw Matt with Sarah. He was buying a bracelet. At first I thought it was for you and that maybe he was asking Sarah to help him choose. She was trying on the different bracelets, you see, and I thought that it was just to see how they looked on someone. I didn't believe he was buying it for her, I say incredulously. Matt knows we're trying to save every penny we can so we can move out of Pamela's house. I didn't want to believe that at the time, but it looked that way. He handed the package over to her at the end. I'm sorry, Claire. I really should have told you. Why didn't you? I think of all the suspicions I've had about Matt and Sarah. If only she'd told me, that would have confirmed it. I suppose I wanted to believe the best of him. When I saw him hand the bracelet to Sarah, I told myself it was probably a gift for her hard work. But I didn't really believe that, if I'm honest with myself. Oh, I'm so sorry. I should have told you. I just didn't want to split you up. I wanted Olivia to have her father around. Everything that me and Lizzie don't have. It's not your fault, I say, bursting into tears. Emma puts her hand on my arm. What a horrible thing to do, leaving the scarf there like that. I guess she must have wanted me to find out, so she could take Matt from me. You know, I don't think she ever met anyone else after Matt left the village years ago. She wanted him back. The reality of my situation hits me once more. A wave of anger takes me over, and I can hardly breathe. How could he? How could he sleep with her? In the bed where I breastfeed our child? I want to punish him, I say. Don't let him come back, Emma says. Don't ever let him come back. You deserve so much better. Emma finds a bin bag, and I start stuffing Matt's clothes into it. Polo shirts, trousers, underwear. I crumple each item into a ball before shoving it into the bag. When it's full, Emma and I put the bag on the porch in the rain. I feel better already. Emma gives me a hug. Well done, she says. You're so brave. I wish I'd done that with Dan the first time I discovered he was cheating. I manage a small smile, not feeling brave at all. Where's Olivia? Emma asks. She's with Ruth, I reply. I'd better go and get her. I don't want Ruth using Olivia as some kind of bargaining chip when she finds out I've chucked Matt out. Emma and I walk over to Ruth's, and she gratefully hands Olivia back to me. Are you feeling better? She asks. Yes, thanks, I say, glancing at Emma before we make our excuses and hurry out the door. When we get back, Emma helps me craft a text message to Matt. I know what you did. Don't bother coming home tonight. Your stuff's outside. Why do you think he cheated on me? I ask. I have no idea. Why does anyone cheat on anyone? There are so many amazing women out there who've been treated like this. I thought we were good together, I say. Me and Matt. We've been struggling a bit since Olivia's been born, but I still thought we were good together. I want to ask her if she could see the cracks in our relationship, if it was obvious to everyone but me. I thought you were good together too, Emma replies, and I'm relieved. But you had your doubts about Sarah, didn't you? Maybe a bit. I can't bear the thought of him with someone else. If he leaves tonight, he might go to her. I check my phone, desperately wanting to see a reassuring text from Matt. A text that explains how I'm mistaken, that everything's going to be all right. But there's nothing. My face flushes, and my body tenses as I fill with rage. He clearly doesn't think it's important to check his phone. What if something had happened to Olivia? I want to scream at him, ask him why he cheated, why I wasn't enough for him, if he doesn't love me anymore. My phone beeps, and I jump. What are you talking about? No apology. I reply, you know what I'm talking about. My phone beeps again. We can talk about this tonight. Tears prick at the corners of my eyes before they cascade down my face. He hasn't even tried to call. He should be rushing home from work early to try and fix things. But he's not. Instead, he's staying with Sarah at the surgery. My resolve hardens. Like I said, your stuff's outside. I show the texts to Emma. Don't worry, she says reassuringly. I'll stay with you until he comes back. You won't have to deal with him alone. I'm relieved, afraid that if I see Matt, I might crumble. If he apologizes, I'll fall into his arms and forgive him. I don't want that. When I hear Matt's key in the lock, I freeze. He tries it several times, pushing on the door before he shouts through the letterbox. Claire! I come to the door. I've bolted the door, I say. What? Why? Your stuff's outside. Emma comes up beside me and touches my arm. I hear Matt pick up the bin bag and rifle through it. Claire, what's going on? You know what's going on. You're sleeping with Sarah. I realise I'm shouting. It is so quiet round here that my voice echoes. That's crazy. What are you talking about? Just leave. Claire, I'm tired. I just want some rest. Let me in and we can talk. We're not talking about this, Matt. If you wanted to talk to me about our relationship, then you should have done it before you slept with her. He is quiet for a moment. Emma takes my arm, and we go back into the kitchen. For the next 20 minutes, Matt bangs on the door, shouting my name again and again. Finally, he gives up and leaves. In the silence, all I can hear is the screeching of the foxes. She picks up the phone after 2 rings, and I'm relieved to hear her voice. I'm always scared that someone else will pick up when I ring the helpline. I only want to speak to her. Hi, I say. It's me. There's a moment's hesitation, and I worry I've been presumptuous, that she won't recognise me. She must take dozens of calls a day. I'm just one of many to her. But she is my only lifeline. Hi, how are you? I can hear the smile in her voice, and I smile too, reassured. I wasn't sure you'd know who it was, I confess, with a nervous laugh. Of course I do. I'm always glad when you call. My heart lifts. It's something a friend would say. How are you? I ask. I'm curious about her life outside our conversations. I'm good, she says. You know, busy. You work long hours on the helpline. Yeah, she says. We're a bit short-staffed at the moment, so I'm on a lot of shifts. It must be hard work. Sometimes it's tiring. She sighs. But that's not what you called to talk about. How are things going? I'm disappointed she's changed the subject, that she doesn't want to tell me about herself. But there's a reason I've called today. There's something that's been playing on my mind. She said that men like my husband were always the same, that they often have a history of abusive behaviour. It's my husband, I say. Someone's accused him of sexual assault. I hear her intake of breath. What have they said? I'm not sure exactly. He's been vague about the details. Do you believe them? I breathe in deeply. It's hard to form the words. I feel like I'm betraying my husband, betraying my marriage vows. But I've thought about this again and again. I can't get the images out of my mind. Yes, I say. I believe them. Chapter 22. Olivia's screaming. I roll over in bed drowsily and check my phone. 3 a.m. Time for her feed. I reach over towards Matt's side of the bed, into the empty space. I'm on my own now. Just me and Olivia. I pad over to Olivia's room and lift her out of her cot, pulling my nightdress down and holding her to my breast. My arm aches under her weight. Using my other hand, I check my phone. The screen is lit up with messages. 14 missed calls from Matt from last night. 2 voicemails. I ignored them yesterday, unable to face them. I listen now. The sound of Matt's voice makes me well up. He says I should call him, that he loves me, that he doesn't know what he's done, but he's sorry. His voice breaks as he rings off. Without letting myself think, I call him back. I know it's the middle of the night, but I need to hear his voice, need to know someone's at the other end of the phone. He picks up after 2 rings. "Claire, are you all right?" "Yeah." I haven't thought about what to say. I just want him to wrap his strong arms around me and tell me everything's going to be okay. But I know I have to be brave. He cheated on me. It's over. "Claire," he says softly. "What happened last night?" I hate that gentle voice he's using. He's trying to calm me down, as if I'm a child. I found Sarah's scarf under our bed. He pauses before he answers. "Are you sure it was Sarah's?" "Yes," I say. "I'm sure." For a second, a doubt crosses my mind. I only saw Sarah wearing the scarf on one occasion, when she came round to clear the pond. But I dispel the thought. I know what I found. "And you're sure it was under the bed?" "Yes, of course." I feel disappointed anger rising inside me. I'd hoped for an apology. Instead, he's questioning everything I say. He sighs. "I don't know why it would be there, Claire. I'm sorry, but I don't. What about the bracelet?" "What bracelet?" "The one you bought Sarah." "Honestly, I don't know what you're talking about." He thinks he can lie his way out of this. I wonder if he's with Sarah now, if they're both laughing at me. "Where are you?" I ask. "I'm at Mum's." Oh. I try to keep the relief from my voice. "Claire, is there anything I can do to make this better? You've been unwell. I just want to be with you to help you." I hate him then, turning this on me, making me think I'm going crazy. I know that's not what's happening. Forget it. I'm fine on my own. I hang up the phone, sighing with frustration, as Olivia continues to suckle. I wish he'd just apologized. At least that would be a start. But he thinks he can just deny everything. I try to distract myself by browsing the internet. But as usual, I find myself looking at Sarah's Facebook profile. She still hasn't accepted my friend request. Now I know why. Her old photos are still the same, but this time I see them differently. There are a couple with another girl, who must be her sister. I didn't realize they were the same person at first. In one photo, Sarah and her sister smile at the camera, arm in arm, young and vibrant, and ready to take on the world. In the second picture, they are still smiling, but the sister has aged and is wheelchair-bound, the left side of her face lopsided with paralysis. I remember how upset Matt was when he told me Sarah's story, and I feel an unexpected flicker of sympathy for her. The photo must have been taken between the accident and her sister's death. As I look at the photograph, something bothers me. My instincts are telling me that there's something not quite right about Matt's explanation of the accident. I take Sarah's sister's name from Facebook and Google it along with the word accident. Eventually, after pages and pages of irrelevant results, I find a newspaper article. September 1998. Tragic accident. for local family. I read the article 3 times. The accident happened late at night. Sarah's sister fell from the hayloft in the barn and cracked her head on the concrete floor. The article has a timeline of events and an annotated diagram. Despite this, it isn't quite clear exactly what happened at the moment she fell. But it's clear that Matt hasn't told me the whole story. There were only 2 witnesses to the accident. Him and Sarah. Both were interviewed by the police. Why would he keep that from me? What other secrets does he share with Sarah? I go through Matt's Facebook profile and look through the posts from the last few months, and then go back years and years to see if there's something there about him and Sarah. Something I've missed. There's nothing. No hint of a relationship with her, but it wouldn't be on his public profile. I need to look at his private messages. I log out of my account and type in the password he used to use for everything. It doesn't work. He must have changed it. He must be hiding something. At least he's not with her now. He's with Ruth. I bet she's furious with me for chucking out her beloved son. I'm sure she won't let me stay in the house for long without Matt. But where can I go? I should have thought this through before I packed his bags. I should have had a plan. I think of my life back in London, how much I miss it. Or at least I miss parts of it. I could move back. I wonder if the newspaper would take me on again. A mix of emotions rise inside me. I remember the excitement I felt when I first entered the buzzing newsroom, the thrill of chasing down the story. That was at the beginning. By the end, I hated the newspaper, and I hated who I'd become. Could I really go back? But I'm stronger now, I tell myself. I wouldn't get sucked into that cutthroat, competitive world, doing everything I could, no matter what, to get the story. I wouldn't get caught up in the testosterone of the newsroom. I wouldn't let my article come before the people. I take a deep breath and compose an email to the editor. I have nothing to lose. He's new, and he probably won't even know who I am. I introduce myself, tell him about my track record, let him know the prizes I won, and ask if there are any vacancies. I hesitate for a moment after I reread the email, wondering if he ever heard the rumours about why I left at the height of my career. I hope not. I swallow my doubts, and then click send before I can change my mind. The glow from my phone lights up Olivia's face. I look down and see she's fallen asleep on my breast. I lift her gently back into the cot, lay her next to her toy bunny, and go back to bed. It's cold without Matt's body beside me. Sleep threatens to submerge me, but I keep starting awake, picturing Matt with Sarah. In the quiet, I can hear the faint beeping from the loft. I wish it would stop. When daylight comes, I'll have to go up there and check out the noise. I stare at the wall, watching the flickering shadow of a moth fluttering around the bedside light that I can't bring myself to switch off. What if there's someone up there? What if I'm not alone in the house? At 8, after a couple of hours of fitful sleep, I get dressed and take Olivia out to the supermarket. I swing into the mother and baby space, narrowly avoiding a collision with a shopping trolley, carelessly abandoned in the middle of the car park. Olivia wakes as soon as the car stops. My 10 minutes of respite over. When I open her door, a cold blast of air hits her, and she starts to cry. A mother with a toddler in tow looks at me curiously, and I wonder if she's judging me. Olivia's hat has fallen off in her car seat, and I replace it awkwardly on her head. She pulls it off again. Holding it in one hand and Olivia in the other, I lock the car and go into the supermarket. I find a trolley with a baby seat, but Olivia seems too small for it. I steer it slowly to stop her banging her head as she slides from side to side. Olivia's eyes light up as she looks at the multitude of products on the shelves. I throw things into the trolley beside her. Lamb chops for dinner, vegetables, fruit. An old lady comes over and starts cooing at Olivia, leaning over the trolley and pushing her face close. My baby smiles angelically, and I tense. She never smiles that way at me. "She's lovely," the woman says. "What a good baby." I nod politely. She has no idea. Olivia reserves all her love and affection for others, never for me. I must try harder. I walk round the supermarket, pretending to be a good mother, bending over and talking to Olivia in that high voice I've heard other mums use. It's easier here in public, where there's an audience. Easier for me to play my part. I spot a grandmother shopping with her daughter and granddaughter. The grandmother pushes the trolley as she offers well-intentioned advice on childcare to her daughter, who pushes the buggy beside her. The daughter bats the advice away, irritated. I listen to them as they bicker over what they'll have for dinner. When they move away, I can still hear the rise and fall of their voices. I long for the relationship they have, missing my mother. I'd do anything to be with her right now. If my mother was here, what would she say? I can hardly picture her anymore, let alone hear her voice. Would she tell me everything would be okay? Would she help me? I find myself at the end of the supermarket I avoid, the alcohol aisle. I feel my trolley turning, see the glimmer of thousands of glass bottles lined up. I stop at the Chilean Reds, remembering a vineyard tour I did back when I was travelling after university. I pick them up, one by one, reading the labels and feeling the cold glass against my skin. I can almost taste the tanginess running over my tongue and down the back of my throat. It reminds me of balmy summer evenings when I sipped a cold glass of wine after a long day's work. But I'm not that person anymore. I can't be that person again. I put the bottles back. Further down are the New Zealand Sauvignons. I find Matt's favourite and hold it for a moment. There's no point buying it, and I put the bottle back reluctantly. I tell myself it would be silly to drink on my own, as much as I want to. I go to the till. Olivia starts to whine. The queue's too long, and I fidget as the man in front painstakingly fills his plastic bags. I can still imagine the taste of the Sauvignon on my tongue, see the wheat yellow colour of the wine in the glass, feel the rim of the glass on my lips. It's my turn. The till assistant swipes through my purchases, and I pack as fast as I can, returning the bags to the trolley. She tells me the total, and I pause. Hang on a minute, I say. I've forgotten something. I dash back to the wine aisle and grab the nearest bottle. I pull up in front of the cottage and sit for a moment in the car. I don't want to go inside. I want to drive far away, away from my life and away from my family. I want to forget everything that's happened. A knock on the car window jars me back to reality. Matt. I close my eyes for a second before I open the door. Why aren't you at the practice? I couldn't go to work. Not with all this going on. We need to sort this out. I'm worried about you. I sigh. He's always been a good actor. I wish he'd just admit what he did. Claire. He reaches for my arm, and I pull it away sharply. Do you really believe I'd sleep with Sarah? Why would I risk losing you? Risk losing our family? I feel uncertain now, as if I might have imagined the whole thing. I see Ruth appear from the side path. I don't want her here. She goes round the back of the car and opens Olivia's door. She gives her a quick kiss on the cheek and tells her how beautiful she is, and then comes to the front of the car. What are you doing out here? She asks Matt. You know what I'm doing. I needed to speak to Claire. I wouldn't waste your breath. Look at what she's done to you, evicting you from your own home for no reason at all. You're not helping, Mum. Ruth turns to me, her voice venomous. Who do you think you are, coming here, living in my mother's house, and treating my son this way? After all we've done for you, you throw him out with only a bin bag of his things. I look down at the gravel. He's cheating on me. Ruth glances at Matt. Is he? Well, good for him in that case. He's carried you long enough, looked after you, protected you. You can't expect someone to love you when you behave the way you do. He's told me about you, you know, that you're paranoid, that you've been forgetting things. No one would put up with that forever. I swallow, afraid. How much of my history has Matt told his mother? Mum, please. Matt grabs her arm, tries to pull her away. And another thing. Don't think you can just live in this house forever, rent-free. The house was for my son to live in while he set up his new business. Not you. What about your granddaughter? I say. Don't you care what happens to her? Don't worry. Nothing will happen to Olivia. In fact, she'll end up better off. There's no chance you'll get custody with all your problems. I stare at her, shocked. Matt, come on, she orders. We've got company this evening. Matt turns to me. We'll talk later, on our own. I watch as they walk back down the path together. How have I ended up in this position? This was meant to be a fresh start. But Ruth wants to take my daughter away from me and make me homeless. I go round the back of the car to Olivia. She's happily patting at the toy that hangs above her car seat. I go to undo her buckle. It's already undone. I stare at the loose straps in horror. Did I forget to fasten her in? Have I driven all the way back from the supermarket without my daughter strapped in the car? If there'd been an accident, I could have killed her. Just like when I left the brake off the buggy by the pond. Maybe Ruth is right. Maybe Matt would get custody. If I can't even be trusted to strap my daughter into her car seat, then maybe I don't deserve her. Chapter 23. In the afternoon, I don't know what to do with myself. I stare around the house, looking at the boxes surrounding me. It feels pointless to unpack them now. I wish I could talk to Miriam. I just want to pick up the phone and call her, confide in her the way I always did in the past. I still have her number in my phone. So much time has passed. Maybe she'll have forgiven me by now. It's worth a try. I have nothing to lose. I painstakingly compose a text message. Hi, it's Claire. It's been too long. I'd love to catch up. I hope we can put the past behind us. I'm about to delete the last bit and redraft it, when Olivia cries for her feed. I read the message again. She's never going to reply anyway. I click send. While I'm feeding Olivia, Emma messages me to see how I am, and suggests a trip to Oxford to take my mind off things. Dan has Lizzie, and she's at a loose end. She comes round to collect me half an hour later, and soon we're in the city centre, wandering round the shops. "I've organised a surprise for you," Emma tells me, "to cheer you up." I grin. "Really?" "Yep, it's just round the corner." She leads me to a side street, and I see the small wine shop she's mentioned to me before. My heart sinks. I really shouldn't buy more wine, not when I'm feeling so down. "Maybe not today." "Come on, Claire, I've organised a tasting session for you. My treat. You have to try it. Everyone raves about this place." "I'm not sure." But Emma is already inside the shop. I follow her in reluctantly, wheeling the buggy in behind her. It takes up all the floor space in the tiny shop. I hope no one sees me and judges me. The man behind the small desk at the back welcomes us with a smile, and I tell myself that a tasting can't do any harm. It will only be tiny portions. "Beautiful baby," he says, looking down at sleeping Olivia. I smile proudly. It's so rare for her to be quiet. I should make the most of this opportunity. The man talks us through the history of the shop, the grapes and the wine-making process, as I relax, breathing in the smell of the alcohol and imagining the taste of it on my tongue. Finally, he takes 2 plastic cups and pours us each a small glass of the dry white. I swirl it round my mouth, savouring the tang on my tongue. I hold it there for a moment, letting the flavour overwhelm my senses. I wonder if I'm supposed to spit it out, but that's not been mentioned, so I swallow, and then take another sip. We try another wine, and then a third and a fourth. I'm starting to feel a bit giddy. It's so long since I've drunk alcohol that I'm not used to the rush I get when it starts to flow through me. But it feels good. Emma keeps asking questions about the grapes and the fermenting process as the proprietor pours increasingly large portions. I smile at Emma, and she giggles at me and clinks her plastic cup with mine. "Having fun?" she asks. "Yes." I laugh. I am having fun. For once, I feel relaxed and free. After the wine tasting, Emma suggests we sober up with a coffee. We need to give it a bit of time before Emma can drive us back home. In the coffee shop, Emma leans across the table and asks me how I'm feeling. "Okay, I suppose," I say. I miss Matt, and he's still denying sleeping with Sarah. I'm starting to wonder if he's telling the truth. "They all deny it at first," Emma replies. "That's exactly what Dan did." I stare into my coffee. And Ruth is getting involved too, which isn't helping. I think she might evict me from the house. "Oh no, that's awful." Emma gives me a sympathetic glance. "You and Olivia could always come and stay with me if you need to." "Really?" "Of course. My pleasure." I sigh with relief. It feels good to have a choice, even though I've no intention of leaving the cottage without a fight. "Thanks," I sigh, reaching across the table to touch Emma's hand. "You don't know what that means to me." "It's no problem. Lizzie and I would love your company." Emma looks out at the street beyond the coffee shop. "What do you fancy doing now? We've got the rest of the afternoon." I should be getting back. I've perked up from the caffeine, but underneath, I'm exhausted. "Really?" she says, disappointed. Then I think of the oppressive cottage and imagine an afternoon of feeds and dirty nappies, and change my mind. "What were you thinking?" I ask. "How about we go to one of the churches? They're beautiful." I smile. "Sure." There's a church a short walk down the road, and we wander inside. Emma seems thrilled that the church spire is open today. "Do you want to climb up it?" she asks excitedly. I look up at the tower. The views must be spectacular. "Why not?" "Great," Emma says, and before I can think twice, she's paid our entrance fees to the man behind the trestle table at the bottom of the steps. I look doubtfully at Olivia in her buggy. "Can I carry her up?" "Don't worry," Emma says. "She'll be fine in the sling." Emma's right. I take Olivia out of the buggy and strap her to me. The steps are uneven, and I have to concentrate on the climb. After a while, I start to feel dizzy from the spiralling staircase. It goes on, and it feels like Olivia is getting heavier and heavier, strapped to my front. Her weight pulls me off balance, each step harder than the next. The air in the spire is thick with dust. The handrail's rusty, and I'm starting to feel claustrophobic. Olivia lets out a small whimper. "Not far to go now," Emma shouts down from above me. "I can see the top." "Okay," I say, as I force my legs to keep climbing. Olivia starts to cry, and it echoes around the narrow stairwell. The loud group of tourists on the stairs below pause their conversation, and I'm embarrassed. "Don't worry, Olivia," I say, over and over, as I push on towards the top. This whole thing is starting to feel like a really bad idea. What if I slip and fall, and Olivia's skull cracks on the stone steps? That's the kind of accident you read about in the tabloids. The kind where the mother is always blamed. I wish I hadn't had a drink. My giddiness is fading, but the lightheadedness remains, and I'm not sure if I feel unsteady because of the drink, or because I'm carrying Olivia. Finally, I see a glimpse of blue sky, and I'm at the top of the spire. The wind hits me and knocks me off balance as I step out onto the narrow walkway. "Are you okay?" Emma asks, her hand on my shoulder to steady me. "Just a bit dizzy." The wind whips round Olivia, and I look out over the view. It's beautiful. The dreaming spires of Oxford dot the compact city below us, and beyond there are miles of rolling fields. "Come on," Emma says, and I realise that I've hardly moved away from the steps. I go to the edge. The stone wall is only up to waist height, and a thin netted barrier has been put up to stop people throwing things over the edge. Suddenly, I feel sick. If I was knocked or fell, Olivia and I would go straight over. The net wouldn't break our fall. The rustle of pigeons in the tower next to me startles me. The world starts to spin. I step back suddenly and knock into a tourist taking a photo. "Sorry," I mumble. I can't look down. Images are cascading through my head, flooding me with memories. I'm back on the roof of the car park, standing on the edge of the concrete barrier, alone. The world is tiny and undefined below me, a blur of people and cars and movement. I can no longer be a part of it. My heart pounds in my chest, my hands are clammy. I'm ready to jump, ready to end everything. "Claire! Claire, are you all right?" Emma asks. She catches me as I faint, reaching out for Olivia and blocking her fall. The motion forces my head backwards, and I feel it hit the cold, ancient stone. When I come round, a couple of tourists are looking at me quizzically, while others continue to take photos, oblivious. Olivia is screaming in Emma's arms while she rocks her. My first instinct is that I want my daughter back. I want her in my arms, not Emma's. She's been removed from the sling. She's not secure. I imagine someone knocking her out of Emma's arms, her flying over the barrier and down to the streets below. Emma crouches down beside me, still holding Olivia. "Just stay there for a moment. Don't move." "Olivia," I say. Don't worry, I've got her. She's okay. I caught her. I reach out for my daughter. It's all right, Emma says. Everything's going to be all right. I go into the bedroom and sit down on the bed beside my sleeping husband. It's 3 a.m, and I watch as he breathes deeply and peacefully, his chest rising and falling. The scene doesn't feel real. How can he rest after what he's done? I've been in his study. The key was easy to find, hidden at the back of the drawer in his bedside table. He can't have expected me to look for it. The study has always been out of bounds. I'd never dared to go in. I've been searching for evidence. About the girls. About the accusations. The helpline volunteer asked me questions that I couldn't answer, and I'd realized I'd buried my head in the sand. I needed to know the truth. I know everything now. The accusations go back years. Sexual assault. Rape. He's been paying them off so nothing goes to trial. There are dozens of them, young girls mainly, working for him, wanting a step up on the ladder. Some of them have sent him letters, begging him to apologize, to admit what he did and give them closure. Their despair seeps out of the paper. They sound broken. By him. He did that to them. All I want to do is talk to someone about it. But it's 3 a.m. The helpline is open 24 hours a day, but there's no way she'll be on shift at this time. She always seems to be on the daytime shift. My finger hovers over the call button. I could ring anyway, on the off chance she's there. Or I could speak to someone else. But she knows my history. She understands me. She's helped me make sense of things. I only want to talk to her. I lie awake and wait until the morning, wondering what time her shift starts. 7 o'clock? 8? The minutes pass slowly. At 7:01, my husband and daughter are still asleep. I know there's a high chance she won't be on shift even now, but I go into the spare room and press call anyway. I need to talk to her. The phone rings and rings, and I stare out the window at the trees blowing in the wind, praying she'll be the one who picks up. Hello? I hear the voice as I'm just about to give up. I shake with relief. It's her. Hi, I say. It's me. I don't hear the footsteps behind me. I'm not aware of his presence until he grabs my phone from my hand and throws it across the room. I hear the thud as it lands. I can still hear the voice on the other end of the line, fainter now. Hello? Who are you on the phone to? He grabs me by the shoulder and shakes so hard my bones rattle. Who? He shouts in my face. Nobody, I reply. I knew you had another man. I really don't. His rage rains down on me until the world goes black. Chapter 24. I get off the train at Paddington and join the mass of people streaming towards the entrance to the tube. I'm on my way to meet the editor of my old newspaper. I was pleasantly surprised that he got back to me so quickly and wanted to see me when I'd been out of the job market for so long. I haven't been employed as a journalist since I quit 3 years ago. I try to quiet my doubts and focus. I'm stronger than I was back then. I stand tall, no longer hunched over a buggy, and I listen to the click-clack of my heels on the concourse. I think I'm ready now. The newspaper feels like it might be an opportunity, rather than somewhere I need to escape. I feel a stab of anxiety in my stomach, as I wonder if I'm really up for returning to that ruthless world, or if I'm just kidding myself. I feel like I'm recovering a part of myself that's been in hibernation for a long time. When I reach the darkness of the tube, I push myself onto the carriage, squashing myself between the door and the heaving mass of bodies. In the crush, I feel like I could belong. Ambition burns in the air. Suits and newspapers and headphones. I want to be part of this again. I change to the Central line, and then I'm spat out at Bank, the tide of commuters forcing me off the train and onto the platform. I flow with the crowd, following the river of legs above me as they climb the stairs. Outside, it's cold and fresh, and the air feels thin after the thickness of the tube. It's raining, and the people on the pavement are sheltered by a canopy of umbrellas. I open my black umbrella and join them, lifting it up and down constantly to avoid bumping it into the others. The streets hum with people, pushing and shoving their way through, shouting into mobile phones and jumping into taxis. A suited man walks beside me, but not with me, plugged into the rhythm of his headphones. Buses meander down the road, a slipstream in the middle of the sea of pedestrians. The atmosphere's so unlike the countryside, with its emptiness and fields and quiet. Here the world is vivid and alive. Colours are brighter, noises are louder. I've missed it all. As I approach the revolving doors of my office, I have a sudden flash of fear. I stop on the pavement, stare through the glass. I'm not sure I can do this. I ignore the feelings that rise inside me. Surely it's time to move on. Surely I can forget what happened here. What I did. I take a deep breath and let the revolving doors carry me into the entrance hall. I go over to reception and speak to the false lashes and designer eyebrows behind the desk. Neat white blouse, low cut enough to catch a glimmer of flesh, but formal enough to look discreet. Anyone could tell that this building is occupied by male-dominated industries. Investment bankers, insurance brokers, and the newspaper. I'm here for a meeting, I say. She sighs and looks me up and down, as if even engaging with me is too much effort. Name? Claire Hughes. Not your name, she huffs. The name of the person you're meeting? Adrian Lister. She raises her eyebrows, but picks up the phone. I'll ring him to confirm and get you a visitor's pass. She indicates a seat in reception, and I go and sit down. I check my phone and see there's nothing from Emma. It's so kind of her to babysit. She's said she'll take Olivia to the park with Lizzie. I didn't want to ask Matt to look after her, or for him to know I was looking for a job in London. Half an hour later, I'm collected from reception by Adrian's PA. Nerves hit me as I travel up in the glass lift. Being back in the offices brings back an overwhelming feeling of guilt. I remember coming into this building 3 years ago, heart thumping, my front page scoop on my laptop in my bag. It was the biggest mistake of my life. After that, everything changed. When we reach the news floor, Adrian, the editor, comes out of his glass-fronted office and holds out his hand. He's broader than the pictures I've seen, and rounder. His face is graced with the rosacea of a serious alcohol problem. He shakes my hand firmly. Claire, a pleasure to meet you. I hear you were one of our best journalists back in the day. Great to meet you too. I've followed your career. Well, come through. Let's talk in my office. He puts his hand on my back to guide me into his office, and it stays there a little longer than necessary. He sits on a comfy chair and indicates the low sofa in front of him. I sit down, but it's hard to get comfortable. The angle makes it almost impossible to cross my legs. So, what have you been doing the last 3 years? Has it really been that long? I laugh. I'd hoped he wouldn't bring that up. He must have heard why I left the newspaper, how I couldn't take the pressure anymore, how I broke down. I look at my feet, my confidence seeping out of me into the carpet. Copywriting, mainly. Okay, says Adrian, dragging out the sound, waiting for an explanation. When I don't provide one, he continues. Human interest stories, that's your speciality, isn't it? Yes. I reach into my satchel and pull out my notebook. I have some ideas for new features. I run him through them, and he listens attentively. I feel a surge of pride. He respects me. I am no longer just a mother, but a professional once again. When the meeting finishes, we both stand, and he leans in and gives me a light peck on the cheek, as his arm reaches round my shoulder. We could use someone like you, he says. I'll be in contact. As I travel down in the lift, I feel relieved, as if a weight has been lifted. I'd been so nervous about coming back, so worried that people in the office would be whispering about the reason I left 3 years ago. Walking back to the station, I pass one of my old haunts, the Rose and Crown pub. I push open the door and enter the dimly lit front room. It's still early, and the pub feels surprisingly soulless, without its usual crowd of city workers and journalists. I'll just have one drink here to celebrate how well the meeting went, and then I'll go home. I sit down and relax at a table in the corner, savouring my wine and remembering all the good nights I had in this pub, unwinding with work colleagues, celebrations of finally nailing a story, welcoming new people to the team, leaving parties. There was always an excuse to come here. It was like a second home. I miss the sense of camaraderie, the feeling of belonging. I could have that again if I came back. As I sit sipping my wine, I smile out at the bustling city. Suddenly, everything seems possible. Everyone in the office has forgotten about my mistake and moved on. It's time for me to move on, too. Chapter 25. I spend the next morning cleaning the house, vacuuming every dark corner, dusting every crevice. I've cleared all the surfaces of Pamela's things. The cottage smells of oaky furniture polish, and I feel hopeful again. The meeting with Adrian yesterday alleviated some of my fears about returning to work. A part of me hopes that Matt and I still have a future. But if I have to move, at least it might be possible to start my own life again. I loved journalism once. I think I could love it again. Everything seems to be coming together. I think I finally might be able to put the past behind me. Then maybe my nightmares will stop. Things are even looking up with Miriam. She replied to my text. I was so shocked I had to read it 4 times in case I'd misunderstood. But I hadn't. We're meeting this afternoon in Oxford. It's halfway between the two of us. The white noise of the vacuum has lulled Olivia to sleep. In the silence, I can hear the distant beeping from the loft. I take Olivia upstairs and strap her into the chair on the landing. There's a ladder in the spare room, and I put it against the wall next to the loft hatch, climb up and push the hatch open. A cloud of dust drifts down from the darkness above. The sound is louder now, an insistent, regular tone. I climb higher and feel around for a light switch. Unable to find one, I go back down the ladder and set my phone to torch mode. I feel slightly sick climbing the ladder, afraid of what I might find in the darkness above. There's a cord switch dangling from one of the rafters, but when I pull it, nothing happens. The bulb probably went years ago. The beeping is coming from the back of the loft, under the eaves. I shine my torch around and realise that it's not properly boarded. Boxes are balanced precariously along the beams. I creep along, watching where I tread, stooping under the rafters. The noise is coming from an open box, full of random electrical wires. I see something flashing and pull it out. A smoke alarm. The battery must be almost dead. Then I recognise it. It used to be in Olivia's bedroom. Someone's removed it and put it in the loft. I swallow. Why would anyone do that? The smoke alarm's here to protect us. I imagine a fire ripping through the clutter in the old cottage, flames curling up the wallpaper. Without a smoke alarm, we wouldn't have a chance. I feel sick. I thought I was going mad, but now I can see I was right to be worried. Someone wants to hurt me, to hurt us. Olivia and I are in danger. Olivia's on the landing, on her own. I need to get back down from the loft. I need to protect my child. I make my way carefully along the beam, my body shaking, my phone in one hand, the alarm in the other. Who would have taken the smoke alarm from Olivia's room and put it up here? Clunk. I jump at the sound. Is there someone in the house? Has someone come for Olivia? As I hurry to the loft opening, I feel my foot slip underneath me. I reach out into empty space. The alarm flies out of my hand. I am falling. I land with a crash next to the loft hatch. Another inch or two, and I would have tumbled out and down the stairs. Olivia would have been left all alone. I peer down onto the landing, fearing that Olivia's chair will be empty, that someone will have taken her. But she's fine, contentedly swiping the toy above her chair. I'm still holding my phone. The smoke alarm has landed a couple of feet away from me, in the unboarded part of the loft. Awkwardly, I manoeuvre myself onto my stomach, so my weight remains on the beam, and reach out for it. My fingers grip its yellowing plastic, and I pull it towards me. When I place my foot on the ladder, my ankle complains. I pull the loft hatch shut and climb back down slowly, wincing with each step. I wash the dust off my hands, and then pick Olivia up, holding her close. My heart pounds in my chest. I hear a snapping sound, and freeze. What was that? I peer down the stairs anxiously, hugging Olivia tightly. There's a white piece of paper in the hallway. It was just the letterbox. Someone's delivered something, most likely junk mail. An advert for a cleaner or a local babysitter. I take a deep breath and try to center myself. I can't calm down. Beep. I jump at the smoke alarm's sudden interruption. The thought of a fire makes me shiver. I must replace the battery and put the smoke alarm back in Olivia's room where it can protect us. The cottage doesn't feel safe. I go downstairs to look for a screwdriver. On my way past the door, I pick up the piece of paper. It's a single sheet, folded in half. I open it. It's not an advert for a cleaning service. It's a message. Printed neatly across the middle of the paper is a single line. You don't deserve Olivia. When I wake, the sunlight beats into my pounding head through the open curtains. My memory comes back slowly as I try to move my limbs. I remember my husband's fists pummeling into me again and again, until my world went black. He was angry with me because he thought I was on the phone to a lover, but I'd been on the phone to the helpline. My daughter screams from the other room, demanding my attention. I go to her room and lift her up, holding her tight. She's all I have in the world. I glance at the clock. An hour has passed since I called the helpline. My husband must have left for work. Once I've calmed my daughter down, I find my phone where it fell when he knocked it out of my hand. The screen is smashed, but otherwise it seems to work. I have 5 missed calls, all from the helpline. I panic. She must have heard my husband knock me out. What if she called the police? Surely she wouldn't do that. She must know it would only make it worse. My heart pounds as I call her back. She doesn't bother with a greeting. "I'm so glad you called. I was worried about you." "You shouldn't worry. I'm used to it." I try to laugh lightly, but it sounds close to a sob. The movement of my chest triggers a sharp pain in my ribs. I struggle to breathe. "I am worried. About you. About your safety. What are you going to do?" Tears prick the corners of my eyes. Someone cares about me. She must be the only one. I don't know what to do. I went through his study yesterday. There are dozens of girls accusing him of things going back years. "What kind of things?" "The worst kind." The word is hard to get out, but it needs saying. "Rape." I hear her intake of breath. "He's paid them off," I continue. "All of them. He must have done it." "You've seen all this?" she asks. "You have all the evidence?" "Yes." "You have to leave him." Her direct words shock me. "But I love him." "What about your daughter?" I can hear the sounds of my daughter playing downstairs, the tinny music of her toy bear circling round on repeat. I don't know what's best for her anymore. I've told myself I'm giving her the childhood I never had. 2 loving parents, a home. He loves her. He'd never hurt her. How do you know that? The tears are running down my cheeks now. I just know, I say, but I'm not so sure of my own words anymore. I didn't marry the man I thought I did. I don't know my husband at all. Maybe she's right. Maybe I need to get my daughter away from him. Do you have anywhere to go? Family? Friends? No. I realize how stark my situation is. I have no friends left. I don't even have a bank account in my own name. He has completely cut me off. Anyone you could stay with? Someone you could confide in? I don't know what to say. She's the only one I can talk to about this. The only person I trust. I have to be honest. I need her help. I don't have anyone. She pauses for a second. You could stay with me. If you're desperate, you could come and stay with me. Chapter 26. I read the single typed sentence again and again, until the letters start to blur into each other. You don't deserve Olivia. I start to feel faint, and I sit down on the stairs, staring at the stark black type, my baby in my arms. You don't deserve Olivia. Whoever wrote the note can see right through me. I know I'm not a good mother. I know I don't deserve her. The words echo in my head. You don't deserve Olivia. I hug my daughter closer to me, tears of regret welling up. I must do better. But I'm so scared. Scared I'm just not good enough. Someone knows I don't deserve my daughter. Someone hid the smoke alarm so that if there's a fire, then Olivia and I wouldn't stand a chance. What do they want from me? And what will they do next? They must be in my house, creeping around when I'm not there. Ruth. It must be Ruth. She's trying to convince me I'm going mad, so Matt gets custody of Olivia. She said the other day that I'd never get custody with all my issues, and now she's making sure it's true. I must get away from her. I can't stay in the cottage. I don't feel safe here. Picking up my phone from beside me on the staircase, I call Emma. She'd said that Olivia and I could move in with her for a while. At first, I didn't want to take her up on it. I didn't want Ruth to force me out of the house. But now things have changed. My heart is still pounding, and I can't catch my breath as I listen to the phone ringing and ringing. I wish she'd pick up. I want to leave as soon as possible. Tonight, if I can. I don't think I'll be able to sleep another night in this house. It will be okay, I whisper to Olivia. We'll move in with Emma and Lizzie. We'll be safe there. The phone clicks onto answer phone. I hang up and immediately redial. I think about what I'll need to take with me. Clothes, toiletries, nappies, wipes. How long would I be staying with Emma? A week? 2? Longer? If I get offered a job at the newspaper, then I can move back to London eventually. But it will take me a while to find a place to live. And going to London would be admitting it really is over between me and Matt. I know I still love him. I still feel the longing in my chest when I think of him. But there's no way we can get back together after what he's done. Whatever happens with the job, I'll have to be in the village a little while longer. I imagine living with Emma in her flat. It will be warm and cosy, not cold and drafty like the cottage. We can cook dinner together, and Olivia and Lizzie can play together. I won't be lonely. I'll be safe there, able to relax. Emma still hasn't picked up her phone. I leave a breathless message on her voicemail, explaining that I need to take her up on her offer, asking if I can move in tonight. My voice breaks as I say the words. I hate asking for help, but I know I need it. Besides, Emma will understand. I feel better once I've left the message. I have a plan to get out of here. Miriam has suggested we meet in an art gallery cafe in central Oxford. I'm the first to arrive. It's half-term, and I push the buggy around a group of screaming children running back and forth between the tables, knocking over menus. Their harassed mothers sip coffees as they watch, occasionally making half-hearted attempts to tell them off. "You've got all this to look forward to," one of them says to me, glancing at Olivia in the buggy. "You're at the easy stage now." My heart sinks. I can't bear the thought that this could get harder. I find a table in the corner at the back and check my phone. I'm still half expecting to see a cancellation text. After all these years and everything that happened between us, I can't believe Miriam wants to meet up. I see her come in the double doors to the cafe. I feel sick with nerves, and for a moment I consider bolting from the cafe before she sees me. She's the same as ever, small and petite, and projecting that air of being completely in control. She's had a third child since I last saw her, but she doesn't look any older. The same neat brown bob, the same slim build. I swallow again. I'm not sure if I can face her after all. I see her scanning the room, and I manage to lift my hand in a little wave. I smile uncertainly. Her eyes meet mine, and she half smiles back. I wonder what she sees when she sees me. Rounder at the waist, scruffy jeans, no makeup. I'm a world away from the woman she used to know. She reaches the table, and I stand. I'm about to reach out and hug her, but I sense she won't respond. Instead, she turns to Olivia. "She's beautiful," she says. "Thanks. How are your children? You've got 3 now, haven't you?" She nods. "They're fine. They're at school and nursery." "Oh," I reply. taken aback by how abrupt she is. I used to be close to her two older boys, babysitting for her and dropping round presents. I don't know what to say. I blink back disappointment. A part of me imagined we'd instantly connect again as soon as we saw each other. "Coffee?" Miriam asks, glancing behind her at the snaking queue to the counter. "Or wine?" She seems eager to get away from me again. "Coffee, please," I reply quickly. One glass of wine will lead to another, just like the old days. I can't let that happen. I'm driving Olivia back. I sit back down, tapping my fingers against the table anxiously. When she returns with the coffees and sits down, we look at each other for a moment, unsure what to say. "It's been a long time," I venture. She contemplates her coffee. "Let's not talk about the past now. I've missed you, Claire. I've missed you too." Everything that's unsaid hangs between us. We catch up, and I give Miriam a rose-tinted version of the last 3 years of my life. The cottage in the country, close family nearby, my precious daughter. I don't mention the breakdown I had around the time our friendship ended, or the fact I've split up with Matt, or my postnatal depression. "What's been happening in your life?" I ask Miriam. I'm surprised to see tears pricking her eyes. "I'm getting divorced," she says. Instinctively, I reach across the table and touch her arm. "Oh, I'm so sorry. When you texted, I just signed the papers, and I remembered the old days, how close we were. You were the only person I wanted to talk to." And then the tension between us eases, and we're talking like old times. Miriam tells me about her husband's affair with a younger woman, and I find myself telling her all about Matt and Sarah, and my mother-in-law. It's a relief to have someone to confide in. When I look at my watch, 2 hours have passed in a flash. "Do you fancy getting something to eat?" I ask. We each choose an overpriced cake, and Miriam suggests a glass of wine once more. It takes all my willpower to say no. "I stopped drinking," I explain, and although it's technically true, I feel guilty. I did stop, but recently I've started again. "Good for you," Miriam says. I bite into my stale cake, while she tells me more of the intricacies of her divorce. Custody, finances. I might have to go through all of that with Matt. I'm not sure how I'll cope. She seems to feel better when she's got it all off her chest, and I wonder if I trust her enough to tell her about the smoke alarm in the loft and the note through the door. She might just think I'm going mad. But I need to confide in someone, and I'm running out of people I can trust. When I finish explaining, I see the concern in Miriam's eyes. "This is serious," she says. "Someone's threatening you. You should tell the police." "I don't think they'll believe me." "Why not?" I try to explain. Sometimes I'm not sure if I even believe myself. My brain is in such a fog with the sleepless nights and endless childcare that facts and fiction seem to merge, and I'm not sure what's in my head and what's real. "Matt never believed me about anything," I say. "Even when we first moved and his mother was coming into the house and moving my things around." "Why wouldn't he believe you?" She seems genuinely confused, and I realize she never knew what happened after our friendship ended, how I'd fallen apart. I look down at the table, embarrassed. "Well, because I went a bit off the rails before. 3 years ago, after everything that happened." I know I'm minimizing, but I can't bear to tell her the whole truth about my breakdown. "I didn't realize," she says, surprised. I tried to contact you. I didn't want to speak to you. I couldn't forgive you. I know. It's okay. The things that happened, they're the reason why I went off the rails. And I still feel awful about it. I flush, the familiar shame rising through my body to my face. I'm so sorry. But I know those words can never be enough. Not after what I did. We stay at the cafe another hour, but the conversation is stilted, and we can't get the connection back. We're both aware of the huge crack that underpins our whole relationship. The atmosphere has turned, and everything about our friendship is starting to feel fragile once more. I need to go in a minute, Miriam says. Got to pick the kids up. I nod. I was hoping that this meeting would be the renewal of our friendship, a fresh start. But now it feels more like the end, a permanent goodbye. And yet neither of us seem to really want to leave, to abandon the hope of rekindling the friendship we once had. Have you got somewhere to go? Miriam asks. If the worst comes to the worst and you and Olivia have to move out, to get away from your mother-in-law, do you have someone to take you in? I remember years ago, when Miriam slept on my sofa for a month after splitting up with an ex. I nod. Yes, I've got a friend I can move in with. She's local. I glance at my phone. Emma still hasn't called me back. I'm glad, Miriam says, reaching over to touch my hand. Take care of yourself. You too, I say, feeling the door of our friendship starting to close on me. If you ever need anything, then you can always call, she says. I don't think she really means it, and I think I might cry. I don't want things to end this way. There is something, actually, I say, that you could help with. I tell her about Sarah's sister's accident, how both Matt and Sarah were there when it happened, and how I can't shake off the feeling that they're hiding something about it from me. Do you think it's suspicious? I ask. I don't know, Claire, she says. But it's in the past, isn't it? There are lots of things in the past we'd rather put behind us. She looks at me pointedly. You couldn't have a look into it, could you? See if there's a police file? I mean, I know it's historic, but... Miriam rises suddenly from the table, and I see she's lost patience. I've made things worse. Her eyes flash with anger. I can't do that for you, Claire. How can you ask me that, after everything that happened last time? When I get home, I feel deflated. I try to pull myself out of it, packing a few toiletries in a bag to get ready to move in with Emma. She still hasn't called me back, but I might as well be prepared. Olivia is still napping in her car seat in the hallway, and I should make the most of the chance to get my things ready. I tell myself everything will be okay once I get to Emma's. Once I've put a bit of distance between me and Ruth, I'll feel so much better. I'll be able to think straight. My phone buzzes, and I rush over to pick it up. Emma. Hi, I say. Did you get my message? She's quiet for a moment before she replies. Yeah, I did. I've started packing my bag, and I should be all ready to come over soon. Would that be okay, if I came over tonight? Claire, listen, I'm really sorry, but I don't think it's going to work. I'm shocked into silence. When I offered, I didn't think it through. We've got building work starting soon. It was arranged by the landlord. It starts in a few days' time. New kitchen, new bathroom. Nothing will be in use. I'm thinking of moving out myself for a few days. I'm sorry, I just didn't think when I said you could stay. I feel rising panic as I stare around the cottage I'm so desperate to leave. It's okay, I say. but I'm close to tears. Honestly, Claire, I'm so sorry. Is there anything I can do? Lizzie and I could come round if you like. Tomorrow or even tonight. I don't want to sound needy, but the truth is, I do need someone. I need someone on my side, someone to look out for me. I'll be okay, I say. I'm hoping to move out soon anyway. If I get an offer from the newspaper in London, I'll move back there. Yes, Emma replies. And you really shouldn't let Ruth force you out of your home like this. You've every right to stay put. Sure, I say, although I don't know if I can bear to sleep in the house another night. I know I'll lie awake, thoughts racing. Listen, I know what will help you relax. I'll come round tomorrow and give you a massage. I did a course in Thailand years ago, and I'd love to practice. It will really help. How does that sound? Great, I say. That sounds great. Okay, I'll be round tomorrow at 10. See you then. She hangs up the phone, and I slump down onto the sofa, disappointed. I look at my half-packed hold-all and feel the tears start to well up. I go to the kitchen and pour myself a glass of wine. Just one can't hurt. I take the bottle into the living room and collapse back onto the sofa. This isn't Emma's fault. It's Ruth's. I haven't been able to stop thinking about the note all the way home. Pulling it out of my bag, I turn it over in my hands. You don't deserve Olivia. I feel light-headed, like the words aren't real. I take a gulp of my wine. I think about what Miriam said. This is serious. I could take this to the police if I wanted to. Ruth needs to understand that she can't do this to me. Since we moved here, she's been working on breaking me down, coming into the house, taking forever to clear out her mother's things, making constant snide digs. And now she's talking about Matt getting custody of Olivia. She's trying to threaten me. She wants me gone. I need to sort this out. I fetch Olivia's chair and carry it through to the kitchen. I put it by the door and strap her in. It will be in full view from the back door of Ruth and Jack's house. Slipping my shoes on, I open the kitchen door before I can change my mind. The cold air hits me as I rush down the path, tripping on the uneven paving slabs. I feel giddy and sick. I see the empty pond and remember the flash of fear as the buggy careered over the edge. My baby, dragged out of the water, choking on pondweed, before Matt pulled it from her mouth and she came screaming back to life. By the time I reach Ruth's back door, I'm both shivering from the cold and flushed from running, adrenaline coursing through my veins. I bang on the glass pane of the back door, so hard I can feel my knuckles bruising. Ruth opens it a crack, and I barge past her into the kitchen. She glowers at the trail of mud that follows me. "Matt!" Ruth yells. "Matt! Your wife's here." "It's you I came to see, actually. Why did you put that note through my door?" She stares at me blankly as she removes her washing-up gloves. "You don't seem yourself, Claire." "I just want to know why you wrote that note. What's the point?" "I don't know what you're talking about." "I think you do. You realize that I really don't need to talk to you anymore, now you're separated from my son." Her voice is calm, as if she's a reasonable human being. "You think you can get rid of me that easily? You can send me a threatening note and I'll be gone. It's my house, and I haven't sent you any notes. In fact, I think I've treated you very well, inviting you into my family and my home." I wave the piece of paper at her. "You don't recognize this, then?" She looks blank, and it crosses my mind that I might be wrong. I redden, suddenly unsure of myself. I shouldn't have come. Matt appears behind her. "Claire, Are you okay? I'm fine. It's your mother that's not okay. She wants me out of your lives. She's pushing me out. I'm sure it's not like that. Matt places a hand on my shoulder, and I shrug it off. Matt's right, Ruth says. You're not yourself, Claire. Are you sure you don't want to go back to the cottage and lie down? Her voice is sickly sweet. Mum, Matt warns. Ruth looks at Matt. I don't know why we're all tiptoeing around her, she says. Matt shakes his head. Not now, Mum. Do you really think it's safe, her looking after your child? She's our child, not his child. I spit out. Where's your child now? She steps towards me, her face uncomfortably close to mine. I gasp and turn back towards the cottage. I can see Olivia through the kitchen door. I only meant to leave her for a minute. I haven't even looked back to check on her. What kind of mother am I? I rush out of the kitchen and hurry back down the path. But Ruth hasn't finished her tirade yet. You're drunk, Claire, she shouts after me. I can smell the alcohol on your breath. You're not fit to look after Olivia. You're an alcoholic! Chapter 27. My head pounds. It feels like someone is drilling into it. It takes me a moment to wake up and realize that the banging isn't coming from inside my head, but from outside. I reach for my phone on the bedside table. 8 a.m. I put my pillow over my head and hope the noise will go away. Images from yesterday start to flash through my mind. Ruth's angry face, Matt's baffled look. Ruth's words echo in my mind. I feel so ashamed. She's right. I do have an alcohol problem. I shouldn't have been drinking in the afternoon while I was looking after Olivia. I've been trying so hard to stop myself giving in to the temptation, but the note was the final straw. I'm starting to feel like I need alcohol. The taste of it on my tongue. One drink, and then more. I'd had a whole bottle of wine before I went over to confront her. I'd told myself it would help me sleep easier in the house at night, and after our argument, I'd come home and polished off a second bottle. I'm turning into the person I was in the past, I realise with horror. Matt rescued me back then. He helped me recover. He took all the alcohol from the house, threw it away, didn't let me drink again. But I don't have him this time around. The banging outside continues, and inevitably Olivia wakes, her screams adding to the noise. Putting one foot tentatively on the floor, then the other, I ease out of bed. My body shakes. I go to the bathroom and splash water on my face, then go to Olivia's room and lift her out of the cot. Holding her to me, I pull back the curtain, blinking at the aggressive daylight. Outside, a workman surveys the result of his labour. He's put up a for sale sign in front of the cottage. The doorbell rings before I'm up and dressed. Olivia and I have been lying in bed upstairs. I've drunk pints of water to try and disperse my hangover, but it's not enough. I need to rest. I make my way slowly down the stairs, one step at a time, my whole body aching. I see Matt's silhouette in the window. I don't want to face him, but it's too late. He's already seen me. Claire! He shouts through the door. I open it reluctantly. He takes in my dressing gown and unbrushed hair, and I look at the floor, embarrassed. Can I come in? I have no energy to object, and I lead him through to the living room. He offers to make the tea and brings through the mugs. I sip it gratefully, while he holds Olivia. "I'm worried about you, Claire," he says finally. "I'm sorry about last night. I was out of control. It's just... Your mother. She sent me a note." "What note?" It said I don't deserve Olivia." I'm embarrassed, because looking at me right now, Matt might think that's true. "You're a good mother, Claire." I feel like crying. It's just what I need to hear right now. If only he hadn't cheated on me with Sarah, then we could still be together. We could fix this. "Do you think we could give it another go?" he asks. It's like he's read my mind. "You cheated on me, Matt." "I didn't. I don't know how to convince you, but I didn't." I sigh. More lies. How can we move forward from this? "You have to tell me the truth, Matt." "The truth?" he asks. "I don't think you want to hear it, because the truth is that none of this is about me. It's about you. It's about you believing all sorts of things that are in your imagination. You think everyone's out to get you. My mother, Sarah, me? When the truth is that we only want to help you." I don't know what he's trying to do to me. Yet slowly but surely, Matt and his mother are making me fall apart. "Please, Claire," he says. "Let's give it another go." "No. Sorry." He straightens then, and I see his demeanour harden. "Okay then, if that's the way you want it. But I need access to Olivia. I need to see my daughter." "I can't let her spend time with your mother. I just don't trust her." I think about the smoke alarm. Another thing Matt will think I'm imagining. "You can't dictate that, Claire. Listen, if we're not together, then Mum wants to take you to court, to win custody. She'll use everything she knows about you against you. I need to see my daughter regularly. You can't withhold that." A shiver runs down my spine. Does Ruth really want to take Olivia away from me entirely? "Okay," I say. "We'll sort something out, but don't leave Olivia alone with your mother." Matt sighs. "That's ridiculous." I shake my head. I'm only trying to protect my daughter. "It's a condition of you seeing her," I say. Matt sighs. "Look, you're being completely unreasonable. My mother loves Olivia. But if it's my turn to look after her, then I can make sure I'm always there with her, if that puts your mind at rest." I nod. "Okay." He reaches out and strokes my hair, and I recoil at the unexpected tenderness. "Wouldn't it be easier if I just moved back in?" he asks. For a moment, I want to say yes, to forget about him and Sarah. But I can't. I'm stronger than that. I shake my head. "Look, you need to go. Emma's coming round soon." Matt stands. "Well, if you need anything, you know where I am." He kisses me lightly on the cheek before he goes out the door. Emma gives me a huge hug when she arrives at my door with Lizzie. "How are you?" she asks, cocking her head in concern. "I've been better." "I'm so sorry about the flat," she says. "I completely forgot about the building work." "Oh, it's okay. I'm sure I'll find somewhere else." Emma touches my shoulder as she shifts Lizzie in her arms. "You shouldn't be looking for somewhere else. You have every right to live here with Olivia. You should stay." I nod. I know in theory she's right, but in reality I'm not sure if I can stand to stay in the cottage much longer. I don't feel safe. "Look, you need to relax," Emma says. "Are you ready for your massage?" "Sure," I reply, as Emma places Lizzie alongside Olivia on the playmat. I eye Olivia doubtfully. I don't think she'll be quiet for very long. Emma follows my gaze. Leave the babies to me. I'll entertain them, and I'll make you a cup of tea. It's time to focus on you. Once I've finished my drink, I double-check the blinds are fully closed, and then undress, folding my clothes and putting them neatly on the chair. Olivia watches me curiously, while Lizzie stares at the ceiling. Emma lays a towel across the sofa, and I lie face down, inhaling the comforting smell of washing powder. She puts some soothing music on her phone, turns off the main light, and switches on the desk light in the corner. I shiver, and Emma places another towel over my back. I hear the squelch of the massage oil as she squirts it onto her hands and rubs them together to warm it up. Just try and relax, Emma says, pulling the towel down to expose my bare skin. I start as her hands touch my back. They feel cold at first, but as she pushes her hands into my muscles, I stop noticing. I close my eyes. I can't stop thinking about Matt. I still love him, but he didn't stick up for me when I confronted Ruth about the note. His loyalties are with her, not me. We can't be together. I won't take him back after his affair. My jaw sets in resolve. You need to stop tensing up, Emma says. Otherwise it's going to hurt. Okay, I reply. Okay? She asks, and I can hear the smile in her voice. Yes. Her hands come down hard into the muscles. She kneads my flesh, pushing deep into my skin and putting her body weight behind the movement. The pain takes my breath away, and I can only focus on not crying out. Is that too hard? Emma continues without me answering. I close my eyes. The pain starts to feel good, as if she is pushing the impurities out of me, pushing the thoughts out of my mind. It's good, I say, releasing my breath just enough to get the words out. Great! Not everyone likes Thai massage. It's supposed to hurt a bit. You have to take out the knots in the muscles, and that's going to be painful, especially if you're as tense as you are. But when it's done, you feel like you're walking on air. Okay, I say, as she presses harder into me. Her slim frame hides a strength I didn't know she had. If she held me down, I wouldn't be able to get up. Olivia whines, and she sets Lizzie off, who starts crying. Emma's hands leave my skin. I listen to her go over to the babies, pick them up and soothe them. After a couple of minutes, they both calm, and I'm overwhelmed by jealousy. Why don't I have that effect on my daughter? Emma returns, and her knuckles work their way into the gaps underneath my shoulder blades. I wince. You've tensed up again. Sorry. I grit my teeth, scrunching up my eyes. Emma repeats the motion again and again, until I'm not sure I can bear it. I bite the inside of my cheek until I draw blood, the sharp, metallic taste distracting me from the pain. Emma's hands move to my neck. They wrap around me like a python, and I suddenly feel vulnerable. I wonder if she could kill me if she were to squeeze in the right place for the right period of time. It's okay, Emma says, sensing my discomfort. You just need to relax. I feel the soft cushion against my cheek, breathe in the lavender fabric conditioner. The tinny music from Emma's phone is starting to irritate me. I've had Thai massages before, but they've never been this hard. I feel sick with the pain. I wonder if it's because I'm more stressed, more tense. Emma says nothing as her hands stretch out the tendons in my neck. She pushes up hard into the bones at the base of my skull. Stars dance in front of my eyes. It's too much. I should say something. I feel my breathing quicken. It's okay, I tell myself. It's okay. I'm about to speak when her hands lift from my skin. I hear her squirting the oil onto her palm, and dread the feel of her hands back on my neck. But instead, she goes to the other end of the sofa and starts running her hands up and down my legs. The movement is smoother, more relaxing. She presses hard, but it isn't as painful. You have more tension in your neck and shoulders than your legs, Emma remarks casually. It's a sign of emotional stress. Right, I say, into the sofa cushion. But I've got a lot of the stress out of the muscles now, so you should feel much better. Thanks, I reply, relieved that the painful part is over. I relax as Emma continues to work on my legs. I take deep breaths and try to empty the thoughts from my mind, focusing on the sensation. I hear a swishing noise, and I'm suddenly aware of my naked skin pressed against the towel. I lift my head to look up. Emma gently pushes it back down. Don't worry, I just adjusted the blind. The blind? I couldn't see properly. Don't worry, no one can see in. When the massage finishes, I sit up, the towel wrapped over my breasts. Was that good? Emma asks. I bet you're much calmer. She brings me a glass of water, and I sip it gratefully. I feel exhausted. Thanks so much, I say. It's no problem at all. That's what friends are for. When I'm rehydrated, I get up to make Emma a cup of tea. It takes all my strength to resist offering her a glass of wine. I need to start controlling myself, for Olivia's sake. I'm sorry that moving in with me didn't work out, she says again. Perhaps after the building work is finished. It's okay. I understand. Despite how painful it was, the massage has made me feel better. How did your interview in London go? Emma asks. Do you think they'll offer you a job? I smile. I hope so. Emma smiles at me encouragingly. You'll have a route out of here soon enough. Back off to start your exciting London life again. I nod, but I can't ignore my mixed feelings about returning to London, particularly returning to the newspaper. I want to move out as soon as I can, I say. I tell Emma about my run-in with Ruth yesterday, how she thinks I'm not a fit mother, how she even put that in a note and sent it through the door. That's shocking, Emma says. I saw the for sale board she's put up outside. You mustn't let her push you out. You have every right to live here. Can you avoid her? Matt needs to see Olivia, so I'll have to see her sometimes. I sigh. The whole thing seems overwhelming. No matter how far away I move, Ruth will always be Olivia's grandmother. If Matt wants to look after Olivia more, then why don't you do it on your terms? What do you mean? Well, Emma says, putting her arm through mine. We should have a girls' night out, a big one. I haven't had a night out for so long. I imagine dancing in a club, forgetting all my worries. Let's do it. We can go to London, Emma says. Make a proper night of it. I smile. I need to forget my responsibilities and enjoy myself for once. Maybe if I just have some time off from the relentless childcare, then I'll feel better about everything. When? I could do Thursday, Emma says. If Matt wants to see more of Olivia, then he can have his chance. He can look after her the whole evening. She grins deviously, and I smile back. Matt has never had to look after Olivia on his own for more than an hour or so. Now he'll be able to see just how hard it is. And I get to have a night out. Finally, I have something to look forward to. I look at my suitcase, mine and my daughter's clothes neatly folded inside, along with a small selection of my daughter's toys. I wanted to let her choose what she wanted to take, but I couldn't. She can't know we're leaving, in case she somehow lets slip to my husband. We have to leave so much of our lives behind in this house. Not just her toys, but the lives we've built for ourselves here. The carefully chosen furniture, the state-of-the-art kitchen, our family pictures. I'm so grateful to have a friend to move in with. Even if we've only ever spoken on the phone, I know she must care about me. You'd only offer up your home to a friend. I've explained everything to her. Everything my husband did to those girls. There's only one option. She's right. I have to leave. I've prepared to move in 2 days' time, when my husband's away at a conference. I've bought an expensive candle for my new friend, as a thank you for letting us move in with her. I borrowed my husband's credit card to buy it. It's only a small risk. He's unlikely to notice until he sees his credit card statement at the end of the month. And I'll be long gone by then. I just need to get her address, and then I'm ready. I won't write it down. I'll memorize it. That way my husband will have no chance of finding it. When I ring the helpline, she picks up on the first ring, and I'm glad it's her on the other end. I tell her I'm packed and ready to leave. Well done, she says. You're doing the right thing. Thank you. I can see you're right now. I can't live with him anymore. I feel overwhelmed with gratitude towards her. She is rescuing me. That's okay. It's a brave decision to make. We'll come to your place on Tuesday, I say. What's your address? There's a silence on the other end of the line, and my heart beats faster. I hold my breath. Finally, she speaks. I think a women's shelter is the best place for you. They have policies and procedures to keep you safe, and the resources to help get you back on your feet. I've looked them up for you. There's one about 5 miles away. The words are worse than a physical blow. What about your place? My voice shakes. I'm sorry, but it just won't work. I was silly to suggest it. You need proper care and protection. Will be no bother, I promise. What if your husband comes after you? I can't protect you from him. But I can't go to a shelter. Why not? I'd wanted to stay with a friend. Somewhere I was welcome and felt safe. Why can't she understand that? I'll be out of place. I won't know anyone. Where else can you go? I don't know. I don't want to change things now. Not when I've got everything planned. We wouldn't need to stay with you for long, just for a few days, then we could find somewhere else. It's against the rules. I'm sorry. She sounds frustrated, but it's my life that's about to be turned upside down, not hers. I don't know what I'm going to do. Look, you have to leave him, she insists. You have to go to the shelter. I reach up and touch my face. My eye smarts from where he hit me this morning. I don't have a choice anymore. I need to leave. Promise me you'll go. She seems genuinely worried for my safety, and for a moment I soften towards her. Perhaps it really is against the rules for me to stay with her. Perhaps she does care. Okay. When? I sigh, resigned. I've run out of options. I'll leave on Tuesday, as planned. Chapter 28. When I wake, I'm surprised to see I've slept for 4 solid hours. I'd been so sure that I wouldn't be able to sleep in the cottage anymore. But exhaustion must have overwhelmed me, The day stretches endlessly ahead of me. I've no idea what to do with myself and Olivia. For once, she's still asleep. I browse through baby groups on my phone. The nearest ones are in Oxford, half an hour away. It doesn't seem worth it. I wish I wasn't alone. If only I'd been able to stay with Emma. It's moments like this that I long for Matt beside me. I check my phone and see I've got a new email. From the editor of the paper. I think of the conversation Emma and I had yesterday. She's right. There is a way out of the mess I'm in. If I could start over again in London, escape the village, I'm sure I'd be happier. I hold my breath as the email loads. It's short and to the point, and it takes me a moment before I realise that it's not what I'm expecting, and the smile slips from my face. The 2 polite lines of text tell me there are no vacancies at the moment, but he'll keep me in mind and wishes me luck. I sigh with disappointment. First Emma, and now this. Yet another door has closed, another escape route blocked. I'm not moving to London any time soon. I'll need to find somewhere else to live. Olivia wakes, and her cries pull me out of my racing thoughts. As I lift her out of her cot, I hear a key in the door. I freeze, looking down at my unwashed pyjamas in alarm. I'm in no state for visitors. "Hello?" I call out, tentatively. I hear voices downstairs. A man and a woman. I'm sure the woman is Ruth. I put Olivia back down in the cot, quickly brush my hair, and run downstairs to the sound of Olivia's screams. Ruth is muttering under her breath as she moves my washing up from last night away from the sink and into the corner. A suited man sits at the kitchen table, fiddling with an expensive camera. She glances at me. "That's the tenant," she says to the man. He holds out his hand to shake mine. "Ryan," he says, "estate agent." "Hi," I say, feeling exposed and vulnerable in my dressing gown. I glare at Ruth. "What's going on?" "Ryan's just here to take a few photos for the listing, and then we'll be out of your way." Anger rises in me, and I flush. They have no right to come into my house early in the morning and take photos without asking. "Could you come back another time? It's not convenient." Ryan's voice is as smooth as silk. "It will only take half an hour." He turns away from me, towards Ruth. "We can get some really good photos of this place. It's rustic, lots of original features. I already have a few buyers on my list who I know will be interested." Olivia's cries from upstairs are getting louder, more urgent. "This isn't a good time," I say. Ruth turns to me. "Do you want me to go and get your daughter?" she says pointedly, glancing at the ceiling, Olivia's screams echoing from above. "I'll go," I say quickly. There's no way she's going near my daughter. Not after the note and the smoke alarm. As I go up the stairs, I can hear snippets of Ruth's conversation with the estate agent. "Volatile," she says. "I'll be glad to be rid of her." I resist the desire to go back down and have it out with her. I pick up Olivia and start her morning feed. Thinking of the mess downstairs, I feel embarrassed that it will be displayed online in the photos on the estate agent's listing, for all to see. When I come back downstairs, Ryan is in my living room, taking pictures. All my photos from the mantelpiece have been taken down, and my picture of the Vietnamese motorcyclist has been put out of sight of the camera. "Where are my photos?" I whisper to Ruth angrily. "In the sideboard in the dining room. They needed to be moved out the way for Ryan." "Why didn't you let me know he was coming round?" She turns and looks me right in the eye. If you won't respect my things, then I won't respect yours. I've always respected your house. Have you? Then why did I find bin bags of my mother's things in the study when I was clearing out the wardrobes? She turns to me, her eyes bitter. It was only opened toiletries, old tights, that kind of thing. Rubbish. Rubbish? She raises an eyebrow. So my mother's belongings are rubbish. No, that's not what I meant. I just wanted a bit of space for my things. My mind is racing. She found her mother's things the same day I found the scarf. Could she have planted it as revenge? That would mean Matt hadn't cheated on me, that he'd been telling the truth all along. When Ruth is gone, I start to put the house back in order. I put the picture of the motorcyclist back up and go over to the wooden sideboard to find my photos. The drawers are overfull, jammed shut, and I struggle to get them open. I see my framed photos have been shoved in carelessly, on top of a pile of other family photographs belonging to Pamela. Curious, I pull out a few. Mostly they are of people I don't recognise in black and white. Weddings, birthdays, grinning faces, long dead. Then I see a familiar face, smiling out from the bottom of the pile in colour. Matt. I pull it out. He's with Sarah, at a circular table, arms around each other, smiling happily. A bride stands behind them, her hands resting on the back of their chairs, beaming into the camera. Matt's sister. They're at Matt's sister's wedding. I gasp. The wedding took place just before Matt and I got together. I remember, because when I first met his sister, she showed us the photos from her honeymoon. Were Matt and Sarah a couple when his sister got married? He told me they'd split up when they were teenagers. But that can't be true. He was with her just before we got together. Why would he lie? Had he two-timed her with me? That would explain why Sarah has always been hovering around Matt since we moved here. They clearly have unfinished business. The job at the surgery, befriending Ruth. Was it all to get closer to him? And eventually it worked. He cheated on me, with her. I swallow. I can hardly believe that just a few hours ago I was starting to believe Matt, to think there might be another explanation, that Ruth might have planted the scarf. I feel sick. Nothing is going my way, and there's no escape. Matt cheated on me, and Ruth wants me out of the house. I can't move in with Emma, and there's no job in London. I'm trapped. I need to get out of the cottage. I can't think straight. I grab Olivia's coat from the hook and push her arms through the sleeves. It's too small, and I can't do up the zip. I find a jumper a few sizes too big for her and put it on over the coat. Olivia squirms as I strap her in the buggy and leave the house, locking the chaos inside. Outside, the air is fresh, and grey clouds are threatening to burst. My trainers pound on the wet pavement as I speed through the streets, hoping to miss the rain. In my rush, I've forgotten my umbrella. The threatened rain comes, and I tilt my face up to the sky, letting the drops bounce over my skin and run down my cheeks like tears. Olivia's pram is getting wet, and the footmuff is already soaking. I pull the canopy over her, so she's partially covered. I hope the rain doesn't seep through into her clothes. Oh, I'm rubbish at this. Rubbish at looking after Olivia. Rubbish at life. I keep walking, as fast as I can. I feel the urgent need to escape, to run away to anywhere but here, outside the confines of the countryside. outside the confines of my family. I walk and walk and walk, faster, faster. Pensioners mill around in the village centre, ignoring me as I weave in and out between them with the buggy. I'm invisible. When I reach the outskirts of the village, I go down tree-lined streets, rows and rows of identical semis with tarmacked driveways. I peer through the windows at the lives inside. A woman ironing, a child playing, a television flickering. Glimpses of domesticity, lives that radiate warmth through the double-glazed windows. This is not my life. This is not me. I need a drink. The welcoming amber glow of a pub window casts light into the heavy air. The sign swings in the wind. I realise I'm starving. I never got round to having breakfast. These days I keep forgetting. I haven't been on the scales lately, but I can feel my clothes getting looser. My jeans hang off me, and my belt is on the tightest setting. A while back, I would have been pleased with this development. But now it worries me. It's not healthy. I'm tired all the time. I need the energy from food, but I can't seem to remember to eat. Or when I do remember, I'm just not hungry. I grab the occasional sandwich here and there, some ready meals from the supermarket. But I have no interest in cooking. Without Matt, I can't seem to maintain any sense of time or routine. The days roll endlessly into each other. Just me and Olivia, battling through, waiting for the time to pass, to when she's old enough to leave home, and I can have my life back. I go into the pub. There must be an office nearby, because inside there are tables of suited men and high-heeled women. I'm an anomaly in my joggers and trainers, and yet again I'm invisible. They're immersed in their chatter, their deals and their sales targets, their banter and their ambition. I'm an aside, a woman alone in a pub with a buggy and a baby. I park the buggy at a table by the window. Olivia's sleeping, so I leave her there, and squeeze past an overflowing table of office workers to get to the bar. "What will it be, love?" "A glass of white wine. Sauvignon, please." I love the way the word sounds on my tongue. It's like I'm trained to say it. Years and years of the same order. The after-work release of a glass of Sauvignon. The dinners in a restaurant with a bottle or two. So many good memories. How could I have ever stopped? I need this. All along, I've needed this. "It's a bottle for £10 on Wednesdays. Do you want to upgrade? A large glass is £6 anyway, so it's not much extra." "Okay," I say, strumming my fingers on the bar agitatedly. I watch as the barman goes to the fridge and pulls out a bottle. I could stop him. I could call him back and ask for just a glass. He places the bottle in front of me and unscrews the cap. "How many glasses?" He's assumed I have company. Of course he has. It's Wednesday lunchtime, and I'm ordering a bottle of wine. "2, I say quickly. I wonder if he's humouring me, if he's seen me coming into the pub on my own with Olivia. "My friend will be arriving shortly. We're meeting for lunch." I've overdone it. Over-explained. He wasn't even asking. But now he looks over to the buggy, and I see a slight rise of his eyebrows. He knows. I need a drink so badly. I don't even care. I tap my card to pay, and then take the bottle in one hand and the glasses in the other. "Thanks," I say cheerfully, as if it's just another day. He's already at the other end of the bar, washing glasses. I make my way back to the table, telling myself I'll only have one glass and then take the rest of the bottle back home. I can have a glass or two this evening, to wind down. I sigh with anticipation as I pour the wine slowly, watching it tumble into the glass and listening to the glug-glug sound of the glass filling. I swirl it round and breathe in deeply through my nose, like a seasoned wine taster, forgetting for a moment I'm just in the local pub. I let the wine sit on my tongue for a moment, feeling the sharp tang of cheap alcohol. I swallow, feeling better already. I look at the people around me. The office workers on the table beside me are already drunk. The conversation has risen to a crescendo of laughter that seems to surround me and Olivia on our lonely island table. But I feel more at home in the pub than in the cottage. I think of Sarah. How pleased she must be, now she's finally got what she wanted. I wonder if Matt will eventually move in with her. I wonder why he hasn't already. Surely he'd prefer to move in with his mistress than his domineering mother. Perhaps she lives too far away. I don't want to think about Matt and Sarah. I just want to enjoy the sensation of the cold wine gliding down my throat. But my curiosity gets the better of me, and I pick up my phone and load up my subscription to a site that tracks the electoral roll. I find Sarah easily. She lives on her own in a flat in the village, one of the new builds that Ruth says ruin the look of the place. I look up the address on Google Maps and then on Street View. It's just an ordinary flat. Going back into the address listing, it tells me who's lived there in the last 20 years. Sarah's been there ages, mostly on her own. But not the whole time. 7 years ago, the year Matt met me. Matt was registered at the address too. Matt was living with her when we first met. He lied to me. Chapter 29. When the doorbell goes late the next afternoon, I know it's Matt. He's looking after Olivia, while Emma and I have our night out. It's an arrangement that works for both of us. Matt gets the access to his daughter, and I get a night off. I'm not sure what I'll say to him. Now I know he's been lying to me from the very beginning of our relationship. The trust between us has completely gone. He should have told me about Sarah right from the start. I open the door hesitantly. Outside, the weather is bleak. The rain pours down behind Matt, a sheet of grey, accentuating his shadow across my doorway. The water droplets in his hair reflect the light. His deep brown eyes bore into mine, and, despite myself, I can't help but feel the familiar surge of affection. But I push the feeling down, remembering the photo of him and Sarah at the wedding. "Come in," I say. He nods and steps into the cottage. He reaches over to hug me awkwardly, and as we embrace, I breathe in the scent of his wet leather jacket, his aftershave. His face is close to mine, his breath hot on my cheek. I want to bury my face in his neck, to forget everything, but I can't. "I brought some toys." He holds up the carrier bag in his hand. "You shouldn't have." I should offer him a drink, but I don't. He knows where the coffee is. I leave him with Olivia while I go to get ready. Upstairs, I strip and critique my body in the mirror. It's far from perfect. I've lost weight, and yet my stomach still protrudes over the top of my knickers. My breasts sag. I run my hands over the white stretch marks that curve over my stomach and thighs. I reach into the cupboard, take out a dress, and pull it on over my head. It looks dowdy, mumsy, too long, too floral. I take it off and take out another one. shorter, silvery. It looks good. I look good. I smile at myself in the mirror, and then pout, projecting a confidence that belongs to someone else. I do my makeup quickly and go back down the stairs to the living room. Matt looks me up and down. "You look beautiful," he says. "Matt, don't." "Claire." "You know where everything is?" I say. I point to the pile of sheets I've placed on the floor by the TV. "The sheets for the sofa bed are over there." "Can't I just sleep in our bed?" "No, you can't. I'm sleeping there when I'm back. There's food in the fridge, or you can order takeaway. Bottle of wine in the fridge." "Mum was right. You're drinking again." "It's none of your business." "It is my business. You're my wife. I'm worried about you." I feel a flush of shame. He can see through me, see that I'm struggling. He reaches out to touch my shoulder. "It's okay. It must be hard for you on your own. Listen, I could move back in here for a bit. It doesn't have to be forever. Just for a little while, to help you out with Olivia and get you back on your feet." A part of me desperately wants to say yes. After all, I still love him. But I can't ignore all the lies he's told me. "No, Matt." My words sit heavy in the air between us. "I've got to go and meet Emma," I say. "Claire, you'll be careful, won't you? With alcohol?" "Of course. I'll just have 1 or 2 drinks. I won't go overboard." He reaches out, embracing me. "You promise?" "Yes." For a moment, I let myself lean into his strong chest. I feel tears welling up in my eyes. I long to stay in his arms forever, to pretend everything's okay. But I can't. I pull away. I get a taxi over to Emma's. She's waiting for me outside her flat, shivering in a short skirt and thin coat, umbrella held up against the rain. As she scoots into the car, I notice how her necklace and earrings perfectly match her shoes and bag. "You look gorgeous," I say. "You too! I love the dress." I touch the shiny material of my dress and realize it's risen up, small creases forming over my stomach. I tug at it self-consciously, pulling it down. We jump out of the taxi at the station and buy our tickets from the machine. We chat as we cross the bridge to the platform. The train pulls in as we're on our way down the stairs. "Come on," Emma says. "It will be ages till the next one." She takes the steps 2 at a time, her heels click-clacking as she runs, her bag bouncing up and down on her shoulder. I stumble behind her, trying to keep pace, my ankle still not quite recovered from when I fell in the loft. Emma gets to the bottom of the steps as the train doors start beeping, about to shut. She slips inside, holding her skinny arm between the doors so they stay open for me. They almost close on her, but she pushes them further apart so there is a small gap that I can squeeze through. We both laugh, breathless, ignoring the other passengers and their feigned indifference. We weave through the carriage to 2 seats together at the other end and sink down into them. The bright lights overhead highlight the imperfections on the faces around us. Shadowed eyes, concealed spots, smeared mascara, dandruff. There are 2 groups on the train tonight. Tired commuters with headphones and sunken eyes, and the 20-somethings on their way into London for the evening, makeup still fresh, eyes not yet glazed. Emma pulls a vodka bottle out of a Sainsbury's bag, with a smile. "I thought we could preload." I raise my eyebrows. "Seriously?" I laugh, but there's nothing I want more than to take the alcohol from her and feel the burn in my throat. "Drinks in the pub are expensive, and I want to have a big night. Don't you? I need to let my hair down." I do too. I try not to think about the promise I made Matt earlier. Yeah, you do! After everything that's happened. Emma opens the bottle and takes a swig. The suited man across from us looks up from his newspaper. Pass it here, then. I grasp the cold bottle between my hands, lift the neck to my mouth, and take a gulp. The spirit stings as I swallow, but it feels great. We're free, Emma says. Is Matt staying the night? Yes, on the sofa bed. So both of us have zero parental responsibility. Tonight, we're not mothers. We're people. I smile. Emma is right. Without Olivia, I can be myself. She takes another swig and passes it to me. Cheers to that, I say, as I lift the bottle. The music pulses through my body. I can feel the vibrations in my bones. My heart beats faster as I let the beat overcome me. I close my eyes and absorb the sound, lifting one hand high in the air, the other clasping my beer. I throw my head back, feeling my hair sway from side to side against my neck. Emma dances opposite me, weaving in and out, towards me, then away again. I know this song. It's one of my favourites. I shout out the chorus to Emma, and she sings it back. I'm on air. Free. Free of Matt and all his lies. Free of my screaming baby. I'm not a mum tonight. I'm myself. The woman I want to be. I grab Emma's hand and swing her round, feeling elated. My arm knocks into someone. Cold skin. Before I know it, I knock into someone else. I feel my heels slip on the floor, and I stumble to the left and laugh. My wrist is wet. I must have spilt my drink. I laugh again. I am drunk. I am free. I'm going to feel rubbish in the morning, but I don't care. This evening, this moment, belongs to me. Dizzy and sweaty and out of control. I look at my watch. The hands are blurry and I try to focus. It's dark in here, and I pull it closer to my face, holding it up to the strobe lights. It's 11:30. I should really text Matt and let him know I'll be home later than planned. There aren't many trains after midnight, but there is a bus. I unzip my bag and ferret around for my phone. I feel the cold plastic. There it is. I hold it close to my face to enter the passcode. It doesn't work. Fat fingers. I try again, stabbing at the digits. Still doesn't work. I try one more time before I give up, chucking my phone back into my bag. Why do I even care about Matt? He wasn't thinking about me when he was cozying up with Sarah. I look up and realise I'm on my own. Where's Emma? A tap on my shoulder, and I turn my head. My vision blurs, the strobe lights dance crazily, and I think I might lose my balance. Emma! Emma's lips move, but all I can hear is the beat of the music. My head hurts with the effort of trying to lip read. Emma leans in closer and shouts in my ear, spittle landing on my cheek. Do you want another drink? I still have a beer bottle in my hand. I tip it up and hold it to my mouth. The last few drops slip down my throat. Yes! I shout back. She turns and heads away from me as the DJ changes the song. The first few beats trigger a memory of university. It was my all-time favourite song when I was 18. I shout out the lyrics to whoever is around me. I feel arms wrap around my waist from behind, and a man grinding against me. I turn my head slightly to see his face. His beard grazes my neck as he leans down as if to kiss me. I turn my head around and move to the music, then wriggle free and away from him. The room is spinning. Or am I spinning? Maybe both. I giggle. Who cares? Another man appears and starts dancing opposite me, copying my movements. They are caving in on me. I'm vulnerable, drunk. His face is a blur. 2 of him, then 3. I need to slow down. I need the toilet. I'm going to be sick. Where are the toilets? I stumble across the dance floor, unable to keep my footing in my heels. No one moves to let me pass, and I knock into people and push others aside. The bodies are getting closer and closer together, crammed into the space, moving as one in time to the music. I keep going, as the crowd gets denser. The dance floor goes on forever. I thought the toilets were this way, but now I'm not so sure. I bump into something hard and reach out to touch my head where I banged it. I've walked into my own reflection in the mirror that runs the length of the wall. I stare at myself. My eyes are bloodshot, and I lift my hand to my smudged mascara. The reflection follows. It's really me. I look a mess. My pretty silver dress has a long wet patch working its way from my stomach down my leg. Behind me, the dance floor convulses. I need to find the toilets. I look round and see the neon sign on the other side of the room. I start heading back the way I came. Where does the dance floor end? The DJ plays a bigger beat, and the club has become a mass of moving limbs, bouncing into each other as they move left, right, up, down. Gaps between bodies open and then close again. I need to get out, to get to the toilet. People spin around in all directions. Sweaty limbs brush against me, and the heat and the noise is too much. I walk as straight as I can, stumbling as I bounce off one body after another. I push harder. I need to get out. I knock into someone and pause to watch his beer bottle lift out of his hand and tumble down, beer fountaining over his trousers and white trainers. His angry face glares, his lips move aggressively. I can't hear him above the music. I look away. Where's the exit? Oh, the music's so loud. Where am I going anyway? Don't I like this song? Should I dance? The toilet. I need the toilet. I keep going, not sure if I'm going the right way or just walking round in circles. Students in jeans and t-shirts swig from beer bottles as they watch 2 girls kiss. Haven't I seen them before? Yes. This is the wrong way. I turn and head the other way. I barge through the centre of a hen party, dancing haphazardly around their bags. The hen has a sash round her, and horns. Her dress is stained. Her mother dances beside her, swigging from a bottle of Prosecco. My foot catches something. A bag strap. I'm flying through the air, and then landing. A soft body breaks my fall, and hands claw at me before the girl falls over into the person next to her, and clubbers fall like dominoes. I laugh from my viewpoint on the floor. Sudden pain. My foot. My bad ankle is twisted at an improbable angle. It should hurt more than it does. I laugh to myself. I'm lucky. A girl is limping towards me. She's shouting, but there's no way anyone could hear her above the music. It's the bridesmaid from the hen party. She retrieves her handbag from the floor beside me and glares, her face close to mine. Bitch! She spits in my face. There's too much going on. Too many people. Too much noise. Too much everything. I try to stand up, but my legs crumple beneath me. I put my hand on the sticky floor and push myself up. I wobble and nearly go over again. Why did I wear these heels? Emma appears beside me with a bottle of wine. Are you all right? She asks. Yeah, I'm fine, I say, swaying. Drink up! It will make you feel better. She hands me the bottle, and the weight of it makes me stumble off balance. Wine spills over my arm and dress. I lift my arm to my mouth and lick off the alcohol. Emma holds my elbow to steady me, takes the bottle from me and swigs it, wine dripping into her cleavage. I reach out my hand to take it back. Emma puts the neck of the bottle to my lips and tips it up. The alcohol cascades into my mouth faster than I can swallow and spills over my dress. I laugh, not caring. I haven't gone. I couldn't in the end. The shelter wasn't the right place for us. I'm still planning to leave, but I want to take time to find the right place to go to. I'm thinking of a B&B in Scotland, far away from my life here. It will just take me a bit of time to arrange. I phone the helpline. I want to say goodbye. I want to tell her that my daughter and I are going to be okay. I've got it all figured out. And I want to thank her. Hello? I can hear the surprise in her voice. I guess she thought that once we'd left, I wouldn't need to ring. It's me. Are you at the shelter? No. Why not? You need to leave. It's not safe. I hear the alarm in her voice, and remember that she does care about me. I'm fine. Don't worry. I'm still going to leave. I just need a bit of time to find somewhere. Not a shelter. Somewhere a bit nicer. You can't do that. You need to leave now. Honestly, we'll be fine. Listen to me. You need to leave this evening. You're not safe anymore. Not now you've been through his study. Not now you know what he's done. If he finds out, you'll be in trouble, and who knows what he'll do to you then? I feel a familiar fear rise in me. What if she's right? What if he really hurts me? What if he hurts my daughter? I haven't found somewhere to go yet. The excuse sounds feeble. I was supposed to leave 2 days ago. I'd promised her. You have to go to the shelter tonight. If you want to go to a B&B after, I'm sure they'll help you. But you need to get yourself and your daughter out of that house as soon as possible. Perhaps she's right. It can't be that bad at the shelter. I must protect my daughter. Okay, I say. I'll leave tonight. I hear her sigh of relief. Do you promise? Yes. Okay. Well, leave as soon as you can, before your husband gets home. Don't stay a moment longer. I will do. You're doing the right thing. Thank you, I say. Without you, I don't think I could do this. I feel an overwhelming surge of gratitude towards her. She's helped me escape. I hear a gulp on the other end of the line, and I realize I've upset her. Can I still call you if I need to? I ask. I don't want to lose our friendship. I've come to rely on her. She means so much to me now. You can always ring, she says. Anytime. Chapter 30. My cheek is cold. I shiver, reaching out to pull the covers over me, but my hand meets colder air. I adjust my position, turning my head. I moan. Everything hurts. Every limb. My cheek feels like it's rubbing against sandpaper. I wince as I try to move my head. It feels bruised and heavy. I should open my eyes, but I don't want to. I can feel the light beating on the backs of my eyelids, and I don't want to face it. It must be morning. Why is the light so bright? Where's Olivia? It's cold. So cold. I just want to go back to sleep. I try to turn over again, and my elbow hits something hard. I open my eyes slowly. I'm outside, lying on stone steps. I must still be dreaming. Maybe if I let myself doze off, then I'll wake up again back in my own bed. I lie still, cold stone against my cheek, my limbs hugging myself, in the fetal position, my muscles stiff. I touch my cheek. Wetness. Blood? Tears? Have I been crying? I can smell sour milk. My breasts are heavy. I've leaked over my dress and the step, and now the two are stuck together. I pull at the edges of my dress gently until it comes away, taking some of the dust with it. What's happened? Where am I? Painfully, I ease myself into a sitting position. My ankle throbs, and I can see it's swollen. I'm in a huge stone doorway. In front of me, a short driveway leads to a road. I shiver. I'm not wearing my coat. I look around and see it behind me, wedged against the wall. I must have used it as a pillow. My vision is fuzzy. The daylight is too bright. I stand, leaning on the stone wall for support. I'm so thirsty. My knees buckle. I press my hands against the wall to pull myself back up and straighten my dress. It has a long dark stain running down the front. When I run my hands over the back, they come off covered in dirt. What's happened to me? My coat is filthy, but I shake it and shrug it on. It's freezing cold. I need a bath. I need to get home. Where am I? Where's Olivia? I stumble down the steps, turn around, and look behind me. A church. I've slept in a church doorway. I was out with Emma. I was enjoying myself. I cringe as I remember the feel of the alcohol cascading down my throat. Then what? Nothing. Darkness. I blacked out, just like the old days. I'm a mother now. I can't behave like this. I don't want to think about it now. I just need to get home to Olivia and Matt. My handbag is back at the top of the steps, in the corner of the church doorway. I wince as I put weight on my ankle to climb the steps. Then I reach down and undo my shoes. It's freezing, but it's easier to walk in my tights than in heels with my bad ankle. I unzip my handbag. Purse, phone, door keys, makeup. Everything's here. I check inside my purse. All my bank cards are there, plus a £20 note. I haven't been mugged. I've done this to myself. I look at my watch. The face is scratched from sleeping on the steps. The hands say 8 o'clock. That can't be right. I pull my phone out of my bag. Dead. I have no idea where I am. I walk unsteadily down the driveway, shoes in my hand, bag over my shoulder. I run my other hand over my hair. It's one enormous tangle. My tights are torn. I should call a taxi, but I have no phone battery left. I get to the road and look both ways. Houses seem to go on for miles. I choose left and start walking. My feet tear through my tights and collect dirt and tiny stones from the pavement. I can hardly feel my toes. They're so numb. I have to get home. I pass a man and ask him for directions to the nearest station or bus stop. I'm too ashamed to ask him where I am. He looks me up and down before he reluctantly tells me to turn right at the end of the road. I see the red and blue sign of the Underground in the distance. I'm still in London. I haven't even made it back to Oxford. Suited commuters are streaming into the station. Confirmation that it's morning. I've been apart from Olivia for a whole night. My breasts ache, full of milk. I feel horribly guilty. I peer at the sign on the station. Leighton, East London. I go inside the cab office next to the station. "How much to Paddington?" I ask. I can't face the tube during rush hour, but I can get the train from Paddington. It should be quieter going out of London. 60, the woman behind the desk says. "And it will be an hour's wait. All our drivers are out." I can't wait. I need to get home now. I'll have to take the tube. In the cramped carriage, a woman in a trouser suit eyes my ripped tights and short dress warily. An older woman to my right shuffles away from me, placing her hand over the top of her handbag. A young man sniffs and then coughs. The alcohol is sweating out of me. A wave of shame washes over me. I think of Olivia. I think of how angry Matt will be, how I've proved his mother right, how I've let myself down. I feel the tears welling up, and I let them tumble down my face. I cling to the handrail as the train lurches out of the platform. If I was freezing before, now I feel hot and sweaty and sick. Each jerk brings a fresh wave of nausea. I want to get off, rest for a bit, but I know I need to get home to Olivia. I feel vomit rise in my throat, and I swallow it back down. I look at the red line snaking across the tube map above me. I try to count the stops, but the mental effort exhausts me and makes me feel more sick. I close my eyes and try not to think. Instead, I focus on the patches of light floating around on the backs of my eyelids. They are all sorts of colours. Red, yellow, blue. Focus. Focus on the blackness of your eyelids. Focus on trying not to vomit. Focus on staying upright. Focus on not collapsing. Focus on not crying. It doesn't work, and I can't stop the tears running steadily down my face. I wipe my eyes with the back of my hand. A long streak of mascara comes off onto my hand. Around it, there's a pale patch of skin where the tears have rubbed off the dirt. My tongue feels like sandpaper. My nose is clogged. I sniff loudly. I don't have a tissue. Commuters tut around me, shuffling and rearranging newspapers. I hear movement in the carriage around me as people reposition themselves nearer the doors. Then I feel a rush of air as the carriage doors open. I don't move or open my eyes. I let people push past me to get off the train, then let others push past me to get on. The doors beep, and then whoosh closed. One stop down. Many, many more to go. Chapter 31. I can hear Olivia screaming on the other side of the door as I fumble around in my bag for my key. I know I had it at the church, but I can't seem to find it. I tip my handbag upside down, and the contents spill onto the doorstep and into the flower bed. Oyster card, coins, wallet, house keys. There they are. I put the key in the lock as Matt opens the door. Claire. I expect him to be furious, but he wraps his arms around me, holding me close. Where have you been? He asks, his voice concerned. I collapse into his embrace, leaning against him for support. I don't know, I say, tears running down my cheeks. You don't know? Are you okay? His hands run through my hair. It's dusty, tangled, dirty. I need to see Olivia. She's crying. She's okay, don't worry. I hear a strangled sob, and it takes a moment before I realize it's from me. I drop my shoes onto the floor and push past Matt into the living room. Olivia is on her playmat, and I lean over and sweep her into my arms. I feel dizzy, but I hold her close and smother her with kisses. Slowly, her screams quieten before stopping altogether. "Be careful, Claire," Matt says. He prizes Olivia gently from my arms. "Why don't you sit down and hold her?" I want to protest, but I'm exhausted. I sink down into the sofa. Matt sits beside me and holds Olivia up to me. "Do you want a cup of tea?" "Yes, please." I take Olivia, and she starts rooting for my breast. My instinct to feed her takes over. I pull up my dress and hold my nipple to her, and she sucks eagerly. I am grubby even under my clothes. My stomach has a grey, sooty line across it. What's happened to me? Matt comes in with the tea. "Are you sure you should do that?" he asks. "Why?" My brain is foggy. "I can smell the drink on you, Claire." I look at Olivia and feel a sudden, unfamiliar surge of affection. I never want to let go. "Let me take her for a bit," Matt says. "Drink your tea, then have a shower. It will make you feel better." I reluctantly let him lift Olivia out of my arms, and then I pick up my tea. The thought of a shower exhausts me. I just want to sleep. I feel my eyes start to close. "Are you okay?" Matt asks from far away. "You're spilling your drink." I feel his hand wrap around mine and take the tea away. When I wake up, I'm still on the sofa, still in my dress, covered in a blanket. I can hear Matt on the phone in the kitchen. It takes a while to remember what happened. Emma, drinking, dancing, church steps. Matt comes in. "You're awake?" "Looks like it." I manage a half smile. I feel like death. "What happened?" Matt asks, his voice steeped in concern. "I don't know." "You don't know?" "No. I woke up in London. I can't explain it. I suppose I must have had too much to drink. I'm sorry." I feel the flush of shame. There have been other nights like this. Big black abysses of memory. I remember what my counsellor told me. You're never a recovered alcoholic. The addiction will always be there. It's always inside you, waiting to get out. Last night, I stupidly gave in to it. "Where in London? Were you with someone?" "No," I say quickly. "It wasn't that." I can't bring myself to tell him I slept in a church doorway. Matt strokes my hair, and then pulls his hand away, holding a dried leaf between his fingers. "How did this get here?" "I don't know." "I was so worried, Claire." I swallow back tears. I can't lean on Matt. We're not together anymore. "You can go, if you like," I say. But I don't want him to go. I want to be here with him. "I think you need me. Besides, I've cancelled all my appointments for today." "Oh, you had work. I'm so sorry." "It's okay, Claire. You're more important. You're my wife." Why is he being so nice to me? I don't deserve this. "Was that who you were on the phone to just now? Clients?" "No, I was on the phone to the police, letting them know you were safe." "The police? Why?" "You were missing. I was worried." "I'm so sorry," I say, ashamed. "I called the police 5 times. I'd spoken to Emma and she didn't know where you were. We were both so worried." "You didn't need to call the police." "I couldn't get them to look for you anyway. You hadn't been missing long enough." "Oh, They said you were probably out drinking. I'm so sorry. I was scared, Claire. It reminded me of the last time you went missing. You know what happened. I'd never been more scared in my life than when they found you. I don't want to think about who I was back then. I was found at the top of the multi-story car park, staring over the edge, ready to jump. I wouldn't do that, not anymore. But I wonder if I would. What am I capable of? I had to tell them about it. Did you? I don't want the police to know that. I wonder if it will get back to social services, if they'll add it to their growing file of evidence that I'm a bad mother. It was the only way I could get them to listen. They didn't take it seriously until I told them. Then they were concerned. And Claire, I was worried, too. I thought you might have... I wouldn't, I say. But you have been depressed. I just thought... I'm fine. The lie tastes bitter on my tongue. But you're not fine, Claire. You're not at all fine. He leans towards me. Your cheek is scratched. He reaches out to touch it and runs his fingers gently over the graze. He looks into my eyes. I can help you. I want his help. I want it so much, but I can't admit it. I don't need help, I say, averting my eyes. At least let me clean that graze, and help you get the dirt out of your hair. I'm so tired, I say, my vision blurring again. Let's clean you up, and put you to bed. I'm so exhausted that I give in. I'm leaving this morning, with my daughter. I couldn't face leaving last night. I wanted one more night in my house, in my own bed, before I entered the chaos of a shelter. I have everything ready. My packed suitcase is by the door. I've tidied the house, mopped the kitchen floor. Even after everything he's done, I don't feel I can leave my husband alone in an untidy house. He can't stand it when anything is out of place. Now is the time. He's left for the office and won't be back until the evening. I go to the cupboard and pull out my suitcase and put it by the door. I look round the house one last time. I'll miss it. The quiet street, with the big houses that I'd always longed to live in. I'd thought this was the life I wanted. I'd thought that this was my happy ever after. When my husband whisked me off my feet and helped me escape my controlling family, I'd finally felt safe. The house was a new beginning. My own little family. But now it's time to go. When I go into my daughter's room, she's sitting quietly on the floor, thumbing through a book. I sit down beside her and stroke her hair. This room is everything I didn't have as a child. A bookshelf full to bursting with books. Bright yellow walls with a flowered border. A toy box with every kind of toy. I wonder if she'll miss it. I wonder if she'll even remember. My daughter senses something before I do. She freezes, her fingers suddenly still on the page of the book. Footsteps. The light changes in the room, a shadow across the door. My husband, holding my suitcase. He puts it down on the floor beside me and takes every item out one by one, holding each up in turn and examining it, before dropping it back to the floor. About a week's worth here, he says, conversationally, as if it doesn't matter at all. My eyes meet my daughter's, and I don't know whether to hug her close or tell her to run away, run as fast as she can. She gets the message, jumping up and leaving the room. His face is in front of me, right up close to mine. His breath is ragged and angry. Where did you think you were going? Chapter 32. I lie in the bath, staring at the blue-black bruises that litter my arms and legs. I run my hands over them and wince. I let my head sink under the water, my hair fanning out around me. I want to wash myself clean of everything I've done. I want to scrub away my addiction to alcohol. I want to scrub away my postnatal depression. I want to scrub away myself. But no matter how many times I wash, I can't seem to get clean. The graze on my cheek seems to produce more dirt with each minute that passes. Small bits of grit easing themselves out of the wound. My hair is no longer caked in dust from the church steps, but despite repeated washing, it still feels thick and tacky. The dirt is coming from the inside, from my very core, seeping out of me into the world. Matt's downstairs, going through the kitchen cupboards and removing all the alcohol. I listen to the bottles clink as he gathers them, hear him opening the door and throwing them into the recycling bin. This is the second time in our lives he's had to do this for me, to protect me from myself. I pull myself out of the bath. My limbs feel heavy, and I wrap the towel around me. I hear Matt shut the front door and start playing with Olivia, chatting to her. I dress and go downstairs to find him reading her a story. She stares up at him adoringly. She never looks at me like that. When she looks at me, I only see need in her eyes, for milk, for a cuddle, for a nappy change. I lean against the wall and let Matt's voice wash over me. If only I could ignore everything else and just concentrate on the love Matt feels for Olivia and the pleasure of my little family. Matt insists that he gets Olivia ready for bed. I listen to him run her bath, give her her milk, and settle her in the cot as I lie on the sofa. I put my phone on to charge beside me. When it loads up, it starts to beep incessantly, updating me on another voicemail or text from the early hours of this morning. Matt and Emma had tried to call me over and over. I can't bear to listen to the messages now. I feel so ashamed of my behaviour. I put the phone on silent and rest my head back against the sofa cushions. Matt comes back down, sits beside me, and starts stroking my hair. He puts on a film, but neither of us can concentrate.
"Claire," Matt says gently, "is now a good time to talk about what's been going on?"
I sigh, feeling too fragile for this conversation. I just want a few more moments with the comfort of his hand on my hair, pretending all of this never happened. I don't want to talk about it. I turn the volume up on the film. I'm not watching.
"I just want to understand what's bothering you."
I can't face this on my own anymore. I lean into Matt's warm torso and let everything out. I tell him how there are still noises in the night, that in the day my possessions move around. I tell him that I thought it was just me at first, just my anxiety, a symptom of my postnatal depression. But then I received the note saying I didn't deserve our daughter. Now I know it's not all in my head, and that's worse.
"The note you thought my mother sent?"
"Yes," I say, looking uncertainly into his eyes, unsure he'll ever believe me. "She did send it." Matt pales.
"She wouldn't do something like that. I know she wouldn't. It's probably someone just messing around, kids even."
"It's more than that, Matt. The other day I found the smoke alarm from Olivia's bedroom in the loft. Someone had taken it out of her room and put it there. Your mother has a key. Who else would do that?" Matt looks alarmed.
I don't know. I really don't know. Are you saying you think my mother's trying to hurt you?"
"Sometimes I think she's trying to hurt me. Sometimes I think she's just trying to scare me."
She can be difficult sometimes, but I really don't think—
And when you think about the other things that have happened lately, Olivia falling into the pond—
That was an accident, Claire. You can't possibly be accusing my mother of that. My thoughts jumble. He's right. That doesn't make sense. Ruth might want to scare or even hurt me, but she would never deliberately harm Olivia. What about the bruises on her legs? I ask. Matt frowns. But he stops, unsure of himself. Perhaps one of us handled her a bit too roughly. There haven't been any more bruises, have there? No, I say. But I don't feel safe here. I can see Matt thinking intently, deliberating over whether to finally believe me, or dismiss me as an exhausted woman with depression and an overactive imagination. I can move back in. Protect you. As much as I desperately want him to move back in, I can tell he's still not convinced. He thinks I need protecting from myself, not someone else. And he lied to me about Sarah. I don't know, Matt. Why not? I sigh. I don't know who to trust anymore, and that includes you. I'm your husband. I laugh bitterly. That doesn't make you innocent. What about you and Sarah? Claire, I've told you, there's nothing going on. I can't just take your word for that. You haven't offered me any explanation. When it comes to Sarah, all you do is lie. The weight of my words hits me as I realize the truth of them. I know I shouldn't take him back. I'm not having an affair with Sarah. I've told you so many times. Why won't you believe me? Because of all the other lies. What lies? About your past. I know you and Sarah were in a relationship just before we got together. I found a photo of the two of you at your sister's wedding. I know you were living together back then. Oh, he says. A flicker of emotion crosses his face. Guilt? I can explain. Go on then. About a year before we met, Sarah contacted me out of the blue. Her sister had died of a brain hemorrhage. They thought it was a result of her accident years before. Sarah wanted me to come back for the funeral. I softened slightly. And you came back? Of course I did. I had to. I felt so guilty about the way I'd treated her, and it was such a long time since I'd seen her. I'd tried to put her out of my mind. I'd run away to university and left her alone to care for her sister. Tears well up in Matt's eyes. What happened? She told me she wanted to get back together. I was overwhelmed by coming back. I knew I shouldn't have left her the way I did. I thought I owed it to her to try again. It sounds awful, but without her sister to care for, I thought we might have a chance. But it didn't work out. No. Too much time had passed. We were different people. Older. She seemed, I don't know, more subdued. She wasn't the ambitious, fun teenager I remembered. It didn't last long. Then I left again, suddenly and without warning. I behaved badly, I know. She was upset, but I knew it wouldn't last. I came back to London. And then I met you. When you were still with her? No. But she found it hard to let go. Did you sleep with her when you were with me? No, I didn't. I didn't get in contact with her again. I ignored her calls and messages, and I moved on. To you. I'd never met anyone like you before. I forgot all about her. I see. I feel a flicker of pity for Sarah. Matt treated her appallingly, but the feeling of relief is stronger. All those years ago. He chose me, not her. I didn't speak to her again until Mum invited her to lunch. It stirred up a lot inside me. Guilt, mainly. And now? I hardly dare ask the question. I'm not sure I want to hear the answer, but I need to know. Be honest, Matt. Have you slept with her since we moved here? No. I promise. He squeezes my hand. You hardly ever spent time with me. You were always with her. You're right. I'm sorry. I did spend too much time with her. At work. And after work, sometimes. I should have been at home with you. I see that now. It felt like you weren't thinking of me at all. I didn't mean to hurt you. I got so caught up in everything. It's been so long since I've seen Sarah, and there was so much in the past that we'd never talked about. I wanted to put things right. But that was all we did. Talk. We were trying to come to terms with how things had turned out. She's a nice person, Claire, and I wanted to make things up to her. But I didn't sleep with her. You've got to believe me. I look at him. He's completely straight-faced. His eyes stare at me, hopeful. Okay, I say, trying to digest everything he said. My mind's spinning. There's one other thing. How did Sarah's scarf get under our bed? I've been thinking and thinking about this, he says, but I have no idea how that scarf got there. His deep brown eyes stare at me intently. I believe him. Someone left the scarf there, but it wasn't Matt. I'm sure he's telling the truth. Chapter 33. Before dinner, I make myself listen to the messages on my phone. Most are from last night, but Emma has also been trying to get through to me today. I know I should call her back, but I really can't face her. I'm so embarrassed. I start to compose a text to tell her I'm fine but hungover, when my phone starts vibrating in my hand. Miriam. Why on earth would she be calling? I haven't heard from her since we met in Oxford. I don't want to speak to her now. There's too much going on in my head. An alert comes through to say she's left a voicemail. When I listen to it, she says she's just returning my call and to ring her back. I feel sick. I have no memory of phoning her. I swallow and check my call records. There it is. At 3 a.m, I called Miriam. During the hours I can't remember. I've no idea why I rang her, or what I said. I was so drunk that perhaps I clicked call by mistake and cancelled it immediately. I go back into the record to check. That can't be right. It says I was on the phone for 5 minutes to her. At 3 a.m. I feel sick. My phone buzzes in my hand. Miriam again. I swipe across to cancel the call. I can't face talking to her now. For once, Matt and I sit down to a peaceful dinner, Olivia sleeping soundly upstairs. Are you feeling better? He asks. A little. I still feel grubby, and I have a headache, and I can't stop worrying about what happened last night. But I'm glad Matt and I have finally managed to talk without Ruth interfering. It will be okay, he says. I hope so. I can't stop thinking about the scarf. What's the matter? I'm just thinking about the scarf. Who do you think put it there? He frowns. I don't know. It could easily be your mother. She was in the bedroom that day, clearing out Pamela's clothes. Matt frowns. I don't know. Or Sarah? She could have planted it because she wanted you back. It seems unlikely, even to me. I'm convinced it's Ruth. Sarah wouldn't do something like that. Well, someone put the scarf under the bed, and someone sent the note. Someone close to us. Matt hesitates for a second. Emma? He says. She's the only other person who comes to the house. I laugh. She's my closest friend. Why on earth would she do it? I've no idea. He sighs. Maybe you were right the first time, he says sadly. Maybe I've been wrong about Mum. Perhaps she's been trying to set me and Sarah up. She always invites Sarah to the house, pushing us together. She knows Sarah will never leave the village. She wouldn't drag me away to London, away from her. Ruth could have planted the scarf to split us up, then sent the note to force me out of the house and get me out of your life. I don't know. Perhaps I can believe the scarf, but the note... It just seems a step too far, even for her. But if you like, I can ask her about it. Help us get to the bottom of who sent it. I raise my eyebrows. It's hard to imagine him confronting Ruth. Look, Claire, why don't you let me move back in? I can look after you. We can work out what's going on together. I hesitate, but only for a moment. I want to be with Matt and be a family again. After all, he hasn't cheated on me. If Matt was here, I wouldn't be so afraid, and then I wouldn't need to drink to get to sleep. We can give it a go, I say. Matt beams at me. I can go over to Mum's and get my stuff now. Matt. I stop him. It will only be for a little while. I can't live here long term. I want to move. I just want us to be together, he says. Whatever it takes. We don't have to stay here in this house. I feel a weight lifting as Matt reaches out and touches my arm. I hate it here, I admit. Matt grips my hand. I just want us to be a family again. We can move wherever you want. Out of this house. Out of this village, if you like. Even back to London. I could commute to the surgery each day. I don't mind. I just want you and Olivia to be happy. I nod, overwhelmed with relief. I love you, Matt. He takes my hand in his touch sending a shiver through my body. Reaching out, he strokes the graze on my cheek. I love you too, Claire. I cling to him. I look up and meet his eyes, and he runs his hand through my hair. His lips meet mine, and I open my mouth to his kiss, letting myself go, completely absorbed by him. I feel his hands running over my body, and suddenly, I want him. We strip each other's clothes off quickly, and soon he's pushing inside me urgently. My nails dig into his back, and I grip him as if I'll never let him go. It's over too soon, and instead of feeling relaxed, I feel unsettled. I wonder if I've forgiven Matt too quickly. I worry that something's still not right between us. My phone rings. It's Emma, again. I've been too embarrassed to answer her calls, ashamed of going missing. I force myself to answer the phone and go into the living room, away from Matt. Claire! I'm so glad I got hold of you. I was worried about you. I'm sorry, I say. And Matt was really panicking. He thought you were missing. But don't worry, I didn't tell him anything. My chest tightens. Tell him anything about what? About the guy. Graham, was it? I don't know whether to choose yes or no as the answer. Right. You don't remember, do you? Gosh, Claire, you were so far gone. My heart sinks. Did I leave the club with him? I remember dancing with men, their bodies close to mine on the crowded dance floor. I rack my brains to try and recall more, but my memory is a black hole. Yeah, I just left you guys to it, but when Matt kept calling, I had to cover for you. I said I didn't know where you were. That's why I've been trying to get hold of you. I wanted to check we were telling the same story, and to check you were all right, of course, and to hear all about Graham. My mind flashes back to the church doorstep. My dress was hiked up when I woke. Did I have sex? I can feel the bile rising in my throat. There's nothing to say, I tell her. My mind's racing. Would we have used a condom? I don't remember seeing one lying around on the church steps. It's only about 18 hours since I might have slept with him. There's still time to get the morning after pill. Look, Emma, I have to go. Matt's here. Okay, well, let's have a play date soon. And don't worry, I won't let anything slip to Matt. I hang up the phone, run to the toilet, and throw up. My vision is blurry, and I don't have time to move before I see his fist coming towards me and feel it making contact with my cheekbone. I hear the crunch of the impact, feel my cheek splitting in two. A second punch lands across my left ear, and I fall backwards against my daughter's bookshelf. Punch after punch after punch, until the pain of each impact is indistinguishable from the last. My body is not my own anymore, just a mass of sensation. He doesn't care. I've told him I'm leaving him, and he is making sure I can't. It doesn't matter to him if I live or die. I can only see out of one eye now. I focus on the doorway. If I can slide across the floor somehow, then perhaps I could crawl out of the door and reach the phone. He's kicking me now. I raise my hands to cover my head, and he kicks it harder. Stars dance in front of my eyes. I shouldn't move. If he thinks I'm unconscious, maybe he'll stop, or maybe he won't stop until I'm dead. There's movement in the doorway. For a blissful second, I think it's the police coming to rescue me. But it's my daughter, eyeing the scene silently, thumb in her mouth, clutching the soft toy koala that her father brought her back from a business trip. She meets my eyes, but says nothing. I feel a bitter guilt as I choke on the blood that fills my mouth. She's not shocked. I thought I'd protected her. I thought I was giving her a better life than the one I had. But I failed her. My good eye meets hers. I try to speak, to get out the words. Run! I garble through blood and tears. It's less than a whisper. A harder kick to my face. He will not stop me. He will not stop me warning her. Run! I repeat, and I feel the blood running down my chin. But she stays still. The beating stops. There is something wrong with my hearing. The world is foggy. I see his shadow walk across the room. I see him take her hand. I try to scream out to stop him, but I can't.
Chapter 34. The house is quiet. Matt has drifted off on the sofa, and Olivia is still asleep in bed. While I have the chance, I grab the car keys and drive to a pharmacy 2 villages away. I can't risk anyone seeing me at the local store. I leave Matt a note to say we've run out of baby wipes, and I've gone to get some. There's a queue, and I tap my foot impatiently as people hand in prescriptions and the pharmacist goes to search for them out the back. I wish I wasn't here, wish I wasn't doing this, but I have to, just in case. When it's my turn, I ask for the morning after pill, but they won't give it to me until they've questioned me about my sex life. I tell them we used a condom but it broke. I tell them I'm with a long-term partner, and yes, we usually use condoms. She asks me about breastfeeding and warns me that I might have a small drop-off in milk supply. I nod. There are others standing around waiting, and I keep my voice down. Finally, the pharmacist hands over the packet, and I leave. When I get home, Matt is still asleep on the sofa. I go to the kitchen and take the pill with water. Shame overwhelming me. In the morning, I tell Matt I need some time to myself, and I'm going shopping in Oxford.
It's the weekend, and he's happy to look after Olivia. I take the car and drive to the STI clinic at the hospital. The waiting room is crowded with people. I glance round furtively, worried I'll be recognised, or that someone will notice me and see the turmoil in my head. I'm overwhelmed with guilt about what I've done. But no one is looking at me. Everyone is engrossed in their mobile phones. I'll just get through these checks. They'll confirm I'm all right, and then I can get back on with my life. And I won't drink again. I can't drink again. The one thing that's certain is that I woke up on the steps. I didn't get there on my own. The church is nowhere near the club. Someone must have gone with me, taken me there. I wonder if Emma knows more than she's letting on. She must have known how drunk I was when I went home with him. She let me go. Why would she do that? And then she let Matt worry. Did she really think I was just having a good time? I could ask her for more details, but she won't be able to tell me if I slept with him. She won't know, and I'll never know either. I just need to move on. Matt and I are happy now. We can move away from everyone in the village and get on with our lives. Put everything behind us. Eventually, I'm called into the nurse's room, and I tell more lies about my sex life to get the tests. Just one partner. Fancied a checkup. Condom broke. Luckily, the tests are quick. When I get back home, I go upstairs. I don't want to be around Matt or Olivia. I'm too ashamed. I sit on the bed for a moment, listening to the sounds of Matt playing with our baby downstairs. This is it. The life I want. I must make sure Matt never finds out what happened. I should get the test results back in 1 week. Then my mind will rest. I dread to think if the test results are positive, they'll want to trace all my partners. I'll have passed on the infection. I'll have to tell him then. I won't have a choice. My phone rings, and I see it's Miriam. I'm about to reject the call, when it occurs to me that she might know what happened in London. If I called her in the middle of the night and spoke to her, then I might have told her where I was, what I was doing. I feel sick. She might tell me something awful. But I have to know. I swipe to answer the call, holding my breath. Hi, I say. Claire, I'm sorry I called you in the middle of the night. Oh, don't worry. I had my phone off. Oh, I say, disappointed. She's not going to be able to tell me anything. You left a message? Oh, you don't remember, do you? Her voice is sad rather than accusing. No, I admit. You just said you were worried because you thought Matt's ex-girlfriend was trying to take Olivia off you? I sigh. Is that all? I'm sorry I called you about that. I don't know what I was thinking. How had I managed to get myself so worked up about Sarah that I thought it was a good idea to call Miriam at 3 a.m? You seemed really agitated, quite upset. You asked me to look up the police records about the accident on the farm. I'm sorry, Miriam. I shouldn't have asked you that. You already told me you couldn't do it. It's okay, she says. I did look in the end. I was curious. I wasn't going to tell you if I didn't find anything. Oh, I reply, realization dawning. You did find something? There's a huge file on the records, Claire. And? I hold my breath, afraid of what she might be about to tell me. Are you at home? Yes, I say. Is Matt with you? Miriam, what is it? It's not good news, Claire. It's like you thought. The police suspected Sarah of pushing Felicity. She did it, didn't she? This changes everything. Matt said she'd felt guilty, it must have been because she pushed her sister. And if she'd do that to her sister, then what else is she capable of? Is she the one who's been tormenting me? There's evidence, though it's not conclusive. But there's more. Something I need to tell you. What? I ask, my heart hammering. Sarah wasn't the only suspect. The police also investigated Matt. What? I gasp. It gets worse, Claire. He confessed to pushing her. I collapse down onto the bed. Surely Matt couldn't have pushed her. Did he go to jail? No. He withdrew his confession a few weeks later. The police were pretty convinced he'd done it. There just wasn't enough evidence. Chapter 35. I feel like running away. I have so much adrenaline in me, so much anxiety, that I'm struggling to control it. I've told Matt to go back to his mother's, but I haven't told him why. I need time to digest what Miriam said. According to her, Matt confessed to pushing Sarah's sister out of the hayloft, leading to her eventual death. I can't get my head round it. No one in this village is who they appear to be. Not Matt, not Ruth, not Sarah. I've lived under the same roof as Matt for the last 6 years. I've married him, had his child, and yet the whole time I've never truly known him. I want to drink so badly, I feel sick. Matt's always been here to stop me drinking, to manage me, to ground me. I've always resented him for it. But now, without him, I'm not sure if I can control myself. I can almost taste the tang of the wine on my tongue, feel it gliding down my throat. Without Matt, the only way I really know how to cope is with alcohol. I need oblivion. I remember Matt putting the bottles in the recycling bin. Had he remembered to empty them all first? I leave Olivia on the playmat, go out to the bin and rifle through, pulling out the bottles one by one, not caring about the noise. They're all empty. I dread to think what this might look like, but I'm so desperate, I hardly care. Ruth passes by the bottom of the drive. "Sorting out the rubbish?" she asks. I redden. "Yes," I say, and then, "Just looking for something. I think I threw out a bank statement." "Below all the wine bottles, was it?" "It must be near the bottom of the bin." "Olivia, okay?" "Yes. I should get back inside and see to her." "Yes, you should." Judgment radiates off her as she walks away past the cottage and down the side path to her house. I go back inside, but I can't focus. I call Emma, and within half an hour we're in the garden centre cafe having lunch, a bottle of cold white wine on the table between us. She reassures me that I've made the right decision in chucking Matt out again, although I don't go into my reasons. I still can't process the fact that Matt confessed to committing a violent crime, so I let Emma assume it's still about him cheating. We chat about the babies, and Emma tells me all the advantages of single life. When she mentions Graham, I brush it off, unable to admit that I blacked out and found myself alone on the church steps. She reassures me there'll be other men, and we soon polish off a second bottle of wine. I feel so much better after lunch, merry and light. As I walk down the streets pushing the buggy, I feel alive again. I can cope without Matt. I can do this on my own. But then I remember that he'll want custody, and I shiver. Can I really let someone who's committed a violent crime look after my daughter? I'm going to have to fight for custody, and fight hard. My first priority has to be my daughter. But then Olivia starts screaming, and I think of the afternoon ahead of me breastfeeding and nappy changing, and reality comes crashing down. I won't be able to cope. When I stop at the tiny local supermarket to pick up nappies, I see the wine is on offer and grab a few more bottles, telling myself I'm stocking up for the week. By the time I finally wheel the buggy back through the door, Olivia has increased the volume to maximum. "Shut up," I mutter under my breath. "Just shut up." Inside, I pause for a moment to sit on the stairs and catch my breath. "Hello?" a voice calls out from inside the house. There's someone in my living room. I put my shopping down and the bottles of wine clink together. I gather a screaming Olivia into my arms, take a deep breath, and step into the room. There's a woman there. She has a severe grey bob and penetrating green eyes. She gets up from my sofa and holds out her hand. "Catherine Clark, I work in child welfare. Your mother-in-law let me in." I look round the living room at the scattered mess of toys, bottles and spare nappies. "I would have tidied up if I'd known you were coming." "We prefer to see people as they live normally." "Do you want a drink?" I ask, with feigned politeness. "No, thank you." Olivia continues to scream, and I rock her back and forth. "You can feed her if you like. I don't mind." I nod, but I feel vulnerable and exposed. I don't want to breastfeed in front of this woman who has let herself into my house and is here solely to judge me. Olivia keeps crying, and I keep rocking her. "I'll get to the point. I've been alerted about your drinking. There are concerns you're not well enough to look after your child." She looks at my red-faced, crying daughter pointedly. "I'm fine," I say, wondering who has betrayed me. Ruth? Surely not Matt. "How many units do you drink a week?" "Oh, not much. Just the occasional glass of wine." I wonder if she can smell the alcohol on my breath, hear the slight slur in my voice. I concentrate hard, trying to focus. I sit up straighter. I think nervously of the 3 bottles of wine in the bag in the hallway. "And is it true you used to be an alcoholic?" "Yes. I had treatment for it 3 years ago. I hardly drink these days." "And how are you coping with looking after Olivia?" "You've had postnatal depression?" She's well briefed. The social worker who came round before had only been concerned about Olivia's bruises. She seemed keen to see the best in me. This woman is different. "Yes, that's right. I was feeling a bit down when she was first born, but I'm fine now." I think of how desperately I need help, but the only people who ever ask me how I am will use my answer to take my daughter away. "Do you mind if I look around the house, see how you're coping?" "Sure," I say, wondering what she can possibly be looking for. I think again of the bottles in the hallway. That's not evidence of anything, surely. It's not unusual to have wine in the house. "Who called you?" I ask. "I'm afraid I can't tell you that." It has to be Ruth or Matt. I know what this is about. As soon as I asked Matt to leave again, Ruth was back on her mission to win custody of Olivia for him. And when she saw me rifling through the recycling bin this morning, she saw her opportunity to discredit me. She wants to prove I'm not capable of looking after my daughter. If the social workers decide that Olivia should stay with Matt and Ruth, I'll have to stay in the village too. I'll be trapped. "Was it my mother-in-law?" "I can't tell you," she says, as she goes into the kitchen. "Mind if I—" Her hand is on the handle of the kitchen cupboard. "Go ahead," I reply, and she opens each of the cupboards in turn. There's nothing to find there. I fidget, shifting Olivia's weight in my arms. "I know my mother-in-law called you," I say,
speaking slowly so I don't slur my words. She's vindictive. She wants me out of her life.
Really?
Catherine raises her eyebrows and pulls a chair over to a high cupboard, climbing onto it to peer at the contents of the top shelf. Yes, she sent me a note saying I didn't deserve my daughter, and she moved a smoke alarm. I'm rambling now, my words fast and uncensored. The woman climbs down from the chair.
I was told you were paranoid, she says, touching my shoulder gently. A symptom of your depression, perhaps?
No, How can I convince her?
It's okay to admit you're struggling, she continues. To admit you need help.
Suddenly, her sharp eyes seem kinder, and for a second I wonder if I could trust her. But I stop myself from confiding in her. That would play straight into Ruth's hands. I'm fine, I insist once more. I need to make sure Catherine doesn't hand Olivia straight over to Matt and Ruth. I think of what I learnt yesterday, how Matt pushed Sarah's sister out of the hayloft. My husband's a violent man, I say.
Does he hit you?
No.
So what do you mean?
He was responsible for someone's death. He pushed someone and they cracked their skull. He confessed to the police.
You mean Felicity Duncan?
Yes, I say, shocked. How does she know about that?
You shouldn't be bringing that up after all this time. That was a very difficult period for everyone.
How do you know?
I've lived in the area for years. Your husband comes from a good family.
I laugh. You know Ruth? Things are starting to become clearer. Catherine knows Ruth. Ruth has organised her visit to scare me. I'm not sure she's even a social worker.
You're looking in the wrong place if you're trying to blame her,
Catherine continues, losing all pretense of being an impartial official.
You need to look closer to home.
Who are you? I ask angrily. Has Ruth sent you? Are you a friend of hers?
I worked with children in schools for years before I retired, she says, safeguarding their well-being. I can tell when things aren't right at home. I can tell when the mother isn't fit.
Her eyes narrow as she looks me up and down. Get out, I say. She picks up her bag.
I've seen enough here anyway. I may not be able to take your child away from you, but I can let the authorities know what kind of mother you are. And I've worked in childcare long enough to know that you won't get custody of your daughter.
I wake to the sound of the key in the lock. I must have lost consciousness. Everything hurts. Every cell of my body. The carpet is sticky with my blood. I don't know where I end and the floor begins. Where's my daughter? Did she escape? She must have got away, I tell myself. She must have. Footsteps on the stairs. Just one set. A man's regular clunk, one stair at a time. No accompanying lighter footsteps of a little girl. She must have got away. I need to find her. I try to move, but I can't. My body is broken. I fight to move my arm just a little, to reach out into the empty air. The darkness is coming again. I fight it. I must stay awake. I must find her. I feel the world closing in. As I fade away, I hear the distant sound of sirens, getting louder as they approach. Chapter 36. I lie on the sofa, trying to get some rest. I feel exhausted from the last few days. And yet I have to up my game, be a better mother. I can't let them take my daughter away from me. Olivia lies beside me on her back, playing lethargically with my hair as the TV flickers in the background. My top sticks to me. It needs washing. It's still stained with Olivia's sick from 2 or 3 days ago. I should have done the washing, but instead I've lain in bed most of the morning. I put an arm round Olivia's small body and close my eyes. I wish I could just sleep and forget everything, but I can't let myself drop off with my baby next to me. I'm so glad she isn't crawling yet. The living room is a maze of hazards. Phone cables that might electrocute her, coins that might choke her, hair gel that she might swallow. Anything could happen at any time. One moment of inattention is all it takes. A glance at my phone while Olivia picks up a coin and swallows it, leaving her in the bath to drown while I answer the door. I flinch, remembering my dream of Matt drowning her, remembering her buggy slipping under the water in the pond. I don't know how people manage as parents, but they seem to. They bring up happy, healthy children. They live fulfilled lives. But not me. I can't do it. I can't even keep up with the housework. The bedsheets haven't been washed since well before Matt moved out the first time. And in the kitchen, the washing up overflows the counter and spreads over the cooker and beyond. The familiar smell of a dirty nappy wafts towards me. When did I last change Olivia? Surely since she got up. Perhaps not. I reach into the bag for the nappies. Only 2 left. I change it on autopilot. I know I should be talking to Olivia, laughing with her, tickling her tummy, but I can't summon the energy. I have nothing to say to the squirming mass of chubby limbs in front of me. I'm completely disconnected from her. It's like she's not my child. Ruth will be here in a minute to collect her. I really don't want her and Matt looking after Olivia, but I had to agree to it. After she sent her friend round yesterday, pretending to be from social services, I have no doubt she's serious about getting custody of Olivia for Matt. I'm sure she's informing the real social workers of every mistake I make. I can't deny Matt access to his daughter. I need to smarten up before she comes, but I hardly have the energy. I need to find some painkillers. I feel awful. I stumble to the kitchen and go through Pamela's cupboard of pills, pull out some ibuprofen and take a couple with some cold water. There are enough pills to knock me out completely if I wanted. I contemplate the idea for a moment. Handing over Olivia to Ruth, and then knocking back some pills and sleeping for the afternoon. But I know I have to pull myself out of this, make myself better. Otherwise I'll lose my daughter. When the doorbell rings and Ruth is at the other side, I manage feigned politeness. We both know she sent Catherine round yesterday to warn me. I can't make any missteps now. I can't say the wrong thing. So I hand my daughter over to the woman I hate most in the world and tell her to have a good time. When they've gone, I go into the kitchen to make myself a cup of tea, resisting the lure of the wine I bought yesterday. I've managed not to touch it so far. I can see into Ruth and Jack's house from here. I see Olivia being passed back and forth between Matt and Ruth, cooed over and loved. I want to turn away, go and catch up on some sleep. But somehow I can't. I know that Matt confessed to pushing Sarah's sister now, and I know just how nasty Ruth can be. I feel compelled to watch Olivia with them. I'm her mother. It's up to me to keep her safe. They leave the kitchen, and I can't see anything anymore. I go upstairs to the bedroom and lie down, trying to let my exhaustion take over and sleep. But I can't. All my senses are heightened, alert to any risk. 10 minutes later, I hear the whir of a car engine and then the sound of wheels on the gravel. I rush to Olivia's room and look down onto our driveway. Our car is gone. They must have taken Olivia out. I pace up and down the room, unable to sit still. Where would they have taken her? I text Matt to ask. As I watch my phone, waiting for a reply, I start to panic. What if they've taken her away for good? They could have moved her out of the village, away from me, to a place I'll never find her. My phone beeps. Matt says they've gone out in the village and that I shouldn't worry. But the text doesn't quell my fears. I hate to think of my daughter with them. I still don't know where they've taken her. I grab my keys and leave the house in my dirty clothes, walking quickly into the village. I look for them on the streets, but there's no sign. I rush around, checking the post office and the charity shop, and then the pub and the garden centre. Nothing. My heart races. I'm sure something is wrong. Where have they taken her? And then something occurs to me. Sarah. Perhaps they've taken her to see Sarah. It takes me 10 minutes to get to her flat. I see Matt's car outside, and at first I'm relieved. But then I wonder what they're doing there. My daughter is with 2 people who were suspects in the investigation into Sarah's sister's death. What's going on? Why are they all meeting? Are they trying to cover something up? Or was I right about their affair all along? I creep over to the block of flats. Sarah's in flat 2, which must be on the ground floor. I peer into the windows of the flat on the left-hand side and gasp. They're there. All of them. Ruth, Jack, Matt and Sarah. Sitting on the living room sofas, deep in conversation. Matt is holding my daughter. He says something, and everyone laughs. Then he gets up and leaves the room, passing Olivia to Sarah. Sarah smiles at my baby, pushing her face close to hers and stroking her hair. I feel a surge of jealousy and fear. I don't want that woman holding my daughter. I don't want her touching her. My hand clenches into a fist. They look like the perfect, happy family. Suddenly, everything makes sense. Sarah wants my child, and my husband. She's worming her way into my family, taking my place. I think of all the odd things that have happened since we moved. Olivia falling into the pond, the bruises on her legs, the note, the smoke alarm. Were these all ways of discrediting me, of getting to my daughter? I remember what Sarah said about miscarrying, how she hadn't found someone who she wanted to have a child with since. She wanted to steal my family all along. What if none of what's been happening has been down to Ruth? What if it's been Sarah? I must do something. I must get Olivia away from her. In the living room, Ruth suddenly turns and looks directly at me. Her eyes meet mine, and I recoil. She says something to Sarah, and Sarah turns to stare at me, my daughter in her arms. There's a moment where they all confer, and then I see Ruth get up. I rise from my position at the window and go to the door of the block. It opens. Ruth. "What are you doing here?" "I'd like my daughter back," I say. "It's Matt's turn for access, and we're having a nice time." She looks at me pityingly. "You need to go." I barge past her, into the hallway, and then into Sarah's flat and her living room. "Claire," Matt says as I enter. I look at the expectant faces and realise I haven't planned what to say. "I want my daughter back. Why have you brought her here? You said you weren't cheating on me. Was it all lies?" "Claire, we've had this conversation before. I'm not cheating on you. You were the one who told me to leave." Olivia whines, and Sarah strokes her back to comfort her. She needs to get her hands off my daughter.
I go towards her to take my baby back. Matt exchanges a look with his mother and gets up, placing a hand on my shoulder. You need to go, Claire. I shrug out of his grip. I point at Sarah. She's trying to take you, I say. She wants my family. She wants my life. She wants my baby, but she's not having her. Claire, you need to calm down. Matt's hand is back on my shoulder, leading me out of the living room, but I slip away from him. Admit it. You're trying to take them from me. Sarah stares at me blankly. Her indifference angers me. No one knows what you're talking about, Claire. Ruth speaks slowly and gently, as if talking to someone who's not well. Jumbled thoughts flash through my head. Matt and Sarah working together, the noises in the house at night, Olivia falling into the pond, Sarah's sister's fall. She's dangerous, I say, turning to Sarah. You can't be with Olivia, not with your past. You can't be trusted. I struggle for the next words. Not after what happened to your sister. Sarah's sudden tears shock me into silence. Her body racks with sobs, and Matt and Ruth spring into action. Matt takes Olivia from her and puts a comforting hand on her shoulder, while Ruth brings her a glass of water. Olivia screams, and I go to take her from Matt, but Ruth blocks my path. You're leaving, she says, pushing me towards the door. Not without Olivia. I escape Ruth's grasp and rush over to Matt, snatching my daughter out of his arms. That night I can't sleep. I relive the day again and again. Matt has sent me a series of angry texts, saying I should never have gone round to Sarah's, that I shouldn't have upset her. I read them over and over, thinking how only a few days ago I wanted to get back together with him. Now there's no one I can trust. It's not until after midnight that I give in to the temptation and go downstairs and open a bottle of wine. I need it to help me sleep. If I don't sleep, I'll be too exhausted to look after Olivia properly tomorrow. I don't mean to polish off the bottle, but I can't stop myself. When I've finished the last dregs, I put my head in my hands and sob. I'm losing control. I wake up covered in sweat. I feel sick. I can taste the sourness of stale alcohol on my tongue. I roll over in bed, and my head pounds. Switching the light on, I look round the room. I'm at home. I'm okay. The baby monitor is flashing, the blue lights reflecting off the white ceiling. Something must have set it off. I stare at it, but it makes no sound. Olivia must have woken up and gone back to sleep. I turn the pillow over and try to get comfy. I'm in a cold sweat, and I feel shaky. I need more sleep before the alcohol wears off, and I feel stable enough to pick my daughter up. It will be even longer before the wine leaves my milk, and I can breastfeed her. Outside, the foxes scream and screech, dividing and conquering our back garden. Maybe they set off the baby monitor. Rock-a-bye baby, on the treetop. I freeze. The voice sings softly through the monitor. When the wind blows, the cradle will rock. Am I still asleep? When the bough breaks, the cradle will fall. The voice is ghostly, almost a whisper. The lights of the baby monitor flicker and then go off. The air is still. Even the foxes are silent. I stumble out of bed, knocking my bedside light onto the floor with a crash. I race down the corridor to Olivia's room. She's lying in the cot, next to her toy bunny, fast asleep. The room is still.
I watch my daughter's chest moving up and down. I release my breath. Then I notice the rocking chair where I sit to breastfeed Olivia when she wakes in the night. It's moving. There's no breeze in the room, no reason for the chair to be rocking back and forth. I turn to the baby monitor beside the cot. It's been turned off. It was on a few minutes ago. In my bedroom, the blue lights had been flashing. I heard the voice singing softly through it. Didn't I? Someone has turned it off in the last few minutes. Someone has been here, in my baby's room. I have to stifle my scream. I gather Olivia up in my arms. We are not alone. There's someone in the house with us. I hear the stair creak, and I jump. Olivia starts to cry. I daren't go downstairs. I don't want to confront whoever's down there. I'm too woozy, too confused. All that matters is that Olivia's safe and that I'm with her. I take her into my room and hold her in the bed with me. We breathe as one. As I lie awake, my ears pricked up, terrified of who might be lurking in the dark shadows of the house. They come in noisily, trampling boots and loud ringtones. They don't know I'm here until they enter my daughter's bedroom, and I'm pointed out. Is she dead? Their hands are on my neck, feeling for my pulse.
No, she's alive.
God, I didn't even realize that was a woman. A younger voice, high-pitched.
Ambulance on its way.
I want to ask them about my daughter, but the words come out slurred and incomprehensible.
Don't try to speak, love. Just rest. The ambulance will be here soon.
But I need to speak. I need to tell them to find my daughter. Chapter 37. The feeling from last night hasn't left me. I'm convinced there was someone in the house. I know I heard them singing softly through the baby monitor. I'm sure of it. The voice had sounded half familiar, but I still can't think why, or who it might have been. Would it have been Ruth? Or Sarah? In the cold light of day, the details that replay in my mind are hazy and dreamlike. But as much as I'd like to believe it was a dream, I'm certain there was someone in the cottage. I can't stay here a moment longer. I must get out. If I have to keep walking and walking forever, I don't care. I just need to escape. I pile Olivia into her buggy in her sleep suit and coat, and leave the cottage, letting the door slam behind me. I need to get away. From Matt, from Ruth, from Sarah, from a cottage that's a shrine to a dead woman. My head is full as I walk down the street. I push the pram as fast as I can, twisting it this way and that to avoid the dawdling shoppers on the pavement. I wonder when Emma's kitchen will be finished, when I might be able to move in with her. Or if I could find work and move far away, back to London. But neither of these are short-term options. I think about asking Miriam to take me in, just for a few days until we get ourselves settled. But our relationship is still rocky. Despite the help she's given me recently, I don't think our friendship stretches that far. I need to get out for my own sanity. This morning I found myself going through Pamela's cupboard of pills. There are more than enough to kill me. I hate myself for it, but I'm starting to feel the way I felt before, when I ended up standing on the edge of a multi-storey car park in London, intending to take my own life. Olivia starts screaming from her buggy. She'll want feeding again, and I'll need to find a place to do it. A cafe, maybe. I could stop and get a coffee, rest for a while. But I don't want to. I don't want to be alone with the stillness, alone with my thoughts. I need to keep walking, to keep moving. Look right, look left, look right again. I repeat the mantra my own mother taught me as I go to cross the side road.
I wish she was beside me now. I need her more than ever. Concentrate, I think. Concentrate. My mind is so crowded that I can hardly see in front of me. A car I didn't see zooms past. Look right, look left, look right again. I repeat the process, focusing on the road, making myself look for cars before I step out. When I get to the other side, Olivia's screams are the only sound in an otherwise peaceful countryside scene. Breathe. A bus careers down the main road at speed. I grip the pram tighter as images flash through my head. The bus hitting the pram and skidding, the pram concertinaing in on itself, Olivia inside, her small body trapped within the frame, and the frame trapped under the huge wheel, as the bus continues to travel further down the road, before it comes to a stop. I need to go back to the doctor. I need help. I need the counselling now, or antidepressants, something. Otherwise I am spinning out of control, speeding towards the end. I wonder if I should ring someone. But who do I have? Emma has already told me she's busy today, and there's no one else. No husband, no mother, no family. I want someone to tell me everything will be all right, that I'll be all right. I consider ringing one of the helplines on the leaflet the doctor gave me, just to have someone to talk to, someone to listen. But I can't bring myself to. I can't. I can't trust anyone. I have to look after myself. We get to the park and Olivia is still screaming. I try and block it out and focus on the morning sunlight shining through the branches of the trees, the fresh, crisp air. Another mother smiles at me sympathetically as she pushes her own screaming toddler in his buggy. I keep my head bowed and find a bench to sit on. I adjust my top and put Olivia to my breast. I have a water bottle filled with vodka in my bag. I know I shouldn't, but I only have it just in case, for emergencies. But now it's calling me. I take it out and have a few sips. The thrill of the burn on the back of my throat hits me, and I'm content for half a second, before I'm taken over by shame and regret. I take another few sips. At least if anyone sees me, it doesn't look as if I'm drinking. Olivia pulls away from my breast and spits up. I put her over my shoulder and burp her, before I remember that I should have put a muslin cloth over my coat to protect it. I take her off my shoulder and crane my neck to see the back of my coat. A white splatter of baby sick runs down the green fabric. Holding Olivia in one arm, I root around in my bag until I find the baby wipes. I twist my arm round and dab at the shoulder of my coat. As an afterthought, I wipe round Olivia's mouth. I don't know what to do with myself. There are no playgroups on today. Not that I've been to any before anyway. I spend all my time with Emma, the only friend I've got around here. With Olivia back in the buggy, I walk to clear my head, but I'm foggy and confused from lack of sleep. I must start looking for jobs. I need to get away from Matt and Ruth and Sarah. Any work will do. Freelance work for the papers would be a good start. If I have to share custody with Matt, then I might have time to do it from home, and then I can save enough money to return to London. After 4 circuits of the park, Olivia is asleep. There is nowhere to go but home. Olivia doesn't wake as I lift the buggy carefully over the threshold and into the cottage, putting it down gently. Silence. I shut the door and hold my breath as the latch clicks. Olivia shifts slightly in the buggy, but remains asleep. I go into the living room to look for my laptop. I should email more editors to ask about freelance work. The clock on the mantelpiece strikes 3. It always makes me jump. I must take the battery out. Then there's another noise.
The stairs creaking. My imagination. But no, it's not. Someone is coming down the stairs. Slowly. Creak. Pause. Another creak. They are placing one foot down at a time, carefully, deliberately. I can hear my own breathing, and I still it, holding my breath. They must know I'm here. They'll have heard me come in. Now the footsteps have stopped. They're at the bottom of the stairs. I look desperately round the room for something to grab, but there are only Olivia's toys, scattered. Pamela's walking sticks are long gone. Seconds pass. The silence is so loud that I can hear my own watch, ticking half a beat behind the clock on the mantelpiece. And then there's a knock on the living room door. Claire! I remain still. This feels like a test, a game. The door swings open, and there's Emma, smiling uncertainly. Emma, I say. Confusion quickly follows the relief. What are you doing here? She pauses, looking uncomfortable. I don't know how to tell you this, Claire. Tell me what? Let's sit down. Emma indicates my sofa as if this is her house. I sit, and she perches down beside me and turns to me. I've been worried about you. Oh, I say. The vodka clouds my brain, and I find it hard to digest her words. A part of me is relieved, glad someone cares. If only there was a way out of how I'm feeling. Matt told me about your problems with alcohol. I wish I'd known. I could have helped you. She puts her arm round me. Matt, again. He's trying to control me, and now he's got to my best friend, shared my secrets. I'm okay. We're both worried about Olivia. I didn't realize you were friends with Matt. I'm not, but ever since you disappeared on the night out in London, we've both been concerned. And when Matt told me you were an alcoholic, I didn't want to believe it, but when I thought about it, it made sense. You were off your head at the club. We were letting our hair down. Emma looks at me sympathetically. I think you need help, Claire. With your postnatal depression and everything else going on, you're not coping. You don't need to worry, I say. But my words are empty. I'm not even sure I can look after Olivia anymore. I think I do. What are you doing in my house? Did Matt send you? Well, yeah. He wanted to see if you were okay. You wouldn't let him in. He asked me to check how you were coping, to see if you'd stocked up on alcohol again after he left. He lent me his key. I stare at her, disbelieving. I feel totally betrayed. I wish I could take the vodka out of my bag and knock it back to numb my pain, but I know I can't. That would only prove Matt right. You shouldn't trust Matt, I say. I know he cheated on you, but he's doing this in your best interest. It's worse than cheating. What? I haven't told Emma the reason I chucked Matt out for the second time, but I need to tell her now. Matt confessed to a murder, I say. What? She looks bemused. He pushed Sarah's sister. She fell from a hayloft and eventually died. I didn't know Sarah had a sister. And why hasn't he been arrested? Confusion etches Emma's face. It was years ago, before we met, but the case was never solved, and he was the main suspect. Claire. Emma strokes my arm. I have a bad feeling that she doesn't believe me. It's the truth, I say urgently. It's why we're not together anymore. Claire, I hate to say this, and I know it's going to hurt you, but I'm only saying it because I care. What? I think you're confused. Matt told me you were paranoid, that you thought you were being watched in the cottage, that you had vivid nightmares. And sometimes when we're that confused and down, then we imagine things or forget things. We think things are true that aren't true, especially when we've been drinking.
I'm telling the truth. I don't know how to convince her, how to make her believe me. There's no one left on my side. My closest friend has betrayed me. She touches my arm.
I'm sorry it's come to this, but you need help, Claire.
She's right. I do need help. I want it so badly. I'm not coping, but I can't confide in Emma. She'll just tell Matt, and Matt and Ruth will tell social services. Then I'll be left all alone, Olivia torn away from me. I'm okay, I insist. When my tears start to fall, she puts her arms round me and holds me, then goes to make me a cup of tea. She places a mug down in front of me, and we sit in silence, sipping our drinks. Then she looks at her watch.
Matt will be here in a minute, she says.
I don't want to see him. But my words come out in a whisper. I've lost my energy. I've lost myself.
We all want to help you, Emma says. Just speak to him.
I'm aware of the sounds first. The beeping of a machine, idle chatter. For a moment, I wonder if I'm asleep, dreaming of somewhere other than the confines of my house. Then the panic overwhelms me, taking over every ounce of my being. Something awful has happened. Where is my daughter? A staccato of images I can't make sense of. A packed case, a key in a lock, footsteps, my daughter standing in the doorway, her eyes meeting mine. Where is she? I open my eyes, see the blue curtain, the row of beds. I'm in hospital. The fear takes my breath away. Where is my daughter?
Chapter 38. Consciousness rises in me as if I'm struggling out of a deep black hole. I can smell sour milk, antiseptic and sweat. My sweat. I'm exhausted. I ease open my eyes and look around, expecting to see Olivia. It hurts to turn my head. Olivia's not here. Where am I? My eyes pound, pain radiating from the sockets as if they might burst. The fluorescent strip light above me shines brightly. A blue curtain surrounds my bed. The bed itself is propped up at an angle, with metal bars to stop me rolling out. Realization hits me. I'm in hospital. I must have been in an accident. I move each limb in turn, checking for injuries, and then reach down under the sheets and run my hands over my body. No pain, no bandages. What's happened to me? I feel a flash of fear. What if something's happened to Olivia? Hello? I call out tentatively. There's no response. I jump down from the bed, wincing in anticipation as my feet hit the ground. But there's no pain in my body. Only my head pounds. There's a small metal set of drawers next to my bed, and I open each one in turn, searching for my phone. They're all empty. I draw back the curtain, eyes from the bed opposite meet mine, and I jump. I find my voice. Where's my daughter? I ask them. Where is she? But they just stare. I scan the room for medical staff. No one. I push open the double doors and step out of the ward. Rows of doors on each side of a corridor. Another ward, and another one. I go the other way. I find a nurse's station. I lean over the desk and interrupt the bleary-eyed man as he picks up the phone. Excuse me, do you know where my daughter is? The man looks me up and down and sighs. He puts his hand over the mouthpiece of the phone.
Your daughter?
Yes, Olivia Hughes. Did she come in with me?
Which ward are you on?
I don't know.
Your name?
Claire Hughes.
He drags his mouse lethargically across the mouse mat. And your daughter's name?
Olivia Hughes.
I repeat the name quickly. He clicks the mouse a few times, and his eyes scan from side to side. I can't see any record of her here. Sorry.
She's a baby,
I say.
She's just a baby.
Claire? A nurse appears beside me and places her hand on my shoulder. We've been looking for you. You weren't in your bed.
Where's my daughter?
Your daughter? I don't know. She takes my arm to lead me away. I try to shrug her off, but she grips me tightly and escorts me to my bed. I see my name in marker on the whiteboard above it.
What happened to me?
The doctor will be round later to talk to you.
You won't tell me what happened?
She puts a hand on my shoulder and repeats herself calmly. Don't worry. I'll tell the doctor you're awake and she'll be round later. She'll answer your questions. You just sit here and relax. She points to an easy chair beside the bed.
Did my daughter come in with me?
I ask. No, she didn't. The nurse refuses to say any more and guides me down into the chair before she leaves. Stay here until the doctor comes. I spot my handbag underneath the bed. I pull it out, open it up and find the comforting plastic of my phone. I'm desperate to know what's happened to Olivia. I dial Matt's number. The phone rings and rings. Fear grips my heart. Olivia must be okay. She has to be. Where is she? Matt finally picks up. Claire. He sounds exhausted.
Have you got Olivia?
I ask, my voice cracking.
Yes, she's here,
Is she hurt?
No, she's fine. Claire, you don't need to worry about anything, okay?
I'm coming back, I say. I want to see her.
You don't need to. Mum and I have got it under control. Take as long as you need to rest.
I don't want Matt and Ruth looking after my daughter. I don't trust either of them. I need to get home. I don't need to rest. I'm fine.
Have you seen the doctor yet?
No,
You should see her before you leave. And honestly, we've got it all covered here.
Matt, what happened? Was I in an accident?
You should speak to the doctor.
I need to get home. I can't leave Olivia with Matt and Ruth. I have to go, Matt. I need to try and find a way to get out of here, back to Olivia.
Okay, he says. Have you got this suitcase I left?
What suitcase?
It's under your bed.
I look and see a battered blue suitcase deep under the end of the bed. I hang up. I will leave. I'll go home. No one can stop me. I look around for my shoes but can't find them. Then I pull the suitcase out. There are several changes of clothes, but no shoes. Toiletries, books. My stomach twists. Why do I have so much stuff? Matt's packed for at least a week. It must be because he wants me to stay in the hospital. He wants me out of the way. At the bottom of the case is a framed photo of Olivia, taken from the mantelpiece in the living room at the cottage. I stare at her tiny face and feel a surge of longing to be with her. I must get home. I don't want her alone with Matt and Ruth. I phone Emma. She picks up on the second ring.
Hi, Claire.
She sounds surprised.
I didn't expect you to call. Are you all right? I've been in an accident. I'm coming home, but Matt and Ruth have Olivia. Can you go round and stay with them until I get back? I don't trust them with her.
Claire, she says, her voice filled with concern.
What do you remember? I don't know,
I reply, feeling the panic rising.
I've been in some kind of accident.
Look,
Don't worry about anything. Just get some rest. I can go over to your house, check how things are going. I can even stay overnight if that helps.
What about Lizzie?
She's with Dan.
I really need to come home. Matt's dangerous. He hurt Sarah's sister. I can't have him looking after Olivia.
Look, I think you need to stay in hospital. Have you seen the doctor?
Why is everyone asking me if I've seen the doctor?
Do you know why you're there, Claire?
No, I admit.
You took an overdose. Yesterday afternoon, Matt found you on the floor of the cottage.
The police officer comes to see me. She's neat and tidy with a badge that says her name is Miriam and a freshly ironed uniform. Her hands shake as she pulls the curtain around my hospital bed. Do you want to go to a private room? She asks. Her voice so soft, it's almost as if she doesn't want to be heard. I know what she's going to say. I just need her to say it, to put me out of my misery. She's dead, isn't she? We don't need to have this conversation here. We can go somewhere more private. I can't wait. Just tell me what happened. In the seconds of silence that follow, I send 1,000 prayers to a God I'm not sure exists. The hope is painful, fighting against the sense that I already know the answer. That sense of an empty space, deep inside me where my daughter should be. She takes my hand, and my heart stops. I'm afraid your husband and daughter have passed away, she says. She's calm and polite, but her hand in mine tells me something else. It's sweaty and clammy. I'm so sorry. For a second I don't believe her, holding on to some desperate fantasy that this is all a mistake. But it's only a moment's reprieve, and then the truth hits me like a train, smashing through my very being. My body convulses with sobs. What happened? I fight to get the words out. Your daughter, she drowned. In the river. Tears form in the police officer's eyes. Your husband took her there. Afterwards, he hung himself in your attic.
Chapter 39. I can't have tried to kill myself. I must have misheard. What? I'm sorry to be the one to tell you, Claire, Emma says. I thought you'd remember. I really think you need to stay where you are. Speak to the doctor, get some rest. And don't worry about anything. I can deal with everything at home.
I hang up the phone, fear coursing through my veins. Is it really true? Maybe Emma is right. If I'm so unwell that I don't remember a suicide attempt, then the hospital is the best place for me. I search for a memory of what happened, but as hard as I try, my brain is just a foggy emptiness. How could I have done this? I have a daughter. But then I remember how desperate I felt, how out of control. I remember looking at Pamela's pills in the kitchen cupboard, how welcoming they seemed. Did I cave in? Why don't I remember? All this time I've been protecting Olivia from other people, but the biggest threat was me. I was the one who was going to take her mother away from her, abandon her, leave her alone with a family I don't trust. My breasts are rock hard and leaking. I just want to latch Olivia on and feel her suckle. I want to be close to her. The physical need surprises me. I seem to want Olivia the most when I can't be with her. A part of me, deep inside, must know how to love her. I need to self-express, so I get up, drawing the blue curtain around me. I sit squeezing my breasts under the covers, forcing my milk out with my hands into tissues. This is not how it's supposed to be. It reminds me of all I am and all I am not. I should be with my daughter. I should be being a mother to her. Yet again, I have failed her. The curtain twitches open, and a male nurse draws it back angrily. "Curtains open in the day, please," he says. He sees me massaging my breasts before I have the chance to pull the covers up further, looks at me with disgust, and sighs. I expect him to say something, but somehow it's worse when he says nothing, as if I'm no longer human. I try not to make eye contact with the others on the ward as I quickly cover up. I make my way down the corridors to the toilets. In the ladies', I put the lid down and continue to self-express into the toilet paper. My hands and top are sticky, but I don't care anymore. I know I must rest, but I feel disconnected, unsure what to do with myself. I sit in the bed and look through my phone at photos of Olivia. I feel an unfamiliar surge of love for her as I flick through pictures of when she was first born, sitting in her baby chair, her first smile, and a photo of our first day in our new home, a selfie of the three of us, holding one another. I look so hopeful. The perfect family. Little did I know what would follow. "Hello?" A woman in a white coat stands over me, clipboard in her hand. She's all neat straight lines and ironed uniform. "Hi. Claire Hughes?" "Yes." She talks me through how I'll be monitored and prescribes me antidepressants. After less than 5 minutes, she replaces my notes at the foot of my bed and manages a tight smile. "Any questions?" she asks. "How long will I be in for?" "It's hard to say. I want to speak to social services before we discharge you." "Social services?" The blood drains from my face. I'll never keep custody of Olivia if they find out what's happened. "Yes, I want to check with Children's Services about the care of your daughter. It shouldn't take too long. We need to keep you in for a little while anyway, to monitor you and see how the ketamine has affected your body's function. We don't know what dose you took, so we just like to be sure." "Ketamine?" I say, shocked. I rack my brains for where I've heard of it before. I don't remember seeing it in Pamela's cupboard. "Yes, it's a party drug." "A party drug? But I haven't been—" "Its primary use is as a general anesthetic. We use it in medicine sometimes, and vets use it on animals. Of course, it's safe, then, in appropriate doses, but we think you mixed it with alcohol, which caused your loss of consciousness." My mind is spinning. I know I haven't taken ketamine. Someone must have given it to me. Someone with access to animal anesthetics. "Matt." The doctor is still talking, but I'm not listening anymore. The truth is sinking in. I didn't overdose. Matt drugged me. By the time I've realized what's happened, the doctor has moved on to her next patient. I need to get home. Now. I pull a jumper on over my clothes and root through the suitcase, but still can't find any shoes. I can't waste any more time, so I walk out of the ward in my socks. I desperately want to break into a run, but I don't want to attract attention. Outside, the corridor is empty. I hold my breath as I pass the nurses' station. They're huddled over a rota, and they don't look up. I see the whiteboard behind them, with line after line of patients' names. There's no way they'll know who I am. When I reach the main corridor, I start to run. Matt has poisoned me, and now he has my daughter. I need to get to her. I run past patients, doctors, and nurses on their break. No one stops me. I reach the stairs and hurry down to the ground floor. When I come out at the bottom, I follow signs to the exit. I see the winter coats and wet umbrellas, and I realize how inappropriately I'm dressed for the weather. "Can I help you?" a man asks, glancing quizzically at my shoeless feet. "No," I say, barging past him. I don't look back. Outside, the cold air hits me. I pick up my phone and order a taxi. It will be 5 minutes. I ring Emma. She picks up immediately. Hello? Emma, I'm coming home. Why? I didn't take an overdose. Matt's poisoned me. I need to get back. What are you talking about? Are you okay? It's Matt. He's dangerous. He's drugged me. That's why I'm in hospital. Claire, you're not making any sense. You need to stay in the hospital. Get some rest. Please, you have to listen to me. Emma, honestly, Matt isn't who we think he is. I don't know what he's capable of. Are you still at the house? Yeah, I'm here, she says softly. Well, don't let him out of your sight. Olivia can't stay with him. I'm coming back to get her. Okay, if you're sure. I'm worried about you, though. Just promise me you'll keep an eye on him. I promise. You're coming back now? Yeah, I'm just getting into a taxi. Okay, see you in a bit. And Claire? Yeah? Don't panic. I'll look after Olivia. In the back of the taxi, I Google the effects of ketamine. Hallucinations, confusion, agitation, panic attacks, memory loss. I thought I was going mad, but the truth is far more terrifying. Matt has been poisoning me. All the time he was telling me I was just paranoid. He must have been slipping drugs into my drinks, watching me slowly unravel. He could have killed me. I'm completely on my own. I have no one. I pull out my phone and ring the only person I know who might care. It's 4 p.m. I pray she's on her shift. I listen to the phone ringing and ringing and ringing. I imagine her in a room somewhere, on the line to another caller. Or maybe she's popped out to get a cup of tea or to go to the toilet. Eventually the phone cuts to voicemail. Just a standard phone provider's voicemail, with no personalised message for the helpline. I try again. I need to speak to her. She's the only one who will understand. My daughter is dead, and it's all my fault. I should have left him earlier. I should have been braver. The phone rings and rings until it goes to voicemail. I press redial again and again and again. Voicemail. Every time. She's not there. I have no one. Chapter 40. The taxi grinds to a halt on the outskirts of Oxford, and I fiddle impatiently with my phone, checking it over and over for messages. There are no updates from Emma or Matt. I wish I was home already with Olivia, protecting her. I can't help feeling something awful is about to happen. Outside the car, people go about their day-to-day lives, oblivious to my rising anxiety. Mums with buggies carry bags of supermarket shopping, balanced precariously on the handles. Pensioners stop to chat on the pavement. Their unhurried lives irritate me. Don't they know my daughter's in danger? The car eases forward a few inches. A young man presses the button at the crossing, and I feel an irrational sense of rage as the lights change from green to red. I watch the people amble across the road, waving their hands in thanks when they cross, after our light has already turned to green. Can we go any faster? I ask the driver. There's traffic, love. Can't do anything about that. Eventually we start moving, and the rows of identical semi-detached houses turn into new blocks of flats by the ring road, followed by miles and miles of brown fields. A tractor slows our journey, and our car peers out to look for a spot to overtake. But the roads are too busy, and we crawl along behind it until it pulls in to let us pass. When the taxi finally pulls up in front of the cottage, I thrust some crumpled notes into the driver's hands, jumping out before he's turned the engine off. My feet hit the gravel, and the stones dig through my socks as I run to the front door. My keys are in my hand, and yet I fumble with the lock, fingers trembling. Olivia. I must get to Olivia. I open the door and dash through the house. Emma's in the kitchen. Matt stands beside her. "Claire!" Matt says, his eyebrows raised in surprise. He takes in my rumpled hair, my dirty clothes. "Where's Olivia?" I ask. "Where is she?" Emma glances at Matt and then at me. "She's upstairs," she says, "in her cot." I run. I take the stairs 2 at a time until I reach her. She's asleep. I put my hand over her chest and feel it rise and fall. I hover my hand a little above her mouth and feel her breath. I'm overwhelmed with relief. "She's okay," Emma says from behind me. "I've been here the whole time." "Thank you," I reply. Emma puts her arms round me, strokes my back. "I need to get Matt out of this house," I whisper. "I can stay out of your way," Emma says, "with Olivia." "No, I need you. I don't know how dangerous he is. He's been poisoning me, Emma." Emma's eyes widen. "Are you sure? That's awful. How could he?" The full horror of it hits me once more. "He could have killed me." "Don't worry," Emma says. "I'll be here as long as you need me." We go downstairs. Matt's in the kitchen, a pint of beer beside him. How can he be so casual? Clearly he didn't expect me to come back. Anger rises within me. I hate him. I hate him. I hate him. He put me in hospital. He poisoned me. He made me believe I was going mad. He's trying to steal my daughter. He sips his beer. My hand sweeps across the counter and pushes the glass onto the floor. It shatters, and the liquid paints the walls. "Claire!" I don't care about this cottage anymore. I don't care about Ruth or Matt or Pamela's antique furniture. "Why did you do it?" I shout. "Do what, Claire?" He sounds frustrated. He steps towards me, and I recoil. Then I think about Olivia. I rise up towards him. He won't threaten me. I won't let him. I'm stronger than that. "Why did you poison me?" His laughter is sharper than a knife. "What, Claire? You think I poisoned you now?" I want to punch his smug, patronizing face. He's always been in control. Since we moved here, I've been dancing to his tune. "You did poison me," I say. "I know you did." "Claire." He takes another step towards me. He's right in my face now, so close I can see the tiny scar on his chin from childhood chickenpox. I hate him. He puts his hands on my shoulders, holds me in place. I am weaker. He is stronger. I am female. He is male, and the odds are stacked against me. "Claire, calm down. You need to be in hospital. You're confused. I haven't poisoned you. I'm confused because of you, because you drugged me." I spit the words in his face. His grip on my shoulders tightens, and my stomach knots. I turn my head to look for Emma. She's there, leaning against the kitchen counter, watching. "Sit down," Matt says, pushing me into a chair. "I'm going to call the police. Get you back to the hospital. You'll be safer there." "No! I can't go back. I need to get Olivia away from Matt." He picks his phone up from the side, and I stand and knock it out of his hand. It crashes to the floor. Emma grabs it, meets my eyes, and then puts it in her pocket. "Thanks," I mouth. She nods. Matt turns to her. "Call the police," he instructs. Emma glances at me, and then back at Matt. "Maybe you should talk," she says. Matt looks me in the eye. "I don't want you to be unwell, Claire, but you are. You're ill." "Stop lying. You know I'm not ill." Upstairs, Olivia wakes from her nap with a whine. Move towards the door. "Do you think that's a good idea?" Matt asks. I push past him. Emma holds up a hand. "Don't worry. I'll go."
Shout if you need anything.
Thanks, I say. You need help, Claire, Matt says. I can drive you back to the hospital.
He steps closer to me, and I think he might restrain me. I jump away, running across the kitchen to the knife rack. I pull out the nearest one and hold it in front of me.
Claire, what are you doing? You're crazy.
I'm not crazy. For the first time, I'm seeing things clearly.
You've got a pattern of behaviour, Matt. You're a violent man. You murdered Sarah's sister, and now you've drugged me. You'll hurt anyone that gets in your way.
Shock is plastered all over his face.
I didn't hurt Felicity. Who have you been speaking to?
Don't lie to me, Matt. You confessed. It's in the police file. I grip the handle of the knife tighter, my hand trembling.
You looked at the police file?
Miriam saw it. She told me you confessed.
I didn't do it, Claire. You have to believe me. I'm sorry I didn't tell you everything before, but I couldn't.
What do you mean? Who are you protecting?
But I know there's only one person he'd go to these lengths to protect. It was Sarah, wasn't it? Sarah pushed her sister. Matt looks at the floor. Yes, he says quietly. I feel relieved and angry all at the same time. Matt didn't cause Sarah's sister's death, but he was prepared to go to any lengths to protect Sarah. He could have ended up in prison. Our marriage has fallen apart because of the secrets he's kept from me. Why? Why did you protect her? It was a mistake, Claire. Felicity was jealous of her sister's success. Sarah was always their parents' favourite. One night we were up in the hayloft chatting. Felicity had had a lot to drink, and she turned nasty. She threatened to tell their parents Sarah was pregnant. Sarah thought her parents would make her abort the baby. They argued, and then Sarah pushed her sister. Not hard. It would have hardly hurt if she hadn't fallen out of the hayloft. Sarah never got over the guilt.
Why did you confess?
To protect her. To protect our baby. She couldn't go to prison when she was pregnant.
And then she miscarried?
Yes. And I withdrew my confession.
My mind whirs. If it was Sarah that pushed her sister and not Matt, then Matt hasn't done anything wrong. He's not got a history of violence. This changes everything. I think back to how cosy Sarah looked with my baby the other day at her flat. I think about how she always seems to be with my husband. Sarah works at the surgery. She'd have access to ketamine, too. Sarah, I say to Matt. Sarah's been poisoning me.
No one's been poisoning you, Claire. You took an overdose of sleeping pills. I've seen them in the house, in the cupboards. I should have moved them, but I didn't realize you were that bad, that depressed.
Sleeping pills? It wasn't sleeping pills, Matt. The doctor told me I'd taken ketamine. The knife is still in my hand. I hold it by my side, gripping it tightly.
Ketamine?
The blood has drained from his face. His skin is translucent. Yes, someone gave me ketamine. It must be you or your precious Sarah.
Sarah wouldn't do that.
Wouldn't she? She pushed her sister. She was there when Olivia fell into the pond. What if she let the brake off the buggy?
She wouldn't,
Matt says. I put down the knife as he paces the floor.
She just wouldn't.
Well, only you and her have access to the drugs at the practice.
Claire, it can't be her. She's away this weekend, visiting a friend in Brighton.
I'm not sure I believe him. Is he still covering for her? Then who could have done it? If it's not Sarah, it's you. I pick the knife back up, terrified I've made a mistake, and it's my husband I should be afraid of. Matt looks at me, his face pale.
You're sure the doctor said it was ketamine?
I nod. My hands shake as I point the knife at him.
It could be anyone, he says. Anyone who's been in the cottage.
What do you mean?
I made a mistake,
Claire. You're supposed to store ketamine in locked cupboards. But when I first set up the practice, I ordered the medical supplies to the house. I was planning to take them straight over to the surgery as soon as the delivery arrived. But I didn't. I was exhausted with the paperwork, and I waited a couple of days. You remember that package that came for me when we first arrived? Well, while it was in our house, someone opened it. Some of the supplies were missing. I dropped my hand, hold the knife by my side. I want to believe him. When was this? Not long after we moved in. It was the day we visited your mother's grave, her birthday. I didn't want to tell you. You were preoccupied. I remember. When we went to Richmond Park. I'd met Emma the day before. We were just still settling in and everything was chaotic. Matt had misplaced a delivery box. Did you find out who took it? No. I couldn't tell anyone, couldn't report it. The rules about storing drugs are very strict. I didn't want to be investigated. But some of the ketamine was stolen from our house, so either it was someone who had a key, or someone who broke in. Why didn't you tell me? What was there to tell? I didn't know who did it, didn't want to report it. You were already paranoid about my mother coming into the house. I didn't want to worry you. I just put it to the back of my mind. Got on with things. But if you've been drugged with ketamine, then I don't know what to think. Something surfaces in the back of my mind. Matt, I say. Were you with me when I went to the hospital? No. Emma told me about it afterwards. So Emma found me. She rang me and told me you'd taken sleeping pills. Sleeping pills? Yes, Pamela's pills. She said she was there when you took them. She said she tried to stop you. We both look at each other. Emma. I'm running, heart racing as my feet thunder up the stairs. Matt's a pace behind me, his breath on my neck. I push open the door to Olivia's room. The cot is empty. She's gone. I don't want to go back to the house, but there's nowhere else. I limp from the taxi to my green front door, leaning heavily on my stick. When I turn my key in the lock, the emotions nearly floor me, and I want to sink down onto the concrete step and never get up. But I resist the temptation and shut off the pain, operating on autopilot. The despair lingers, a dull ache in the pit of my stomach. As I open the door, I push back the memories of my daughter. Instead, the memory of the first time I crossed this threshold enters my mind, uninvited. I remember how joyful I was, how certain I was that my life was coming together, that here I would be safe, that here I could start again and create a family home. Once I'm inside the house, I don't know what to do with myself. Everything is the same, and yet my world has stopped revolving. I wander around aimlessly. The house is a cross between a show home and a crime scene. A corner of the kitchen is still shining from where I cleaned a few days ago. But in the hallway, patches of dried blood lead a trail through the house and up the staircase. The police have gone, but they've left traces. A discarded cigarette just outside the back door. An empty coffee cup on the windowsill in the living room. Upstairs, I peer through the door of my daughter's room, and then shut it quickly. I can't look at her toddler-sized bed, her doll's house, her toys. They'll always be waiting for her. The hatch to the attic still lies open, the ladder down as if inviting me up. I wonder if the police were stupid enough to leave the rope there, waiting for me, the next victim. I don't go up there. It would be too neat an ending, too easy for me. I push the ladder up and close the hatch. Instead, I go to bed, lie down in my clothes, and swallow the painkillers and sleeping pills the doctor prescribed. I toss and turn before sleep eventually takes me. Even then, It provides scant relief from my living nightmare. In my dreams, my daughter is alive, and then the world turns and pivots in on itself. Each dream is different. A fire, an accident, a drowning. But the outcome is always the same. My daughter always dies. In my dreams, I seek revenge. I stab the person responsible again and again and again, until they are unrecognizable, a mess of blood and pulped flesh. When I wake in my own bed, I'm relieved they are just dreams. And then realization dawns, a brick crushing my heart. My reality is worse than my nightmares. My daughter's already dead. I can never punish my husband. He took that opportunity away from me when he killed himself. I will never get revenge.
Chapter 41.
Emma! I scream. Emma! My voice cracks. Matt is at Olivia's bedroom window, looking down onto the driveway. I rush over. Her car's gone, he says. I think I might vomit. Blood rushes to my head as I run down the stairs, slip my shoes on, jump in our car. Matt is in the doorway. Call the police! I shout to him before I slam the car door shut. Show them where she took Olivia. I'm going to Emma's flat. In the car, I can hardly focus on the road in front of me. My sweaty hands grip the steering wheel as I swerve round bends, my thoughts racing. I try to make sense of things, but I can't. Why would Emma take Olivia? She has been by my side all this time, my only friend from the beginning. Could she have taken Olivia to protect her from Matt? Is she trying to help me? But Matt didn't give me the ketamine, and the last person I remember before I passed out is Emma. She was the one who told Matt I'd overdosed. She told him it was sleeping pills. I remember the symptoms of ketamine poisoning I read about in the taxi. Hallucinations, confusion, drowsiness. I've had these since we moved. Since I met Emma. I remember what the doctor said about the dangers of mixing alcohol with ketamine. And I think about how I collapsed when Emma and I went up the church spire after our wine tasting. I think of how I blacked out when we went clubbing. I thought it was the alcohol. But could she have drugged me? My mind's spinning out of control. Nothing makes sense. Why would Emma drug me? And why would she take Olivia? She has her own family. She has Lizzie. I pull up outside her flat and jump out of the car. I have to find my daughter. There are no lights on, but it doesn't mean she's not there. I jam my finger on the buzzer, but no one answers. I jab again and again and again until someone pokes their head out of an upstairs window and asks me what I want. I'm looking for Emma, I shout up. From flat 2? I need to speak to her. I'm a friend. Well, if you keep buzzing and she doesn't answer, it means she's not in. It's an emergency, I say, heart racing. I need to speak to her. Can't you phone her? She's not answering. Can you let me in? What good will that do if she's not in? I think she might be hurt. She might have hurt herself in the flat, I say. I can't get hold of her. The lie tumbles out of my mouth easily. The woman visibly sighs. I'll come down, she says. She comes down and lets me in, then goes to Emma's door and knocks loudly. Emma! I shout through the door. Emma! Crouching down, I peer through the letterbox. The flat's dark, and I can only make out the vague shapes of furniture in the shadows. I don't think she's here. She looks at me doubtfully. I'm sure she's in there, waiting me out, waiting for me to go away. A baby screams, and my heart clenches in my chest. Olivia. She's in the flat. I must get to her. I bang on the door furiously. Emma! I need to get rid of the woman hovering over my shoulder.
I'll wait here for her, I say. Don't worry, you can go. I put on my calmest voice, but inside I'm shaking. The woman sighs, and then retreats back to her flat. The police will be on their way to our cottage by now. I pull my phone out of my handbag. Matt hasn't called. They can't have arrived yet. I wish they'd hurry. But I can't wait for them. I need to get to Olivia now. There must be a way of getting into the flat. I know Emma rents, so I go to the land registry website, pull off the records for the flat, and see the name of the owner. I'm still a member of the online address directories from my days as a journalist, and I quickly find the number for his landline. He lives locally. He'll have a spare key. The phone rings and rings.
Hello?
Hi, I'm sorry to bother you. I'm trying to locate your tenant, Emma Birch. It's an emergency.
I don't have a tenant called Emma.
You don't rent out 2 Overlook Heights?
Yes, that's my flat, but it's rented to Stephanie Pickard.
I collapse against the door. Stephanie. Emma is Stephanie. She's finally come to find me, to get revenge. Everything makes sense. Stephanie wants to hurt me, the way I deserve to be hurt. The past is coming back to claim me. It's days before I leave the house, but eventually I have to. I've run out of food and toilet paper, and it's too late to arrange an online delivery for today. I know it will be good for me to get out, get some fresh air. In the confines of the house, I relive my nightmares again and again. I have no one to talk to. I've tried to ring the helpline, but the phone goes straight to voicemail, filling me with despair every time. It must have closed down. I'm totally alone. I walk the long way to the supermarket, down the main road, avoiding the river. I lean heavily on my stick. My face is so disfigured that it's unrecognizable. My nose is broken, my jaw, my cheekbone. No part of me is intact. People look at me, and then away again, embarrassed by my injuries. I dig into my handbag, find an old scarf and wrap it round my head. In the supermarket, I walk around mindlessly, picking up ready meals and putting them back. I'm not hungry, but there's something soothing about watching other people going about their daily lives, picking up pre-prepared meals and turning them over to check the sell-by dates, planning what they'll have for dinner. I have a huge list of things I need, but I don't have the motivation to look for them. I wander up and down each aisle, immersing myself in the bustle. It's slow progress with my stick, and I appreciate the delay. I don't want to go home. The supermarket feels like a film set, a comforting recreation of normality. I go past the newspaper section, pick up a national paper, and flick through it. I freeze when I see my husband's face staring out at me. The blood rushes to my head, and I collapse to the floor. The crowd closes in on me. "Are you okay?" The world is an overwhelming blur of colour and movement. I try to focus. "Yes," I say. "Yes, I'm fine." It surprises me how easily this reassuring banality slips out as I struggle to my feet. I take the paper to the till with my shopping, rushing to escape. Outside I find a bench, take deep breaths and open the paper again. On the inside pages, I see my husband's smiling face. I want to rip that smile into shreds. My daughter's name jumps out at me in bold print. I stare at it for a moment, reading and rereading each letter in turn. Lily. "What drove him to it?" the headline shouts indignantly. Pictures of my husband litter the article. There are none of me or Lily.
I see other words in bold. Rape accusations exposed by this newspaper. They knew. After years of cover-ups, somehow the press had found out. Did he know they were going to write this? Is that why he killed himself and drowned our daughter? I scanned the article for more details. There's a self-congratulatory paragraph near the beginning of the text. The newspaper had conducted a long-running investigation and had finally succeeded in exposing him. I reread the section, trying to make sense of it. They published the exposé on the day he took Lily. He must have seen the paper when he got to work. He wouldn't have been able to cope with being found out. He'd have had to act. And he did. He came home, beat me up, and murdered our daughter. All because of the exposé. I feel a well of anger bubbling inside me. Why didn't they think before they published the article? Despite myself, I keep reading. There are quotes pulled out in italics, all of them attributed to me. I don't understand. I haven't said those things to anyone. Except I did tell someone. I told the woman on the helpline. Claire. Then I noticed the byline under the article's headline. Investigated by Claire Hughes. It's her. I feel sick. It can't be true. Claire was never my friend. She was never my confidant. The whole time, she was a journalist. She was just after a story. Chapter 42. I drop the phone, the landlord still talking on the other end. I'm shaking as the images come back to me. The river, the reeds, the lifeless child. Blood drains from my face as I remember the horror of those moments. It was all my fault. When I'd started the investigation into Stephanie's husband, I'd never imagined it would end the way it did. I never imagined that Stephanie's daughter would die. I just wanted the story. That was all. I wanted my byline on the front page. I wanted the journalism prize. I ended up getting all those things. But the cost was unimaginable. If I could send back the prizes, if I could turn back time and change what I did, I would. But I can't. I'll never be free of that image of the small girl being dragged from the water. It haunts me when I'm awake, and it fills my nightmares. But I deserve all of it. I deserve my fear of water. I deserve my nightmares. I deserved my breakdown. Because I'm not the one who had to pay the true cost. Stephanie paid the ultimate price for my mistakes. She was the one who lost her daughter. And now she's taken mine. An eye for an eye. A daughter for a daughter. It all makes sense. I remember Olivia's buggy careering into the pond. Stephanie. She must have wanted me to know how it felt to see my daughter drowning. I've been running away so fast and for so long that I had convinced myself the past would never catch me up. But it has. Now I will have to pay for my mistakes, too. Stephanie will see to that. The baby's sudden screams echo around the corridors of the block of flats. My baby. Olivia. I must get inside. Stephanie wants revenge. She wants me to pay the price she paid. My daughter. Fear is a fist around my heart, and I can hardly breathe as I shoulder barge the door, repeating it again and again until my upper body aches. It's useless. I run outside the block of flats and try the kitchen window. I remember Stephanie complaining that it didn't close properly. I can see where the plastic frame doesn't quite meet the edge of the window. There's a small gap, and I manage to slip my fingers between the window and the frame. I pull with all my might. It doesn't loosen.
I need something that I can use to wrench open the window, something strong enough. I root around in my bag, pulling my phone out and angling it into the gap. Then I push the other end of it as hard as I can to jimmy it open. The screen of my phone cracks. Then the catch gives, and the window shoots out towards me. I stagger backwards. I pull the window out as far as it will go. There's a blind on the other side. My heart pounds as I wonder if Stephanie is standing there, waiting for me. Olivia has stopped screaming. What has Stephanie done to her? I feel sick with fear. What if I'm too late? I put my hands up on the ledge and push myself up. I climb up through the window, sweeping away the blind. It's dark in the kitchen. Something digs into my back, the tap on the sink. I scoot further in and knock into something. Smash. The sound shatters the silence. My eyes are still adjusting to the dark. I see plates from the drying rack in pieces on the tiles below. I jump down from the sink. Is Stephanie hiding somewhere, waiting for me? Where is Olivia? I creep across the dark shadows of the kitchen. I can hear my baby's screams again, but they seem quieter now, further away. I remember the sounds in my own house, the noises at night, the creaks on the stairs, the singing through the baby monitor. I hadn't been imagining it. It was Stephanie all along. She was preparing the ground, watching me the whole time, making me think I was going mad, getting ready to take my daughter. I go out of the kitchen and into the hallway. There are 3 doors. The door to the living room is open, revealing a scene of ordinary life. An empty coffee cup, a book, an open newspaper. I'm about to try the door to Stephanie's bedroom when I hear a key in the lock. The front door eases open. Today. I pull up in front of my former home. I remember how excited I was when Chris first showed it to me. It was the house of my dreams, huge and detached, with a garden for our future children to play in. Shielded from the road by big conifer trees, newly whitewashed walls. It was perfect. I haven't been back since I sold the house to a developer. Today the expansive front lawn is tarmacked over, divided up into spaces, filled with parked cars. Not the Porsche that Chris drove, or my 4x4. Older, cheaper cars, parked neatly in the delineated spaces. The conifers have been cut down, and you can see the whole house from the road. There's nowhere to hide. I unstrap Olivia from the car seat and pick her up. At the doorway, there's a neat line of buzzers with printed labels telling me the names of the occupants. 6 flats. They must be tiny. Olivia whines, and I turn to her. This was our home, I tell her. You, me and Daddy, we used to live here. As I stare at the buzzers, fear rises in me. Flashbacks, flying punches, blood on kitchen tiles, the crack of bone. I don't want to go in, but I know I must. I have to face the past. My heart beats faster as I reach out for the first buzzer and press it. I wait for a moment, but there's no answer. I press the next one, and the next. They must be at work. Flat 5 answers, and I'm so shocked that I hardly know what to say. I used to live here, I say. I wonder if I could come in and see what it looks like these days. I want to show my daughter. She pauses, as if considering it. Sure, she says. Come on up. The flat is on the 2nd floor, in what used to be the loft. She opens the door with a smile, looking down at Olivia. Oh, I didn't realize you had a baby with you. I assumed your daughter was older. I'm Joanna, by the way. My husband and I lived here before she was born, before it was converted into flats. You lived in the whole house? Wow. It must have been huge.
Yeah, I reply. I'm staring round the small living room. Chris and I had talked about getting the loft converted, but we never got around to it. Now I can see what it would have looked like. Without the huge trees in front of the house, the room is light and airy.
Do you want a drink? She asks.
No, thank you. I'm not sure how much longer I can bear to be in this room, with all its reminders of the family I lost. I look up at the rafters. They've been painted white, like the rest of the flat, giving an illusion of space. I feel sick as I imagine the thud as Chris pushed away the stool he was standing on. In my mind's eye, I see his body hanging there, swaying gently back and forth. I wonder if Joanna knows what went on in this house, in this room. Olivia starts to cry. It's as if she knows. This is where we used to live, I say, and kiss her forehead. She cries harder. I feel a tug of resentment towards her. Lily was such a good baby. A placid baby. Olivia is different. She's just like her mother. Chapter 43. A man fills the doorway of Stephanie's flat, his features indistinguishable in the dark.
Stephanie?
He asks as he flicks the light on. He blinks in surprise when he sees me.
Who are you?
He asks. I know Stephanie. Before I can say any more, a woman with a baby appears in the doorway behind him. For a second, I think it's Olivia, and my heart leaps. But then I see her blue eyes and freckles, and my heart sinks back down. It's Lizzie. Have you seen my baby? I ask the woman desperately, trying to step around the man who blocks my path. I haven't seen any other babies here, the woman says. And I live next door, so I'd have heard them even if I didn't see them. I look at the woman and feel a spark of recognition. I've seen her before. I saw her on the bus that time with Lizzie. I'd assumed she was Dan's partner. Is Stephanie here? I ask. Are you babysitting for her? She's not here, and she babysits for me sometimes. I don't babysit for her. She doesn't have any children. What? That doesn't make sense. I stare at the baby. But Lizzie! Lizzie's mine. Shock hits me, and I struggle to process what's happening. Lizzie isn't Stephanie's baby. Stephanie's been lying to me from the moment she introduced herself. She doesn't have a child. Where's Stephanie? I ask the woman urgently. Where's she taken my daughter? The man reaches out and grabs my shoulders.
You need to calm down, he says, and tell me what you're doing in my flat.
Your flat? My mind is still spinning. Oh, we spoke on the phone.
I'm the landlord,
he says, his face up close to mine.
How did you get in?
The woman with the baby chips in. I heard noises. Smashing. I don't have time for this conversation. I rack my brains to work out where Stephanie might be. Could she still be in the flat? I wriggle free from the landlord's grip and push open the door to Stephanie's bedroom. It's empty. I try the door to the other room, the room I'd always assumed was Lizzie's. The door shoots open, revealing a baby's nursery. For a moment I think I must be mistaken. Stephanie does have a baby. But there's something wrong. Everything is too neat and tidy, too sparse. There's a cot, but no nappies. There is no changing mat, no baby bottles, no toys. There's no chest of drawers for baby clothes, just 2 outfits and Lizzie's red coat, neatly folded on a table. The motif on the wall, a child's name painted in sunny letters. But it doesn't say Lizzie.
It says Lily. The name of Stephanie's daughter. The daughter who drowned. The child whose death I caused. In the cot is Olivia's toy bunny. The realization slams into me. Stephanie wants Olivia to replace Lily. I took Lily from her, and she will take Olivia from me. I need to go, I say again, trying to push by the landlord. You can't. I'm calling the police. Panic rises in me. I have to find my daughter. I can explain, I say, my face flushing. Just let me go. I feel hot tears running down my cheeks. You need to stay here until the police come. You broke into my property. I can explain to the police later, I say. Or on the phone. They're already with my husband. Our daughter's missing. The landlord glares at me. I don't need a sob story, he says. I see him jabbing 999 into his phone. I take out my own phone to call Matt. The screen is cracked from jimmying open the window, and for a moment I panic. But luckily it still responds to my touch, and I'm relieved to hear it connecting. As it rings and rings, I see the landlord with his mobile phone to his ear, hear him asking for the police. I wish Matt would hurry up and pick up. Finally, the ringing stops, and there is the fuzz of background noise. Matt? Silence. I don't wait for him to speak. Matt, I'm at Emma's. She's got Olivia, I know she has, and she's not Emma at all. She's Stephanie. You remember Stephanie? My speech is garbled and rushed. There's laughter on the other end of the phone. A woman's laugh. Stephanie. I remember back at the cottage, Matt threatening to call the police, me sweeping the phone out of his hand, Stephanie picking it up from the floor. She put it into her pocket. She still has it. Stephanie, I say. Claire. Her voice is icy, with none of the warmth she had for me when she was pretending to be Emma. You've got my daughter. Yes. I need her back. Please, I'm so sorry for what happened to your daughter, for what I did. I truly am. I feel the guilt rising in me and swallow it down. This is all my fault. But don't punish Olivia for my mistakes. She's not to blame. You've never deserved her, Claire. You know that as well as I do. You don't even love her. I think of all the times I confided in Emma about how down I felt, how I wasn't sure if I loved Olivia, how I wasn't coping. I'd thought she was my friend, that I could trust her. Stephanie, please, where are you? Where do you think I am? I'm back at the place where it all began. The river? Yes, the river. Across the room, the landlord is pacing back and forth. It's clear the police won't be here for a while. He turns to me. Is that Stephanie on the phone? Who's that? Stephanie asks. Your landlord. He won't let me leave. Hand him your phone. I'll tell him it's a misunderstanding. I want to talk to you properly, face to face. Come to the river. Today. It's a short walk from our house to the river. My husband took this walk 3 years ago with our daughter, before he drowned her. I imagine her, aged 4, so pleased that for once in her life her father was giving her some attention. It was the height of summer, early morning, a beautiful day. I was in my daughter's bedroom, lying next to my packed suitcase, slipping in and out of consciousness. I like to think she knew nothing of what was to come. She can't have done. I imagine her smiling and laughing as she realized she was going to the river with her daddy. I like to imagine the sun warming her face, her giggling. I want her to have been happy in her last few moments. There were no witnesses to the drowning. Later, people with good intentions told me that it might have been a mistake, that he might have been playing with her in the river and lost his grip. After she drowned, the guilt made him hang himself. But I know better. He wasn't the type to feel guilt or remorse. He knew he was ruined when he read the newspaper that exposed him. Everything he had built up over his career would be taken away, and he thought I was the one who'd gone to the press. I was quoted in the article. He left me lying on the kitchen floor with one intention only: to make me hurt more than I knew was possible. He killed our daughter as revenge. He wanted to destroy my life like I had destroyed his. He didn't hang himself because he felt guilty. He did it to protect himself, so he wouldn't have to face the consequences. Olivia is grizzling as I carry her down the path. She's a difficult child, not at all like Lily. At the riverbank, I sit down and stare at the water, Olivia in my arms. It's so calm and peaceful, but I know there's a strong current in the middle. I know it can drag you under if you let it. Drown you. Olivia keeps whining, and I think she must be cold. I want to put her on my breast to comfort her, but I can't. I have no milk. I wish she would be quiet, so I can sit and think about Lily. Her smile, her giggle, her lovable little face, and the way her eyes were the exact same shade of blue as mine. I imagine her here now. She'd be 7. She'd love the water, love to feel it splashing over her. I imagine my life with her now. It would have been so different. Everything would have been perfect. But Claire took that away from us. Olivia fidgets and wriggles. I look at her. I want to start again. I want to feel the same love for her I felt for Lily. But when I look at her, I feel nothing. Nothing at all.
Chapter 44. Whatever Stephanie's said to the landlord, it's worked. He hands back my phone and steps aside, letting me out of the door. I jump into the car. I want to speak to Matt, to tell him where I'm going, but there's no way of contacting him. We hadn't bothered to connect a new landline when Pamela's contract ran out. Instead, I just drive. There's no time to waste. It's over an hour's drive from here to the village. I must find Stephanie and get Olivia back. In the car, I go back over everything in my head. I remember when I first heard the story of Stephanie's husband. Miriam told me in a whisper over drinks that her police force were investigating him for sexual harassment. At the time, he had a huge media profile. He'd grown a media empire from nothing and had shares in magazines, TV stations, and technology startups, as well as running a talent agency. I feel a flush of shame as I think back. I was a different person back then. I wanted success at all costs. My colleagues would do anything and everything to get a story. They'd trail people for days, camp outside the houses of grieving widows, even hack the phones of murder victims. Morals were thrown out of the window. I had to compete. I sat outside Stephanie's house for 2 weeks in my car, waiting for her to come out, so I could question her about her husband. But she stayed inside the whole time. I should have given up then, but I didn't. I was so desperate that one night I went through her bins. I found a letter from her psychiatrist saying she had missed appointments. That gave me an idea that I now bitterly regret. No one ever came to the house, and Stephanie never left. She must have been going stir-crazy in there all day on her own. She needed help. I put together a leaflet advertising a mental health helpline for struggling new mothers, and slotted it through the letterbox. Stephanie was the only person who had the number, and I was the only person at the other end of the line. I never thought it would work, but a few days later she rang me. I'm ashamed of how pleased I was with myself that I'd fooled her. Over several weeks I gained her trust, and eventually she told me everything. The story was even bigger than I thought. He was regularly raping young women who worked for him. His crimes went back years, and he'd been paying the women off to keep them quiet. It was the biggest scoop of my career. I knew it would make my name as a journalist. But I was worried about Stephanie's safety. Her husband was dangerous, and I persuaded her to leave him. She promised me she would. I delayed going to my editor with the story until I was sure that she'd be long gone. But she changed her mind when she realized she couldn't stay with me. She didn't want to go to a women's shelter. When I spoke to her later, she was still at the house. The story was on the editor's desk by then. He was going to publish the next day. I couldn't stop the chain of events I'd started. I was terrified of what Stephanie's husband might do to her when he read the article and saw that she had betrayed him, telling a journalist everything. I begged her to leave as soon as she could. I couldn't tell her why, but somehow I managed to convince her to leave that night. I was so relieved when I hung up. I thought everything was fixed, that she'd leave that evening before her husband saw the story. But she didn't. She waited until the next day. By then it was too late. I imagine her husband turning up to work in the morning, seeing his face on the front page of the paper. I imagine him seeing the quotes attributed to Stephanie, the accusations, the revelations. He'd have been overcome by rage when he realized the source was his own wife. He'd returned home to find her about to leave with their daughter. I was in the office early that morning, ready for a busy day following up the story. I was so convinced I'd averted disaster for Stephanie that I hardly thought of her at all. I was busy celebrating my scoop, accepting the congratulations of colleagues. They were thumping me on the back, cheering me. I was walking on air. I knew great things were just around the corner for me. All my hard work was finally paying off. I didn't stay long. My editor wanted me to go over to Stephanie's house with a photographer and wait outside to snap a picture of Stephanie's disgraced husband and try to get a quote. As we neared the house, feelings of guilt started to rise in me. I told myself that Stephanie was okay, safe in the women's shelter I'd recommended. But I couldn't help feeling bad about betraying her. We'd become close over time, and I'd grown to like her. I naively thought that in time she'd forgive me, understand that I needed to expose her husband so that he'd go to prison and be punished for his crimes. Just as we were approaching her home, we got a call through with a tip-off. There were reports of a body in the river nearby. I wondered for a second if it was connected to Stephanie, if her husband had drowned himself, and I felt a shiver of fear. Even so, I had no idea of the horror to come. I arrived shortly after the police. I watched helplessly as they pulled the little girl from the water, her body limp and lifeless, her hair fanning in the water as they dragged her to the shore. As soon as I saw her, I knew she was Stephanie's daughter. A scream pierced the air, and it was a moment before I realized it was mine, as I sank to the muddy ground. The paramedic did chest compressions by the riverside, and I watched as her body jumped and shuddered with the force, praying her heart would restart, praying she'd live. But her soul had already left her. She was gone. I threw up again and again on the grass until there was nothing coming out but bile, my body convulsing with sobs. I overheard the chatter of a group of locals standing just outside the police barrier. Half an hour ago, they'd seen the little girl walking beside a man they'd assumed was her father. It was Stephanie's husband.
He'd drowned her to punish Stephanie. He wanted to take away the only thing that mattered to her. It was his revenge. It was all my fault. If I hadn't written the article, Stephanie's daughter would still be alive. Tears stream down my face, and I can hardly see the road in front of me. I feel so ashamed of what I did. Stephanie's right to never forgive me. She's right to punish me. She's done to me what I did to her. Watching me the way I watched her, following me, observing me, worming her way into my life, pretending to be my friend, manipulating me into trusting her. I welcomed Emma into my life. I didn't recognize her because Stephanie and I had never met, only spoken on the phone. I'd never even seen a photo of her. Her husband had controlled her social media so tightly that it had been impossible to find a picture to accompany my article. I confided in Emma about my relationship with Matt and my struggles with my baby. I trusted her the way she'd once trusted me. She babysat my daughter and took her to the park. She hugged her and tickled her tummy and held her. She looked after her in a way I didn't feel able to. And from the beginning, that was all she wanted. To befriend me and then destroy me the way I destroyed her. I need help. I pull over into a lay-by. I'm about to call Matt, but then I remember Stephanie has his phone. Instead, I call the only other person who knows the history between me and Stephanie. Miriam. Miriam never forgave me for betraying her trust by using her tip-off to target Stephanie. But now I need her. She picks up immediately. Claire? It's Stephanie, I say breathlessly. She gasps. Stephanie? She's taken Olivia to punish me for what I did. Slow down. Where has she taken Olivia? Back to the village, I say. To the river. I'll be there as soon as I can. I turn my key in the engine and skid out of the lay-by back onto the road. With my foot pressed down on the accelerator, I recklessly overtake car after car. All that matters is that I get to Olivia in time. I have to save her. Today. I can hear her coming for me. The screeching of brakes, the dulling of the engine. She'll be here in a minute. I hold Olivia tight. I never knew it was possible to hate someone as much as I hate Claire. My anger ripples out of me in waves. Every time I used to Google her and see her image, I would feel like I'd be sick. The smiling Twitter profile, the list of awards. She didn't deserve to be happy. How dare she get away with it? I was obsessed. I knew where she lived in Balham. Friends on Facebook with lax profile settings meant I'd seen her wedding photos. I know what dress she wore. How happy she looked. I went to the church where she got married, walked up and down the aisle, feeling sick and filled with rage. Imagined it all. But I kept my distance, told myself she wasn't worth it. Until I learnt that she was pregnant. I found out from her husband's website. He'd set it up for his veterinary surgery and put a picture of him and a heavily pregnant Claire, pride of place, on the homepage. She was going to have a child, when she had taken mine away from me. That was when I knew. I couldn't passively observe anymore. She didn't deserve a baby, not after what she did. She couldn't have what was rightfully mine. Her husband's surgery was in a village near Oxford. I knew Claire would be moving out of London. It didn't take much detective work to learn that Matt's parents lived near the practice and to engineer a meeting with his mother. She was chairperson of the tennis club, and when I inquired about membership and told her I was thinking of moving to the area, she was only too happy to tell me about her high-achieving son, who was shortly due to move in next door to her, with his wife and daughter. It was easy to find a place to rent in the village. I even managed to move in before Claire herself,
and I could introduce myself to her as a local resident. Thanks to my new neighbour who was so desperate for a babysitter that she'd leave her 3-month-old with me, almost a stranger, I was able to pretend I was also a mother. I wanted Claire to trust me as much as I had once trusted her. I wanted her to depend on me. We'd never met, so she didn't know what I looked like, and I knew that there had never been any photos of me printed in the press. My husband had kept my online profile so low that no one had been able to find one. But I was sure she'd recognise my voice. I shivered when she spoke to me the first time, clutching her baby in her doorway, her jumper stained with baby sick. Her voice was so familiar, it brought everything back. But she was so caught up in herself that she didn't seem to register any familiarity. In fact, she seemed lonely, glad of my company. She was easy to befriend. On the very first day we met, I took a spare key from a tray in the hallway that must have been left by Pamela. In the beginning, a few misplaced items and noises at night were enough to make her wonder if she was going crazy. It doesn't take much to destroy someone's sanity. My husband taught me that. If you hack away at someone in the same place, again and again, eventually they crack. Claire was an easier target than I thought. The fault lines were already there. Stephanie! She's calling me. I hear the desperation in her voice. I turn to face her. After all these years, it's finally time to make her pay. Chapter 45. When I arrive at the village, I pull over by a pub that backs onto the river. I force myself out of the car, sick with nerves. I've never been back here, and I can hardly make myself turn down the narrow alleyway towards the river. I feel faint, as if I might collapse on the pavement. But I have to get to my daughter. I make myself run down the alleyway, alongside the pub, my heart thumping. As I come out the other end, back into the daylight, I catch sight of the sparkling river. Memories flood my mind. The bare arm, sticking out of the reeds. The men in uniforms doing mouth-to-mouth. The scream of the police sirens. I can't bear it. My ears are ringing and I can hardly catch my breath. I can feel myself losing my grip on reality as the environment around me blurs into one green-blue haze. I stumble and fall to the muddy ground. I push myself back up, my vision still double. I can't waste any time. I have to get to Olivia. There's a blurred figure sitting by the riverside. It must be Stephanie. The trees are bare now, and raindrops dance on the water. There's no sunshine, no birds. But I recognize the spot. It's the exact spot where Lily died. Stephanie! I manage to get the words out through tears. At first I think she hasn't heard me, but then she turns and rises up to greet me, my daughter in her arms. I reach her side, holding out my hands for my daughter. Give her back! Stephanie pulls her away. I tense with fear, my heart racing. What's she going to do to my baby? I imagine Olivia submerged, caught in the reeds. Just like Lily. I can hardly breathe. I won't, she says. As our eyes meet, I can't get the thought out of my head that she's still Emma, that she's still my friend. Somehow, I still can't believe Emma would betray me. But her eyes are harder now, cruel. I remind myself that she's Stephanie. She created Emma just to hurt me. You don't deserve Olivia, she says, echoing the note that came through my door. My heart contracts, and I long to hold my daughter. You sent the note, I ask. Yes, and I moved the smoke alarm. Did it work, Claire? Did it scare you?
I thought you were my friend, I say. Stephanie laughs bitterly.
I thought you were mine! On the helpline. You were the only one I could trust.
I'm sorry. The wind whips round me, blowing the rain into my face and turning my voice into a whisper. I remember how desperate Stephanie seemed on the phone, and guilt engulfs me, a vice around my heart. Back then I was so focused on the story that I couldn't see how cruel I was being. I was supposed to be Stephanie's lifeline, but I took away everything she loved. Stephanie is lost in her own thoughts.
You didn't even answer the phone, she says. After Lily died, you just ignored me.
I couldn't face you. I was a coward. I'm so sorry.
You didn't care.
I shuffle closer to Olivia. If I can just get a little bit closer, I'll be able to reach out and grab her. I keep talking. I did care about you. I told you to leave him. I was worried about you. I wanted you to be happy.
You published the story that destroyed my life. My daughter is dead because of you.
She's right. What I did was unforgivable. My body tenses. Even after all this time, I can't believe that I could be so manipulative and cruel. But I can't let Olivia be punished for my mistakes. If I reach out now, I might just be able to grab her. But if I lose my balance, we'll both fall into the water below. I try to distract Stephanie, not knowing what else to do.
Did you always intend to take her?
I ask. From the very beginning. Stephanie adjusts Olivia in her arms, shifting her onto the other hip, so once again she's out of my reach.
I wasn't certain at first, but when I saw how little you cared for her, it was clear I was doing the right thing. The one thing a baby needs was the one thing you couldn't provide. You couldn't love her. You didn't have it in you.
Her words make me reel. I have postnatal depression. I thought you understood. Stephanie laughs bitterly.
Yeah, that's you, Claire. Despite having everything, you had the audacity to say you were depressed, even though you were living the life I wanted, the life you stole from me.
I wanted to love her, I say. Tears freefall down my face. I look at Olivia's tiny hands, peeking out from under her clothes. It's too cold for her. She needs a coat. Please, give me another chance.
I didn't get another chance, Claire, did I? After you published your story, I had no chance at all.
I'm sorry, Stephanie. I still think about Lily every day. A day doesn't go past when the guilt doesn't eat me up. It's true. I've never been able to get Stephanie's daughter out of my head.
Why did you do it? Why did you set up the helpline? Why did you make me confide in you?
You knew I was vulnerable. I couldn't think of anything else. I say quietly. I wanted the story so badly. You never left the house. It was the last roll of the dice. I thought if I set up the helpline, you might confide in me. Tell me about your husband. She turns to me, her eyes raging.
And I fell into the trap.
She steps into the water, holding my baby. Today.
The shock of the cold water wakens my senses. I can feel the heaviness in my shoes, in the bottom of my jeans. I wade in further. I want to get away from Claire, away from everything she reminds me of. I don't want to think of her. I only want to think of Lily. I try and imagine her face, her mischievous green eyes, dimpled smile, flowing hair. But the image is static, a photograph. I squeeze my eyes shut, trying to imagine her laughing and running around. The film in my head jumps and skips. I can't conjure her up like I used to. I can't feel her here.
Stephanie! Claire interrupts me,
and I squeeze my eyes shut tighter. Shut up! I stroke Olivia's hair gently and try to speak to Lily. This is the last place she saw, where she took her last breath. I imagine her soul still lingering, waiting for me to come back. Lily, I say. I want her blessing. I want her to let me restart my life. To live. To be. To care for another baby. I listen intently for a reply, but all I can hear is the sound of the water washing over the stones. I can feel so many things. Bracing wind, icy water, bitter air. But I can't feel her. She's gone. I realise then that there's no point, because I'm not whole without Lily. I can't go on like this. I can't live. Chapter 46. Stephanie holds Olivia above the water. She starts to whine as her small body shivers violently. The rain is soaking through her clothes. Please, I say, give her back. But Stephanie isn't listening. She wades towards the reeds. Is this where they found her? She asks. I realise that she doesn't know what I know. She wasn't here. She doesn't know where her daughter was pulled from the river. She doesn't know how hard the paramedics tried to resuscitate her. A little further along, I say. Did you see her? Did you see her here? Yes. How did she look? I think of how Lily's spirit had already left her. She looked at peace. Stephanie nods and pulls apart the reeds, looking at the murky water. This is where she took her last breath. They tried to save her, Stephanie. They did mouth-to-mouth, chest compressions. But she was already gone. She turns, and for a moment I think she's going to wade into the river with Olivia. But she only looks into the reeds and whispers softly, Goodbye, Lily. Chapter 47. I reach out and try to take Olivia from her, but Stephanie pulls away, wading deeper into the water. Olivia's not Lily, I say. She can never replace her. Stephanie nods, and I think for a moment that she might come back to the riverbank, but she turns away. Give her back to me, I say softly. Please. There's nothing for us here, Stephanie says, wading deeper. Lily always wanted a sister. We can all be together now. She's going to drown them both. She can't. A flush of heat rises through me, despite the bitter cold, and I think I'm going to be sick. I feel an urgent need to act, to save my daughter, but I'm frozen to the spot, terrified that any sudden movement will force Stephanie further into the river. Stephanie, stop! The words stumble out through the tears. But she steps further in. I jump in beside her, the bitterly cold water shocking my system. Even in the shallows, the current is stronger than it looks. I can see Stephanie's finding it difficult to stay on her feet, her waterlogged jeans dragging her down. I daren't step closer. Please, I say, please give her back to me. You don't deserve her. A wave of pain washes over me. She's right. You don't love her. You don't care about her the way I cared about Lily. Don't drown her, I whisper. Please, don't drown her. I try and grab at Olivia, but Stephanie takes a step further back and stumbles in the water. My heart stops as Olivia shifts in her arms, and the current threatens to take her. But Stephanie recovers, keeping her grip on her. Why shouldn't I? She shouts through tears. You took everything I loved from me. You took my daughter.
You stole my future. Lily will never grow up, go to university, find a job. Why should you have that when I can't? I hear myself scream as Stephanie struggles to maintain her footing. Soon the current will be too strong for her, and Olivia will be swept away. Olivia is crying now. So is Stephanie. I can hear her sobs racking through her body. Stephanie, I'm sorry, I say. I'm so sorry. It was my fault, she whispers. My fault my daughter died. I shouldn't have told you anything. Stephanie chokes on her tears. No, I say. I should never have... But she's not listening. She's lost in the past, staring down into the murky water that's now up to her chest. There's no point. There's nothing to live for. Her voice is so soft, I can barely hear her. I reach my hand out to her, ice-cold water lapping around my thighs. There is, I say. There is. I remember when I was in her place, ready to give up. I felt so overwhelmed by guilt as I stood on top of the multi-story car park, staring at the tiny people below, going about their day-to-day lives, as I prepared to jump. Why should I believe you? You comforted me before, remember? You told me everything would be all right. You told me to open up to you, to confide in you, and then you betrayed me. You printed it in the paper. My head pounds. She's right. It is my fault. It is. I set up the fake helpline and befriended her. I printed that story. It's my fault her daughter died. Now it's my fault my daughter is in danger. I'm sorry, I repeat. It's all I have, but the words sound empty. I haven't been able to live with myself. Stephanie laughs bitterly. But you have, though, haven't you? You won a prize for my story. You carried on as normal. And then you had a daughter. Her eyes flash with anger. I didn't carry on as normal, Stephanie. My head pounds harder, the rush of the river inside me. I couldn't. I had a breakdown and left the newspaper. I tried to kill myself. I was where you are now. I wanted to die. After your story was published in the paper, after what happened, I couldn't face it. I couldn't face what I'd done. I remember how guilty I'd felt, empty inside. I couldn't cope. I drank more and more. Friends fell by the wayside as I spiraled out of control. I couldn't sleep at night, the images of Stephanie's drowned daughter haunting me. I ran away. I found myself on the roof of a car park, ready to jump. Why didn't you just do it? She asks bitterly. I wish you had died. Why did you have to live and have a daughter? I wanted to end it all. You have no idea how much. I remember how strong the desire was, how intense. It seemed like the only option. But Matt had come and stopped me. If only I could do the same for Stephanie. Stephanie's demeanour changes. She seems intent now, concentrating on my words. She takes a step towards me. When? She asks. When did you try to kill yourself? 3 years ago, a couple of months after your daughter's death. Stephanie is silent as she stares at me, her face blotchy from her tears, her hair wet from the drizzling rain. You were sorry. I hated myself for what I'd done. I couldn't forgive myself. She pauses for a moment, considering this as I shiver violently in the freezing water. Then she says quietly, Chris killed her, not you. I have told myself that 1,000 times, tried to believe it is true. But I know that if I hadn't run the story, if I hadn't told Stephanie to leave him, then things might have been different. I have to take responsibility. I shouldn't have published the story. But Stephanie is immersed in her own thoughts.
He was the one who took her here. He was the one who drowned her. I thought it was my fault. I told you our secrets. I'd tried to leave him. I betrayed him. I knew what he was like. I knew his temper. I just never thought he'd hurt Lily.
It wasn't your fault, Stephanie. You couldn't have known what he'd do next. She looks at me.
You couldn't have known, either.
I nod, tears streaming down my face, remembering her daughter being pulled from the water. I'll never forgive myself for the way I behaved, for what I did. But she's right. I wasn't the one who killed Lily. Chris did. Stephanie looks down at Olivia in her arms.
Do you love her?
She asks. And suddenly, it's there. The surge of love I've always wanted. I am here, I think. I am here to rescue my daughter. I do care. I'm her mother. Yes, I answer truthfully. Stephanie hands Olivia over, and I wrap her up in my arms. Relief floods me. She's cold and shivery, and her hair sticks to her tiny face. I hug her close to me, warming her up, kissing her again and again. Stephanie must be even colder, the winter river soaking through her clothes. Come back, I say. Please. She shakes her head.
There's nothing for me here. I'll never have what you have.
She's right. Whatever life I have with Olivia, she will never have it with Lily. She's gone. I swallow, ashamed of my good fortune when I caused Stephanie so much suffering. Please, I say, come back. There are people who can help you. Olivia shivers in my arms. I need to get out of the water and get Olivia inside, into the warm. In the distance, I hear sirens. I need to get Olivia inside, Stephanie. She's cold. She looks at Olivia, as if realizing for the first time what she'd been about to do.
I didn't want to hurt her, she says. I just wanted to say goodbye.
Lily's gone, Stephanie. Please come in, please. Stephanie stares back at the river, at the reeds. In the silence, the quiet rush of the water seems deafening.
She's gone, she says.
Stephanie turns away and takes a step deeper in the river. She pushes off the riverbed into the central current. No! There's a split second when she floats, before the current takes her, her body tossing and turning, rolling downstream. She doesn't make a sound. I cry out, stumbling through the heavy water to the bank. I put Olivia down on the riverside and clamber up after her. I must get to Stephanie. I must save her. She doesn't deserve to die. The silence is suddenly filled with noise. Sirens, paramedics, police. It brings it all back. The rain intensifies as the wind picks up. I rush over to the police, nearly slipping on the sodden mud, holding my baby close as I rub her back over and over to warm her up. I tell them that Stephanie has been swept away, that she's further down the river. They mobilize immediately, desperate to save her. I feel a hand on my arm and turn to see Miriam. Are you okay? She asks.
Stephanie's gone. She went down the river.
They'll do everything they can to rescue her.
I know. I also know that sometimes it's not enough.
I remember the look in Stephanie's eyes, the desperation for her lost daughter. She didn't want to live without her. I hope, whatever happens, that she finds peace. Miriam wraps her arms around Olivia and me, and then the paramedics put us in an ambulance. As it departs, I squeeze my daughter tight, reflecting on everything. I had Olivia because I felt a gap in my life, an emptiness. When she was born, I couldn't love her because I felt I didn't deserve her, not after everything I did. I was punishing myself. But she is innocent of all of this. It's not about whether or not I deserve her. It's about whether she deserves me. And she does. She deserves a mother who's fully present, a mother who loves her. I promise her that this will be a fresh start for us. I hold her close to me. Her eyes meet mine. I need to give myself and my daughter a chance. I do deserve Olivia. I do deserve to be a mother.
Chapter 48. Epilogue. 3 months later. I stare up at the cottage, its limestone walls so full with promise and potential. The home I thought we'd be happy in. Ruth sold the cottage to a family. 2 parents, 2 children. She's already recruited the mother for the tennis club. A nice family, she said. I imagine them looking round, deciding which colour they'll paint each room, exclaiming at the huge garden, picturing their kids running free. The sale has made Ruth finish sorting through Pamela's things, and now the rooms are beginning to clear. The cottage seems lighter and airier. Ruth isn't pleased that Matt and I are back together. I think she'd still prefer him to be with Sarah, although there's no chance of that. They were never having an affair. We're pretty sure it was Stephanie who planted the scarf, and I think Graham, who I supposedly left the nightclub with, was just another one of Stephanie's creations. But even though my STI tests came back negative, I'll never know for sure what happened that night, and that scares me. I've stopped drinking again. This time, I hope it's for good. Matt has finally taken my side against his mother and told her she has to accept me or she'll see less of her granddaughter. That's the last thing Ruth wants. She might not like me, but she loves Olivia. She wanted us to rent somewhere close by in the local area, but both Matt and I are ready to leave. We're moving to Oxford, between Matt's surgery and the magazine I'm doing freelance work for in London. The magazine focuses on social issues and has a small but growing readership. I won't win any awards this way, but I will get to expose the issues that matter to me. To help people. And that's enough. When I get to Oxford, the first person I'm going to call is Miriam. She rushed to the river to be by my side as soon as I called. She's forgiven me, despite everything. I know I can trust her, and I want us to be friends again. I've missed her so much. To my surprise, Sarah's become a friend, too. We've both made mistakes, and I think we understand each other. She even babysits for us occasionally. I feel awful about what happened to Stephanie. Despite everything, I wanted her to have a second chance. But her body was never found, and she was declared dead. Sometimes a sudden noise in the cottage would make me jump, and I'd be convinced she was back, watching me. But when I turned around, there was no one there. I think I'm just used to that feeling now, constantly being watched. Once we're away from the village, I'll feel safer. I hold Olivia tightly in my arms, comforting her as she whines. I feel so differently about her now. When she giggles, my heart lifts. When she cries, my heart aches with hers. It's like we're one being, intimately connected. The strength of my feelings has taken me by surprise. I hadn't been able to feel them before. I was numb from everything that happened. But now I'm free to start over again. Matt puts the final box in the car and goes around the back to strap Olivia in. He turns to me, and we look up at the looming cottage together.
Are you going to miss it?
He asks. No, I say.
Me neither.
He embraces me, kissing me full on the lips. It feels like we're defying the house.
defying Ruth. I can't wait to start again, I say. A fresh start, he replies. A chance to put the past behind us.
We get into the car and drive away from the cottage for the final time. If you loved The Mother's Mistake and you're desperate for more gripping, chilling and addictive action, then subscribe to Ruth's mailing list at www.bookouture.com/Ruth-Healed for news about her unputdownable next release.